Chapter 101, Understanding. Grimm's Mindscape. Sigh. I know you can hear me, Grimm. Heh, honestly it's your fault for not taking this fight seriously enough. If you had used that thing earlier on, then you wouldn't be in such a predicament now, would you? I know, you just wanted to have some fun, right? But is this really how you want to win? By letting your instincts take over? Can you really accept a victory like that? Can you even enjoy a fight like that? Well, what do I know? It's not like I have several lifetimes worth of experience or anything. Sigh. Getting tired of not receiving an answer, the tone in King's voice suddenly changed. Grimm. I chose this world because I knew I could shine in it, as my avatar/representative. This is fucking embarrassing. So wake the fuck up and win already. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Unleashing copious amounts of mana, blue radiance poured out of Grimm's body, creating a giant spectacle that stunned Langris and the viewers all over the Clover Kingdom. How magnificent! Julius cried with stars shining in his eyes. This mana, it's way more than a captain's. I think it might even be more than Sir Julius himself. Watching Grimm's small figure bathing in that blue light, the magic knights present at the moment had complicated feelings in their hearts. While they despised Grimm for his arrogance, they had to admit that they were not his opponents. And seeing his mana amount right now, well, it was a hard pill to swallow. But just as they were about to expect something grand to happen, that blue light suddenly vanished without a trace. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, rubbing the back of his neck, Grimm let out a long yawn and stretched his arms into the air. He's moving. Impossible. He was on the verge of losing consciousness. While all the magic knights were in shock over Grimm's ability to still move, somewhere in the Clover Kingdom a ginger-haired woman smirked at what she was seeing. Hey, you were able to land a blow on me, losing to this brat ain't allowed. A/N, for all you Mereoleona lovers out there. Just as he was about to lose himself to his instincts, the voice of King had snapped him out of his half-conscious state and brought him to reality. After taking all of Langris's attacks and having his movements dulled by fragile snow magic, his loss had been cemented. But they made a mistake. Once they saw him falling, they hesitated. And that hesitation was all that Grimm needed. A/N, FYI, when fighting Grimm, don't stop attacking until you're sure that he's dead. In his excitement for facing off against an offensive spatial magic user for the first time, he had allowed himself to be cornered and pressured. But only under extreme pressure can one surpass their limits and stimulate their potential. So in that instance where he was pushed to the edge and fell unconscious, two changes took place in Grimm's body. The first was his fight or flight instincts stimulated by his breath of the beast base. The second was the phenomenon known as him achieving accelerated growth. By having his body put under such extreme pressure, he naturally broke his physical limits, and both his grimoire and mana responded to this by giving him a new spell. A/N, best way to think about this is to compare Grimm to Garu from One Punch Man. Seriously though, how am I getting new magic for water but not thunder? Was it because I was using water when I lost consciousness? While Grimm was still in a state of understanding what had happened to his body, Langris had let out another roar of laughter as he felt like continuing his assault. Did you really think that releasing your mana would scare me? Me? You low-born piece of trash. I'll show you the difference between a commoner and a noble. Spatial magic, Archangel Shootdown. Doing his Messiah pose once again, he rained down a storm of spatial orbs at the lone standing Grimm. But just as he was about to laugh about his victory, the smile on his face froze. Breath of Mist, third form, 8-layered mist. Swish. 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 Ha. Standing there in his Messiah pose, Langris didn't understand what was going on. A minute ago he had been dominating the match, so why were all his attacks suddenly intercepted by tens of missed slashes? So this is what he meant when he said I had enough power to beat him from the start. I really have to start getting my excitement under control. Spatial magic, the power to transport something from one location to the other. Since the principle was the same even with offensive spatial magic, didn't that mean that all he had to do was make contact with the spatial orbs so that they could fulfill their purpose and vanish? So if he interrupted Langris's spatial orbs with his long-range, 8-layer mist, before they could hit him, then wasn't this fight basically over? Now that Grimm had understood this, the novelty of offensive spatial magic had ended for him and his interest in Langris completely vanished. What a boring magic, he muttered to himself. To be honest, Langris was nothing more than a one-trick pony. Now that he had found the flaw in his spatial orbs, all he had to watch out for was his spatial cuts. And since he was no longer concerned with his spatial orbs, he could just use Ki and the transparent world to read the trajectory of his arm swings and avoid the spatial cuts. While his body was still exhausted and needed some rest, the threat Langris posed no longer relevant, and the initial excitement he had felt at the beginning of the match had all but just about died. Hell, after reading the description of the new water spell he got, he thought that even this was too good to use on someone like Langris. "Hey Grimm." A voice echoed from behind. Turning his head slightly, he saw the figures of David and Selena waving at him. "Do you need some help?" "Help?" He shook his head and yelled back. "Nah, I got this." And without any further ado, he started walking towards Langris and Fragile without a care in the world. Chapter 102, a beating of the highest order. Unleashing Archangel Shootdown, once again, Langris barraged Grimm with a volley of spatial orbs and spatial slashes. Die die die. Watching the attacks descend upon him, Grimm stopped in his tracks and looked up to stare at Langris. Weak. Boom. Switching to Breath of Wind, Grimm coated his body in a green aura as he started levitating off the ground and leapt towards the spatial and snow mages. Breath of Wind, second form, Claws Purifying Wind. Breath of Wind, third form, Clean Storm Wind Tree. Breath of Wind, fourth form, Rising Dust Storm. Activating all three new wind spells that he had gotten after creating the air grenade technique a while back, Grimm executed all three spells one after the other and used them to not only interfere with the spatial orbs while dodging the spatial cuts, but to also throw out several counter-attacks. A/N, bet you guys forgot that he had these three wind spells. With Claws Purifying Wind, every time he swung his sword, 4 vertical wind blades would shoot out and block any spatial orbs descending upon him. It was like the wind version of 8-layered mist, but with 4 less slashes. Using Clean Storm Wind Tree, he unleashed a whirlwind of slashes around his body that defended him from any incoming attacks and sliced up his surroundings. It reminded him of a slower version of Crazy Cutting, but with more range. As for Rising Dust Storm, this was his counterattack. A mana zone-like spell that created several wind blades that manifest themselves from under his opponents and sliced them up. While it was a good spell, mages with keen mana sensing abilities or mages that were fast enough could easily evade them. Too bad that neither Langris nor Fragile were those types of mages. Grinning to himself, Grimm activated Rising Dust Storm, and listened as Langris's and Fragile's screams echoed throughout the battlefield as his wind blades appeared beneath them and sliced up their skin. But since he couldn't kill them and wanted to make them suffer more for putting him in such a tiring situation, he made the wounds shallow. Viewing platform. He turned it around. Stunned at the sudden reversal in the fight, the Magic Knights stood with their mouths agape. Boom. Once Langris and Fragile were struck by his Rising Dust Storm, Grimm quickly closed the gap by using Air Grenade on his feet to rocket forward and appear in front of the 2 Magic Knights. He's here. Seeing him appear in front of her with that ever-present smile stuck on his face, Fragile's body trembled as all the fear and pain she experienced during his visit to the Azure Deer base flooded back into her. Why? Why did I think I could beat him? Dematerializing the wind sword and raising his arm to the side, Fragile closed her eyes expecting him to slap her like he was rumored to have done to Nebra Silva. But just as she thought that this was the end for her, Grimm did something completely unexpected. Creating another air grenade on the palm of his right hand, he combusted it and used the shockwave to blast himself over to the far left. Once there, he changed the way he was holding the wind sword as he mentally checked its weight. Should be doable. After confirming its weight, the smile on his face grew wider as he gathered wind magic around that arm and using the boosted strength granted to him by his Breath of the Beast base power, he threw the sword in a spear-like way that it tore through the air and pierced through Fragile's stomach. Jaya. Not wasting any more time and creating an air grenade on the palm of his hand that he used to throw the sword, Grimm used the shockwave to propel forward and towards the stunned Fragile whose brain still hadn't fully registered the pain as of yet. Boom. Shooting forward at an insane level of speed, he lowered his center of gravity and arrived in front of the snow mage at a low angle before driving the sword deeper into her stomach by hitting the butt of the sword with an air grenade powerful enough to drive the blade in until only the hilt and handguard were visible. As a result of using the air grenade in such close proximity, there was enough force and power that the sword threatened to tear through Fragile's body as she was sent flying backwards and into one of the newly formed mountains. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Feeling her back slam into the rocky structure, Fragile opened her mouth in order to scream, but the only thing that came out was a mouthful of bright red blood as she quickly found out that the sword in her stomach had not only pierced her, but also impaled the rocks behind her and held her up like a puppet while drenching her white coat red. Ignoring Fragile's situation and focusing his attention on Grim, who was standing right in front of him, Langris activated his spatial orbs once more and hurled them at him. Heh. Smiling loosely at Langris's last-ditch effort, Grim switched to Breath of Water and started to effortlessly swerve through the attacks using Flowing Dance. Give it up, I've already adapted to your speed. Arfka. Gritting his teeth and letting out an anger-filled scream, Langris kept on it despite watching Grim evade his attacks. Time to end this. No longer entertained by Langris's magic, Grim flowed through the spatial attacks and flashed in front of a surprised Langris. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Kaya. Not holding back in the slightest, Grim threatened to end Langris's family line by switching to Breath of Wind and ruthlessly striking his testes while forming an air grenade on the tip of his shoe. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Waha. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Watching him rise into the air from the impact from his air grenade-enhanced kick, Grim quickly grasped onto his rising shoulders and forcefully pulled him back down before smashing his head off his kneecap. Feeling the familiar sensation of someone's bones breaking upon making contact with his knee, Grim grabbed onto Langris's leg as he was falling backwards. Making use of that breath of the beast strength he had, he lifted him up off the ground and proceeded to Hulk smash him dozens of times over before laying him flat on his back. Wheeze cough cough blurg. Throwing up several mouthfuls of blood, every inch of Langris's body was screaming in pain as Grim repeated the words he had said earlier to him. Commoners should know their place. Isn't that what you said? Standing over him and looking down at his pathetic figure, Grim couldn't help but mock him by using his own words against him. Commoners are on the bottom while you of noble lineage stand above them, right? But if that's the case, why are you the one laying in the dirt while I, a commoner, stand above you? That's not right, is it? Clenches teeth. Oh. Looks like you've still got some fire in your eyes. Let's snuff that out. Presenting a smile that radiated nothing but innocence and purity. Langris watched as Grim picked up his discarded grimoire. This should do. Grim nodded to himself before sitting on top of Langris's stomach. Humming to himself lightly, he raised Langris's grimoire high into the air before mercilessly slamming it down on Langris's face with enough force that one could hear the air whistle from its speed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Hitting him over and over again, the only sound present throughout the entire area was the book hitting Langris's face and the land beneath his head wearing out as his head sunk in deeper and deeper. By the time he was done with him, the front cover of Langris's grimoire that was originally light blue, had a new coating of red splashed across it. Phew. Wiping off the sweat from his forehead after such a workout, Grim turned his head to the side and saw an egg-shaped crystal that didn't belong to his team off in the distance. Oh. I almost forgot about that. Langris groaned. Staring down at him, Grim said a single word before heading towards the crystal. Latum. A/N, if you know, you know. A/N, I love it when Grim acts like this. Chapter 103, The Final Four. After disrespecting Langris by beating him half to death with his own grimoire, Grim swiftly took care of the enemy crystal under the watchful eye of Deathless King Sek and the rest of the Clover Kingdom. And once again, he got away with his actions of nailing Fragile to the side of a mountain and brutalizing Langris under the cover of showing the Clover citizens that nobles weren't all-powerful. And of course Julius couldn't say anything to him as he hadn't killed anyone or left them with lifelong injuries. As long a trauma didn't count. Sigh. Exhausting a lot of his physical strength and stamina, Grim took a seat next to Julius and the Clover King and had Nebra prove herself by having her massage his shoulders while he slowly recuperated from his last fight. Watching the last couple of fights in the tournament, Grim couldn't help but feel optimistic at the thought of fighting in the next match. Asta, Yuno, and Ril. The only 3 competitors that were still capable of catching his interest. Asta's control over his black form seemed to be more refined compared to what he showed in the Witch's Forest and back on the Ultima volcano. Yuno seemed to be sweeping through the competition, but Grim got the feeling that he hadn't shown everything just yet. And as for Ril, taking away the fact that he was a captain, the way he dealt with Lux Team's combination magic like it was nothing was more than enough to capture Grim's interest. The semifinals. Standing up and announcing the results of the previous fight, Julius stood in front of the Magic Knights and the Clover Kingdom in order to address the final 4 teams in Royal Knight selection exam. At last we are drawing near to the end of this wondrous examination. For the final matches we have Team Ril, Team Yuno, Team Asta, and Team Grim going head-to-head in order to fight it out in order to reach the final round. Listening to the Magic Knights going crazy with excitement, Julius couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm. Quieting everyone down, he announced who would be fighting who in the semi-finals. For the first match, the fighters will be Team Yuno against Team Ril. Whoa. Seriously? The kid with the 4-leaf clover fighting the kingdom's youngest captain. My bet's on the captain. I want some of that action. Watching the Magic Knights placing their bets on which team would win, the corners of Grim's lips rose as he realized that this meant he'd be fighting against Asta for the semi-finals. Yo Grim. Turning to the side to see who had called him, the figure of Asta waving at him with a ridiculous smile spread across his face came into view as the little ball of muscle ran over to him. We're gonna fight each other again. Looks like. Grim grinned. Heh. It won't be like last time, this time I'll make sure I win. Asta proclaimed. Instead of giving him an answer, Grim turned to face the battlefield as he felt a weird fluctuation in mana coming from Yuno. Bell. Let's do it. Facing off against the captain of the Azure Deer, Yuno felt his limits drawing close. Flying next to his figure, the wind spirit Slyph had a look of confusion on her face. You mean badump okay? From his experience of controlling mana coupled with his recent training of the mana skin technique, Yuno discovered a way to take all that excess mana and found a way to store it within himself. I plan to use this against Asta or that Grim guy in the finals, but since I'm up against a captain, I guess there's no better time to use it than now. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. While he was speaking, all the mana around him gathering around him as his cape part of his Magic Knight robe started blowing upwards from the crazy amount of mana going haywire around him. Yuno. Hugging her body and moaning to herself, the wind spirit started glowing green as she started to fade and her essence seemed to be absorbed by Yuno. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. I knew it. He really was holding something back. Watching from up high, Grim felt the blood in his body starting to accelerate as gusts of strong wind managed to reach even here. Asta, I'm going to blow past you here, because as always, I will be the one to beat you. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Unleashing more and more mana, a tornado seemed to gather around him and hide his figure as bright green light burst out from within. This is it, the power I developed to make it to the top. Spirit assimilation, spirit dive. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Slashing his hand forward, the tornado surrounding his figure was swept to the side as his form was revealed to all. Oh my god. Is that the spirit's power? Combining with Sylph, Yuno's left arm had turned neon green as a green circle of connected crosses appear around his wrist while a single green wing appeared from the left side of his back and a green half-crown of connected crosses manifested itself onto the left side of his head. Feeling a single bead of sweat roll down the side of his face, Grim couldn't conceal his battle lust as his eyes were trained on the one-winged Yuno. Just looking at that form and feeling the mana radiating off of him, Grim's body began to tremble in anticipation. I need to fight him. Amazing. Grim wasn't the only one feeling excited at seeing Yuno's new form. Right now, I feel like I could paint anything. Swiping his brush off his palette board, Rill manifested a purple harpy-like monster itself beside himself. With each raising their arm and brush respectively, the two magic knights unleashed their strongest spells. Wind Spirit Magic, Spirit Storm. Painting Magic, Scream of the Mystical Dragon Vuivra. Uea. Urga. Feeling the immense force from their clash, many magic knights had to shield their eyes and protect themselves from the magical discharge. Yuno's gotten so much stronger. Seeing Yuno in this spirit dive form didn't seem to deter Asta in the slightest, as it looked like he was both proud and ecstatic at the fact that his childhood friend was reaching greater heights. Grim. He suddenly called out. I don't know why, but right now, I really want to fight you. Seeing the look of determination and slight battle lust gathering in Asta's eyes, Grim could hardly hold himself back as Asta's feelings seemed to mirror his own. Crack. Before Grim could answer, the shattering sound of a crystal rang out as Rill's crystal shattered due to his own magic power leaking out behind him. Well, I guess it's me and Asta next. Chapter 104, Battle of MCs. Not wasting any time, Asta dug his feet in the ground and immediately sprang into action by entering his black form. Boom. Kicking off the ground with a tremendous force, he charged towards Grim. Going all out from the start, Not wanting to give him time to react, Asta flashed in front of him with his Demon Slayer sword raised high in the air. Tightening his grip on the hilt, he mercilessly slashed his sword down. Swoosh. Bang. What? Slashing down with all of his strength, a look of shock and awe crossed his face when he saw Grim materialize his beast swords to block the attack. Crack. Due to the bone-shattering force generated from their swords colliding, the two magic knights unleashed a devastating shockwave so powerful that it threatened to rip the flesh off the combatants that were too close to its epicenter. Oh my god. Everyone gasped as they watched the ground beneath Asta and Grim's feet collapse due to it not being able to withstand the pressure. What force? Raising his head, Grim grinned at his squad mate. That's not all you have, right, Asta? Smiling back, Asta said. Not by a long shot. Boom. Pushing back against each other, Grim switched to Breath of Wind and used Rising Dust Storm to manifest a sharp rotating wind underneath Asta's feet. Whoosh. Sensing his intent with his ki, Asta put some distance between the two of them by jumping back and avoiding the sharp whirlwind that rose from the ground. Grabbing the hilt of his Demon Slayer sword with both hands, he stomped down hard and shot towards Grim in a half-running half-flying state. Swoosh. Black Meteorite. Coating his body in anti-magic, Asta flashed in front of him with the Demon Slayer held at his side and dealt a powerful horizontal slash aimed at Grim's head. A/N, damn boy, calm down. Feeling the pressure from the blade pass over him, Grim lowered his center of gravity to duck below Asta's sword and slash at his knee before spinning and following through with a Breath of the Beast, enhanced kick to the abdomen. Boom. Arg. Sending him flying backwards, Grim completely forgot about the whole point of the tournament and he shot forward and caught up to Asta while brimming with energy. Let's do this, Asta. Feeling the wind blowing past his face, Grim couldn't hide his excited grin as he charged forth. Whoosh. Oh crap. Was the last thing Asta managed to say before Grim closed in on him and was about to uppercut him. Boom. Aya. That's more like it. Grim roared. Somehow able to block his punch with the flat side of his sword, Asta was sent hurtling upwards and through the clouds. Asta! Mimosa yelled while defending the crystal from Grim's teammates. What the hell? He wasn't this strong the last time we fought. Viewing area. Sitting on the chair with Charmy in his lap, the Wizard King watched the fight with great interest. Hey, isn't that? It's reinforcement magic. Julius cut in. Barring the fight in the Witch's Forest when he was unconscious, the last time Asta and Grim had truly fought properly was when luck was involved all those months ago. So it was natural that he didn't know Grim had learnt reinforcement magic. After all, he had only learnt it after his fight with Marioliona. And since his stamina had recovered from his fight with Langris and Fragile, he could finally use this power to its fullest extent. Gritting his teeth and doing his best to ignore the numb feeling spreading through his arms, Asta managed to use his black wing to stop himself from getting blown through the stratosphere and stabilize himself. It was just too bad that Grim hadn't been satisfied yet. Breath of Water, 8th form, Waterfall Basin. What the hell? Were the only thing he was capable of saying once he saw the descending quantity of water falling from the sky. And to make matters even worse, Grim was charging up from the ground with a crazed expression on his face. Above him was a ridiculous amount of descending magic water and below him was a crazed maniac ascending towards him. Black Hurricane. Boom. Activating his new anti-magic spell, Asta started spinning rapidly and used it to erase every drop of water that fell from the sky. If I continue to spin this fast, then Grim won't have a chance to attack me. A/N, oh you sweet child. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. What the? Using Ki and the transparent world to analyze and predict the speed and angle of Black Hurricane, Grim managed to find a small gap in the anti-spell, and with some quick adjustments to his own speed and velocity, he exploited the opening in Asta's defense to burst through the outward layer of the hurricane without being slashed by the Demon Slayer sword and shot right past a spinning Asta. Did he just come inside my hurricane? Wah. From an outside perspective it may have looked like Grim had just entered into Asta's anti-magic spell and flown through the other side, but the reality of the situation was that while Grim had flown past him, he had actually grabbed onto Asta's wing and dragged him along. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Warg. Using his natural ability to fly, Grim switched to Breath of Blue Flames, and repeatedly used Grim Style, Unknowing Fire, 3 times to accelerate higher and higher at such a speed that the wind threatened to cut his face. This should be enough. After reaching a height that was out of sight of the Wizard King and the others, Grim tightened his grip on Asta's wing and began to swing him around. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Ararghai. Feeling like he was gonna throw up, Asta stuck through the pain of having his wing nearly torn off. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Letting go of him, Asta's body flew through the air at a speed capable of creating a sonic boom. After training to increase the speed in which he changed magic types, Grim rapidly switched styles as he kept firing off long-ranged magic attacks. 8-layered mist. Rengoku. Claws purifying wind. Sudden throwing strike. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Managing to stab Alize himself, Asta went on the defensive as he started flying in order to evade. While he was confident in deflecting Grim's attacks with his swords, something told him that doing so would be in Grim's favor. Watching Asta fly through the air and evade his attacks, the smile in Grim's grew wider as his grimoire suddenly glowed bright blue. Constant flux. Feeling his mana rise and fluctuate once more, the blue aura around his body seemed to separate from himself as it formed itself into a giant blue water dragon. Hunt. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Heeding his command, the water dragon's eyes flashed as it unleashed a ferocious roar before springing towards Asta. Are you kidding me? Dodging all of his long-ranged attacks, Asta was surprised to see a giant fucking water dragon trying to eat him. Asterisk snap. Asterisk. Barely managing to dodge the dragon's jaws, Asta swung his sword and slashed through its watery neck. Huh. But to his shock, the fact that the dragon was still there sent a shive through his whole body. That won't work. Hearing Grim's voice behind, Asta suddenly realized that Grim's ki was no longer in the distance. Like running a knife through water, everything finally clicked in Asta's head. It wasn't that his anti-magic didn't work on Grim's dragon, it was the fact that Grim's dragon had no solid form and his sword was merely passing through it, so it couldn't really cut it. Unfortunately, he had figured it out too late. If he had used Black Hurricane, straight away he would have destroyed Grim's dragon and might have been prepared for Grim's ambush. Before he could move any further, the feeling of Grim's sword pressing against the back of his neck stopped him. I lost. Asta sighed, not seeing any way to get out of this. Even if he was able to get away and use Black Hurricane to take care of the dragon, there was no guarantee that Grim wouldn't be able to find another gap in his defense and slip through again. But my job is done. Asta suddenly smiled. Job. Asterisk ding. Asterisk asterisk ding. Asterisk asterisk ding. Asterisk. The bell. He was stalling for time. Hey, Zerk said that I should keep you busy while he and Mimosa took care of your crystal. Is that so? Seeing that Grim wasn't panicking, a feeling of discomfort started rising in Asta's chest. Why are you so calm? I just told you that everything had gone according to my team's plan. If I had normal teammates then I would be worried. But I have a wild card. A wild card. Asta repeated. Down on the ground, a bruised-up David stood in front of Selena with a dice in his hand and a smile spread across his face. Dice magic, the power to increase or decrease the magic power of an ally or enemy. A risky magic that could drastically change the outcome of any battle. Since Selena's primary objective was to keep the crystal safe at all costs, she was constantly on the move while David kept casting debuff spells on his enemies. Once he had gotten the results he wanted, he'd have Selena attack. With this hit-and-run tactic in play, the two magic knights managed to finally destroy the enemy crystal while avoiding damaging their own. That being said, there were a couple close calls. Chapter 105, Reflection. It was a valiant effort, Asta, but you're lacking in too many areas to beat me. If you had any long-range abilities this would have been much more fun. Flying high above the sky with his sword still pressed against the back of Asta's neck. Both boys listened as the announcer called the match. You won, huh? Asta sighed after hearing the results. Disappointed. A little bit. He chuckled before showing off his usual Asta smile. Let's go down. Grim nodded. That was so cool. Running over to the duo, Luck's eyes were practically sparkling. You both did well. Vanessa smiled. You looked really cool out there. Dabbing his forehead with a handkerchief, Mimosa praised Grim's performance while also declaring war on the other girls with her actions. Considering that she was on Asta's team and had just lost to Grim's team, her actions were a little out of place in the eyes of everyone else. You did very well, Master. Nebra bowed modestly while also doing her best not to glare at her younger cousin. Ugh. Looking at her usually arrogant sister acting so docile, Noelle didn't know how to feel. That being said, she could imagine her brother's reaction. It was a very impressive performance indeed. Every said in union as they turned around and saw the Wizard King standing there. Wizard King? Everyone except Grim gasped. Why does he keep appearing? Popping up from behind him with an unusual amount of energy, the captain of the Azure Deer stared at Grim and Asta with starry eyes. Apparently their match was so spectacular that he felt his creative juices flowing and needed to release all that passion through his art. Please accept this. Thrusting his arms out and bowing at the same time, Rill held out a painting of Grim and Asta locked in battle. Whoa. Everyone covered their mouths after seeing the painting. How lifelike. I feel like I'm rewatching the battle. Anyone else scared that it's gonna jump out at them? Sniff, Master Rill is giving away his first present. Watching the exchange between Rill, Asta, and Grim take place from a distance, Rill's butler Walter couldn't help but let out a small sob of joy. Thanks. Grim accepted the painting. While he wasn't the biggest fan of paintings and stuff, he had to admit this was pretty good. Asta. A voice suddenly sounded out. Turning around to face the person calling him, Asta's eyes suddenly went wide. Yuno. Smiling at his childhood friend, Yuno started teasing him over his loss at Grim's hands. I didn't think you'd fall short here, I guess I was expecting too much from you. Oh yeah. Well, just you wait. Grim's gonna totally kick your ass and win the next match. Doubtful. Grr. While the two of them argued over the results of the next match, Noelle was looking at Grim with a complicated expression. Since she was on Yuno's team, it meant that she'd also be facing off against Grim in the final match. But after seeing him fight throughout the tournament, she had to admit that compared to him she was advancing at a snail's pace. This was especially the case in his fight against Asta and Langris. Against an opponent who could ignore defense and one who negates magic, he single-handedly won against both of them by his lonesome. But what about her? Her biggest achievement was beating her older brother who Grimm had already beaten months in advance. Could she even be proud of such an accomplishment? I need to get stronger. Clenching her fists tightly, her eyes burned with newfound resolve. A/N, good for her. Watching the next generation of magic knights fighting and getting along, Julius smiled at the sight in front of him. Looks like the future of this kingdom will be safe with these kids around. Listening to Yuno and Asta argue about who would win the next round, Grimm yawned and walked over to Selena and David. Yo Grimm. David waved excited over the fact that they made it to the finals. Thanks for believing in us. Selena smiled. Believing in you? Yeah. David jumped in. You know, leaving it up to us to destroy the crystal. Oh. Being completely honest, leaving it up to them was a gamble that just so happened to pay off. So what's the plan for the next match? David asked. Plan? Why would we need one of those? We're already in the finals. Confused by what he meant, the two looked at him. What do you mean we don't need a plan because we're in the finals? Being in the finals already guarantees us a place as Royal Knights. Winning or losing won't change that fact. Oh. I guess you're right. David said absent-mindedly. Yep, so in this final match just do whatever you want, as long as you don't let the crystal get destroyed too quickly we'll be good. Oh. Okay, but what will you be doing? Selena asked, accepting that this match meant nothing to Grimm. Me. I'm gonna raise hell. Viewing platform. Who do you think will win? Standing next to Asta, Mimosa, and the others watched with anticipation. Falling silent, Asta's eyes were trained on the figures of Grimm and Yuno. After fighting him. I can't imagine Grimm losing. Oh. So you think Grimm will win? The Wizard King's voice suddenly rung out. Wizard King. Chuckling at their confused faces, Julius didn't explain and simply pointed at Noelle's figure. We might be in for a surprise. Chapter 106, Plan. Viewing platform. What the hell are we watching? He turned the battlefield into a scorching wasteland. Battlefield. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As explosions rang out in the background, the sound of a boy's laughter resounded throughout the entire area. TCH. Blown back by an intense shockwave, Yuno, who was in his spirit dive, form grit his teeth and thrust his green arm forward. Spirit magic, spirit storm. I'll back you up. Standing on the other end of him breathing heavily, a tired-looking Noelle pointed her wand ahead of herself. Water creation magic, sea dragon's roar. Yes, yes. Yes. Standing in the centers of both attacks, Grimm grinned wildly as his battle lust started rising to unprecedented levels. More, entertain me more. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Switching to breath of blue flames, and then using Grimm style, unknowing fire, the ground beneath his feet blew up as he shot towards the beam of concentrated spirit magic with a smile spread across his face. He's attacking head-on. Not expecting Grimm to take on an attack that contended with the raw power of the captain of the Azure Deer for a short time, a look of shock flashed across Yuno's eyes. Moments away from being struck by the beam, the smile on Grimm's face grew wider as he looked like he was having the time of his life. Who knew that fighting two competent mages would actually be this fun? A/N, we all did. Watching the beam fill up his sight, Grimm did something that no one expected. Breath of the beast, sudden throwing strike. He switched. Was the common phrase amongst the spectating magic knights. Watching from the safety of the viewing platform, Vanessa suddenly realized something. Has he ever switched that fast before? Throwing his beast swords forward, Grimm watched as they tore through the spirit storm, before suddenly jumping up and performing a mid-air backflip as Noelle's sea dragon's roar flew under him and struck towards Yuno. Seeing the water dragon suddenly appear in front of his kneeling figure, Yuno felt his eyes go wide as the dragon opened its mouth. Aha! Asta laughed from the distance. While Yuno was busy being eaten, Grim, who was still in the air, landed on the ground and turned to face Noel with shit-eating grin plastered across his face. "Nice aim," he said while giving her a thumbs up. He used my own attack to deal with my own teammate. Shaking in anger over him using her own attack against her, she grit her teeth and raised her wand. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Roar. Breath of Water, 10th form, Constant Flux. Keeping the same smile on his face that he had been wearing all this time, he switched to Breath of Water and unleashed his own water dragon to contend with Noel's. To Grim, beating someone with their own element was one of the greatest feelings a human could ever experience. Not even mentioning the fact that both their attacks were basically the same. In this sense, he wanted to show her that even if water magic wasn't his go-to style, he still exceeded her. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Urg. Covering her face from the force of the dragons colliding, splashes of water were sent all over the place. The dragons were equal in power. No. Compared to when he fought Asta, the power of the dragon was clearly weaker. Did he intentionally lower the power in order for both dragons to be the same? Heh. Dematerializing his water sword, Grim spread his arms open wide. Come at me. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Fueled by his taunts, Noel unleashed an even more powerful Sea Dragon's Roar. Gritting his teeth, Grim braced himself for impact as the water dragon crashed into him. Feeling like he was being hit by a high-powered jet stream, Grim dug his feet into the floor and did his best to stand ground. As if something like this could cause me to take a step back. Operating Breath of Water to its limits, Grim felt the blue glow around his body becoming more and more robust as the pressure from the dragon started to lighten up. This is Dash. Watching from her attacking position, Noel's mouth opened wide as she realized that his attack was incapable of moving Grim from his position. Impossible. Even if his defense is insane, he shouldn't be able to brunt my attack with just his body alone. While Noel and the audience were trying to comprehend how Grim was able to withstand Noel's full-powered attack, Grim was laughing internally. My elemental resistance to water-based spells has increased. Thanks to Noel using her strongest water spell on him, Grim not only managed to increase his resistance to water magic, he also felt that he was close to achieving another water-based spell in his grimoire. No longer feeling as pressured by her attack as he had earlier, all Grim had to do now was resist the impact and physical power the dragon had. It was a good thing that his Breath of the Beast base improved his physical capabilities. Tanking the attack with grit teeth, the moment the spell ended Grim felt relieved. Phew. Fight me properly. Huh. Fight me properly. Noel suddenly screamed at him, trembling with rage. Stop using me to show off and face me properly. Then try to make me serious. Clenching her fists tightly, Noel was about to cast another spell, but someone else seemed to do it before her. Wind creation magic, Wind Blades Shower. Flowing Dance. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Bursting out of the dirt and taking to the skies, Yuno showered Grim in a barrage of falling sword-shaped wind blades. Unfortunately, thanks to him utilizing his beast senses, ki, and transparent world ability in conjuncture with flowing dance, it wasn't much of a challenge for Grim to evade the wind blades and watch them stab into the ground. Didn't take you for a surprise attack kinda guy. Staying quiet, Yuno landed next to Noel with a face full of resolve. We'll win, he said while keeping his eyes focused on Grim at all times. Seeing the look of determination in his eyes, Noel couldn't help but steel her own resolve as she nodded her head and said, right. Standing side by side, the two magic knights unleashed their mana. Smiling at their attempt to intimidate him, Grim flexed his own mana and materialized a water dragon next to him. Viewing platform. Whoa. I knew Miss Silva had a lot of mana due to her royal lineage, but to think that some no-named peasant boy would have such an amount as well. Wait. Look. Someone pointed at Grim. That boy's mana isn't being suppressed by the others. What? Even this much isn't enough. What the hell is he? The crowd of magic knights kept reacting like this for a while, but once they realized that Grim, Noel and Asta, who all made it to the semi-finals and finals, were a part of the same squad, they couldn't help but lower their heads in shame. While it was understandable that Noel and Mimosa made it to the finals and semi-finals, the fact that 3 commoners made this far was unheard of. Quite a lot mana. For humans anyway. Too bad you guys have the opposite problem to Asta. Unlike Asta, who had no long-range attacks, the 2 mages in front of him lacked any close-range spells. While Grim was all about crushing his opponents into the dirt, if he couldn't have a good time while doing it, then what was the point? As they were now, neither Asta, Noel or Luck could put up a proper fight against him. Let's end it here. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, Grim breathed in deeply. Since I'm facing the 2 of them together, I should try out Constant Flux properly. Having gained the spell in his fight against Langris, Grim had only used half of the spell's true power. By letting the dragon hunt alone, Grim had limited the spell's capability. But right now he was gonna do what the spell was originally meant to do. Noel. Suddenly called. If we're gonna win this, we're gonna need to take him down with our strongest attacks. Yeah. She nodded. I'll create an opening, you finish him off when you get the Chan. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Not waiting for them to finish their battle strategy, Grim, who was surrounded by glowing blue light, shot forward with his dragon moving in parallel with him. With no time left to think, thrust his arm forward. Wind magic, gale white bow. Pulling his right arm back, wind started converging in front of his figure until it formed itself into a large bow with 6 large arrows knocked and ready to fire at a target. Go. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Seeing the incoming arrows approaching, Grim's face didn't change as he suddenly moved to the left while the dragon moved to the right. What? Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. With the other arrows still coming at them, Grim kept dodging to the left and right while the dragon followed his lead. Watching Grim and the dragon make it through Yuno's arrows, Noel couldn't hide the shock on her face. Those movements, the dragon's completely in sync with him. Whenever he moved left, the dragon moved to the right, even altering the course of his direction, and going diagonal caused the dragon to do the same just in the opposite direction. Charging forward with movements that resembled flowing dance, but made to support the dragon, Grim and his dragon closed in on the 2 mages. Now, breaking off into 2 different directions, Yuno went to the right while Noel went to the left. Trying to split my attention, huh? Splitting from the dragon, Grim chased after Yuno while the dragon went after Noel. Since I'm using Breath of Water, at the moment, I can't switch attributes unless I want my dragon to disappear. After watching Grim's past fights, Yuno had noticed that Grim couldn't use 2 different magic attributes at the same time and planned to use this knowledge to force Grim into exposing another weakness. I'll have an advantage if I fly upwards. Taking to the skies with Grim hot on his trail, Yuno suddenly turned around and activated another spell. Wind Magic, Towering Tornado, Chapter 107, 1 spell. Using wind magic to generate a tornado, Yuno launched it at the approaching Grim. This is your chance, Noel. Running from the dragon, Noel saw through Yuno's intentions and pointed her wand at Grim. With the tornado approaching him at such a speed, Grim would have no choice but to slow down if he wanted to dodge. With his wind magic enhanced by the power of the spirit, there was no doubt in Yuno's mind that Grim couldn't take this attack head-on. I know this didn't work before, but this time I'll beat him. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Roar. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Burst out of her wand, Noel's dragon cut through the sky at an alarming speed. Yuno clenches his fists. This is it, it's our win. With the tornado closing in on him and Noel's dragon moments away from striking him, it was impossible for Grim to be able to deal with both. He had to either slow down in order to evade the tornado and get hit by the dragon or focus on dodging Noel's dragon, but with the tornado moving as fast as it was he wouldn't have much time to do so. At least that's what Yuno assumed. It was just a shame that high expectations are usually followed by feelings of disappointment. Watching the tornado fill his vision, Grim felt time slow down slightly as the corners of his lips curved upwards. Holding the water sword down at his side with both hands, Grim's body was covered in a soft blue glow as his movements became so fluid that he somehow managed to smoothly dodge the oncoming tornado by twisting in midair without losing the momentum driving him forward. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Feeling the wind push against his back as he twisted past the tornado shot right past him as he finished his 360-degree turn and swung his sword that was down at his side upwards at Constant flux. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. What? Bursting out of his sword, a water dragon suddenly charged out. Caught off guard by Grimm's actions, Yuno's eyes went wide as he didn't have enough time to react before the water dragon was already in front of him. Watching as Yuno was being eaten by a water dragon for the second time today, Grimm burst into a fit of laughter. Yuno! Noelle screamed. As if it could hear her, the ascending water dragon suddenly performed a mid-air U-turn and dove downwards towards the child of royal blood. When Grimm used constant flux on Yuno, the dragon that Noelle had previously been running from had vanished, giving her a chance to catch her breath. Now imagine her face when she had to start running again because of another water dragon. Watching her run with all her might while firing off water bullets, Grimm decided to end thing here. See Dragon's Roar. In a last-ditch effort to turn things around, Noelle unleashed her strongest spell in hopes of stopping Grimm's dragon. It was just unfortunate that the moment her dragon came into contact with the other, it was incapable of slowing it down, let alone stopping it. Finish her. Opening its mouth wide, Grimm's dragon lowered its head and scooped Noelle up before swallowing her. Viewing platform. One spell. He used one spell to take out 2 of his 3 enemies. Watching the scene in silence, the Magic Knights had nothing more to say. Whether they liked or hated him, everyone had to admit that Grimm was a capable combatant. Battlefield. Floating in the sky and looking at the scorched ground below him, Grimm looked down upon his destruction and felt satisfied. With both Noelle and Yuno taken care of by that dragon of his, the battle was pretty much done. I guess I should take care of the crystal now. Remembering that he had no idea where the enemy crystal was and that the entire point of the tournament was to destroy the opposing team's crystal and not the mage's, Grimm flashed in front of his team's crystal. Grimm. David and Selena gasped in union. Yo. He wave. Breath of wind, 4th form, rising dust storm. Glowing green underneath the crystal, several blades of wind suddenly shot up and cut the crystal into pieces. Asterisk ding. Asterisk asterisk ding. Asterisk asterisk ding. Asterisk. Team P win. The announcer yelled. What? Was the response of everyone watching. Why Yuno's team won? Asta stuttered. He destroyed his own crystal. He forfeited the match. A Magic Knight suddenly yelled angrily. He's looking down on the importance of this competition. Does he have no shame? So many people fought so hard to protect their own crystals. So why did a disrespectful bastard like him make it this far? Enraged by Grimm's action of throwing the match, the Magic Knights on the viewing platform voiced their complaints. Julius, on the other hand, just shook his head. From what he knew about Grimm's personality, now that he had fought the people he had wanted to fight, this tournament no longer held any value to him. And what was more in his character? To take his time looking for the enemy crystal or just destroying his own. What an interesting boy. Battlefield. Why you destroyed the wrong crystal? Selena screeched, looking at the broken pieces of their crystal. It wasn't the wrong one. What? Why would you destroy our one? Shrugging his shoulders, Grimm slowly started levitating off the ground. I didn't want to drag this out for longer than it needed to be. And besides, you guys are royal knights now, you're welcome. You want us to thank you? After what you just did? Want you? No, I expect you to do it. Bait him. Seeing the arrogant look on his face, Selena felt her face flush red as her to argue quickly diminished. Thank you. What is wrong with me? Why am I lowering my head? Heh. Seeing her bowed head, Grimm couldn't help but chuckle and look at David. And contrary to his expectations, David had no problem thanking him. In truth, he knew that his magic was wildly unpredictable and that without Grimm his chances of becoming a Magic Knight were drastically lower. After getting the thanks he wanted, Grimm took to the skies and faced the recording magic tool. Using Roast no Jutsu, again, he came up with some bullshit excuse as to why he destroyed his team's crystal. Something about how destroying it showed the upper class his rebellious spirit or some generic shit like that. These people are way too easy to trick. I don't know whether I should worry for this kingdom's future or not. Chapter 108, Grimm's popular phase. A few days had passed since the tournament had ended. During this time several changes took place within the kingdom. One of these changes included the way in which Grimm's name was spread across the country. After showcasing his savage strength and dominating presence against the Magic Knight nobles, Grimm's popularity seemed to have hit its peak as there was not a single commoner who didn't know of him. As a result of this, the restaurant that Rebecca worked at also became famous once it was known that Grimm used to work there. The boss of the restaurant even capitalized on Grimm popularity and started selling Grimm figurines. He made a killing. The next thing worth mentioning was the fact that Grimm now had a dedicated fan club. Apparently, that arrogant nature of his held a certain charm that seemed to be a big turn-on for a lot of women in the Clover Kingdom. Seeing a noble like Nebra openly submit to him despite the difference in status caused something inside of them to just click. But what was really weird was the fact that several noble women were secret members and even provided funds for the organization. To them, Grimm was something never seen before, he was something new. His power, his arrogance, his passion for battle, everything about him was just so wild and different from what they were used to seeing. The three most replayed scenes from the tournament were the moments in which Grimm interacted with both Nebra and Selena. From the way he looked down on both women to the way he touched them and commanded them, every second of these scenes drove these noble women crazy with desire. It was to the point that some of them discussed ways in which they wanted him to ravage them. On the other hand of the spectrum, there were several noblemen who couldn't stand Grimm's public mockery of the hierarchy. Many called for his head and even sought for an audience with the king. But after experiencing Grimm's attitude firsthand, the king wanted nothing more to do with that boy lest he lead him into a deeper state of depression. With no one else to go to, the nobles made a decision to air their grievances to the chairman of the Magic Council, Damnatio Kira. While everyone was celebrating the Royal Night Tournament, night had already fallen and Grimm had decided to see what the people of the capital did during the late hours. Hopping from roof to roof, Grimm watched with interest as he saw street performers playing a show, restaurants popping with cheers and loud music. Looks like everyone's having a good time. Enjoying the atmosphere, Grimm kept watching what people were doing until he suddenly came upon an interesting conversation. Standing a busy street corner, two commoners, one with blonde hair and the other with brown, stood at a street corner looking at the other side of the road. "I just can't do it, man." The brown-haired man sighed. "Come on, sure you can. Just close your eyes when you're back there." His friend encouraged. "It's not that. She's just..." "Just what?" "Ugly. Fat." Looking over at the scantily dressed woman on the other side of the road, the brown-haired man frowned slightly. "She's just kinda dumb." "What?" "Of course she is. Why do you think she's so cheap? And it's not like she's going to run your finances for you. Plus this is the devil's threesome we're talking about. Do you really want to miss it just because she's an idiot?" "No. But I've got to have some kind of integrity, you know. I mean, you can't even have a conversation with the broad. And I think my wife is starting to catch on to what we're doing." "You worry too much. No one's gonna find out." The blonde man tried comforting his friend. "You don't understand." The brown-haired man shook his head. "Someone told my wife that they saw me on this corner last week." Sigh, "All right then, I guess I'll have to do this one alone, again." Hearing the pause in his friend's tone, the brown-haired man looked at his friend for a minute before responding. "Are you really trying to guilt-trip me for not having a threesome?" "No, but you always back out at this last minute, remember the fishing trip?" "Oh come on. That was totally not my fault. My wife stabbed me." "Yeah, but you still backed out of the trip." "I was bleeding to death." Sigh, you're right." The brown-haired man relented and put his hands on his friend's shoulder. Seeing his friend looking so down, the blonde-haired dude hardened his resolve. "You know what, let's do it." "What? Seriously?" His friend raised his head in surprise. "Yeah, let's go bang that cheap hooker together." "You mean it?" "Yeah." Nodding to each other, the two men approached the woman on the other side of the road and the three of them disappeared into a dark alley. Standing atop a building and watching the entire thing play out, Grimm had a puzzling look on his face. I get that they're friends and all, but is it normal to want to do that with a friend? Shaking his head and putting in the incident behind him, he flew up into the air and towards the noble district. Bored of listening to others' conversations, he decided to walk the streets of the capital and take in the sights. So this is the noble district, eh? It's quite clean. In a couple of days, those who passed the Royal Knight exam would be meeting up with the Wizard King for a briefing and strategy meeting. Until that time came, Grimm decided to do something he very rarely did: relax. Good evening, sir. A woman's voice called out to him. He raised his head. A woman in her late 30s/early 40s with a beautiful face. She was wearing a beautiful dark red dress that fit her tantalizing slim body and big milkers. Her long brown hair was tied into a braid and hung down loosely in front of her shoulder. A/N, basically it's the mom hairstyle from anime, you know the one I'm on about. Looking at him, the woman's face reddened slightly as her eyes looked at him shyly. You're the one from the tournament. You're Grimm, she asked wearily. While it wasn't strange for someone to know about him after all the noise he made during the tournament, he couldn't help but frown in confusion since he didn't know this woman. Excuse me. Can you come with me please, she said shyly. What? I would like you to accompany me to a social gathering as my guest. Chapter 109, Ballroom. What am I doing here? Standing in the middle of a ballroom looking extremely out of place, Grimm was surrounded by the women of high society. Wow, is this who I think it is? You've really outdone yourself, Mariella. As the ladies stroked his chest and touched up his body, the women who brought him here, Mariella was showing off to her friends. TCH. Watching their mothers, aunts and other female family members throwing their affection in Grimm's direction, the men at the ballroom was starting to become restless. Damn peasant. How dare someone of his stature show up here? Ahem. Walking up to Mariella, an older gentleman whose hair was slowly turning gray held out his hand and shot Grimm an aggressive glance before showing off a gentle smile. Mariella, my dear, would you do me the honor of being my partner for this next dance? Caught off guard by his sudden proposal, Mariella was momentarily taken aback but quickly calmed herself down. Of course, Sir Al. Taking hold of her outstretched hand, Grimm placed his hand around her waist and pulled her closer to himself. Oh. She raised her eyebrow and looked at the young man. Didn't you promise me the next dance? What? The surrounding women gasped. You. Gritting his teeth, the older gentleman wanted nothing more than to kill Grimm then and there. Trying to steal my dance partner right in front of me. Even if you have seniority, don't you think you're being a bit rude? Grimm asked innocently. Seniority. Anger by Grimm's indirect way of calling him old, the man was about to blow up. How dare you accuse me of? Sir Alec-Dala. Mariella cut in. My apologies for my companion's words, but as he has stated, I had promised to give him the next dance. I see. Feeling the gazes of all those around him, Alec-Dala had no choice but to back off lest he lose face. I just hope your husband will not mind you prancing around with a man of such low birth. Low birth? Did this old sack of shit just try to diss me? No need to worry about that. Mariella smiled sweetly. Very well. Seeing that he wasn't getting anywhere with this conversation, he bowed slightly to Mariella and the other ladies before throwing a dirty look Grimm's way and leaving. Hey Mariella. Grimm suddenly called. Does this guy have a wife? Standing in the middle of the ballroom with all eyes on them, Grimm and Mariella faced each other as the music slowly began. Taking hold of her hand, Grimm took a step forward as Mariella took a step back. This boy. He knows what he's doing. Having used Ki and the transparent world to observe the people in the ballroom, Grimm had already figured out the nuances involved in these dances. Adding on, breath of water, on top of that to enhance his mobility, what took these people years of tireless training was comprehended and replicated by Grimm in an instance. Moving in accordance to the music, the two seemed to be lost in their own world as they spun and circled around the ballroom floor calling attention to themselves through their actions. You never told me you could dance. She whispered into his ear. You never told me you had a husband. He grinned back. You never asked. She smiled. Touché, where is he anyway? See that middle-aged gentleman talking to Sir Alec-Dala on the left. Moving in a way that allowed him to see what was happening on the left-hand side of the room, Grimm saw a brown-haired man in his mid-50s holding a glass of wine and glaring at him. Is that him? MMM. She nodded. How do you think he feels seeing his wife dancing with someone he considers beneath him? Who knows? She answered calmly. I'm sure he'd rather be spending his time with one of his many mistresses. Oh. Is that jealousy I hear? Pausing for a moment, she looked deeply into Grimm's eyes. My marriage was arranged by my parents. This entire marriage is nothing more than a mere pretense to keep our families connected. I did my best. I fulfilled my obligations as a good wife without ever falling in love. For my family. I sacrificed my love, my happiness, my freedom. I bore that man his heirs, supported him in every endeavor and did everything possible to raise a family that he could be proud of. But still, it wasn't enough. No matter what I did, no matter how hard I worked, he would always go to one of his mistresses. 1 year ago I finally had enough and confronted him about his behavior, but instead of regret or even trying to explain why he did what he did, he accused me of not being good enough. He even said that it was my fault that he was cheating in the first place. Feeling her grip tighten on his hands, Grimm's facial expression stayed the same as he said. Is that so? So you're jealous that he's living the way he wants while you're stuck playing the role of the perfect wife? He continued. What? Am I wrong? Isn't that why you invited me here tonight? To make him jealous? I have no idea what you're talking about. Pulling her in close, he shut her up by covering her mouth with his own. Gasp. Seeing the obscene sight of Grimm kissing a married woman, many noble ladies felt their hearts skip a beat and heart-shaped symbols appeared in their eyes. He's kissing me. In front of my peers and husband. While the kiss was anything deep and more like a peck, it was more than enough to take her breath away. Feeling him pull back and separate their lips from each other, Mariella couldn't help but feel her face flush red as she looked into his beautiful yellow eyes. Unlike on the battlefield where they usually had a savage glint in them, the look in his eyes right now conveyed an indescribable amount of warmth and comfort that she had never thought possible. It was enough to make her weak in the knees. How was that? Feel like you've gotten back at him a little. In all honesty, that was Grimm's first kiss since arriving in this world. And while his own experience might not have been much, he was able to subconsciously draw on the experience on his previous lives to not seem too amateurish. Combined with the scenery and situation, he was sure that he had left a deep impression in Mariella's heart. Finally managing to settle herself a bit, just as Mariella was about to speak, the pace of the music suddenly changed. Increasing the speed in which they danced, Mariella matched his timing and started speaking in a hushed tone. Why do that? Do you know what will happen to me now? Smirking at her attempt to reprimand him, he continued dancing, while twirling her around. You wanted to make him jealous, didn't you? Want to make him even more jealous? What? Are you out of your min? Just like before, Grimm shut her up by placing his lips over hers. But unlike the last time, this kiss wasn't just a peck. Feeling his tongue intertwine with hers, she yet again felt another rush of helplessness, the sinking yielding, the surging tide of warmth that left her body feeling limp and devoid of energy. Slowly becoming intoxicated in this feeling of warmth and passion, Mariella didn't even realize that Grimm's face was becoming blurred and drowned into nothingness. Bending her head back, he kissed her softly at first, but unable to deny his nature as a beast, that soft and gentle kiss quickly escalated in intensity that made her cling to him as the only solid thing in a dizzying world. Using his tongue to part her lips and explore the deep crevices of her mouth, her body quivered as he sent wild tremors throughout her body, evoking sensations she had never known she was capable of feeling. And before she knew it, she had her arms wrapped around the back of his neck and was kissing him back. Chapter 110, Leading. Pulling away from her once again, Grimm saw that Mariella's eyes seemed to have glazed over and become unfocused. Damn, that was my second time kissing someone and she's already lost in the bliss. Sending over a mocking smile in Alec-Dalla's and Mariella's husband's direction, Grimm carried the dizzy woman over towards the other ladies he had previously been surrounded by. Placing her down on a chair, he planned to leave her here to recover. Sir Grimm. A middle-aged noble woman abruptly called out to him. Hearing his name being called, Grimm turned his head to look in that woman's direction. Baitum. The moment their eyes met, the woman suddenly found herself short of breath as she felt her heart skip a beat as those yellow eyes of his seemed to mark her. Unlike with the other noblemen that she was used to dealing with, the look in Grimm's eyes gave her the feeling that he was a predator looking at a piece of meat. And for the first time in her life, this usually arrogant noblewoman was at a loss for words. Well, I just wanted to know if I could also dance with you. She asked in a quiet voice. Dance with me. Feeling the piercing gazes of the rest of the noblemen standing on the other side of the room, Grimm felt the corners of his lips moving upwards. It'll be your honor. Taking him by his outstretched hand, the woman's face flushed red. Me next. Me too. I want to dance with you to Sir Grimm. Hearing all the ladies' desire to dance with him, he sent another mocking gaze towards the nobleman. That night, Grimm danced with 90% of the noblewomen there. What was shocking though was his stamina. One after the other, he danced without taking a break and made sure that he gave each woman an equal amount of time. And of course, he made sure to tongue wrestle with them in front of their husbands and fiancés. Watching him engage and feel up their spouses, the nobleman attending the ball wanted nothing more than to cut Grimm up into a million little pieces. But after watching how he treated nobility during the tournament and hearing the rumors about his base-hopping exploits, they had no choice other than to watch since they couldn't beat him in a fight. Heh, pussies. Grimm laughed loud enough for them to hear him. Clench. Hearing his comments, the noblemen could only swallow their anger and hang their heads low. Being so used to living in comfort, these fuckers didn't have any combat experience nor did they even know how to properly use their magic. What a waste of mana. Once he was done with his current dance partner, Grimm whispered some words into her ears before walking towards Alec-Dala and Mariella's husband. Seeing him coming over, both men put up their guard. Walking up to them, Grimm merely nodded his head and greeted them by saying "cucks" before walking right past them and holding his hand out to Alec-Dala's wife. May I have this dance? Sitting in front of him holding a glass full of wine was a pale blonde-haired woman around the age of 45 but with the body of a woman in her late 20s. Wearing a tight-looking strapless purple dress that accented her ample bosom, the woman gave off what Grimm's fractured memories referred to as milfy vibes as her mature charms drew him in. You want to dance with me? She chuckled after hearing his offer. Is that problem? Grimm smiled. She hummed before looking at Alec-Dala. What do you think, dear husband? Should I dance with this low-born trash? Hearing that word low-born again, the smile on Grimm's face stayed motionless as not a single hint of emotion could be seen. At first he wanted to dance with her in order to embarrass Alec-Dala, but after hearing the way Alec-Dala's wife referred to him as, he decided to change up his plan a little. Seeing his wife looking at him, the prideful Alec-Dala actually turned away as to not meet her eyes. Well. Whatever you think is best. He stuttered, refusing to look at her before walking away with Mariella's husband. Is that so? His wife chuckled before looking back at Grimm and taking his hand. But before she could reach it, he suddenly pulled it back and with a smile on his face he said, Sorry, but now that I think about it, I don't want to dance with you. What? The woman's eyes went wide. What do you mean you don't want to dance with me? Well, I just don't think you'd be able to keep up with me. Keep up with you? You arrogant piece of human gardash. Quiet bitch. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Opening his eyes a little bitch, an invisible pressure seemed to burst out of him and slam into her. Jaya. Suddenly finding it hard to breathe, Alec-Dala's wife grabbed the front of her dress as she looked up at the low-born trash and couldn't help but shudder when she saw those beaming yellow eyes. You called me trash earlier, didn't you? Grimm's cold voice pierced through the pressure. But tell me, what makes me trash compared to someone like you? What? She squeaked. I said what makes someone like me trash and someone like you special. In my eyes our roles are completely reversed. Gritting her teeth, the woman looked at Grimm with defiance. What do you want? She spat. Seeing that look in her eyes, Grimm smiled slightly. Let's start with a name. Valentina. Nice to meet you, Valentina. Do you mind if I call you Val? Instead of answering him, she shot him a murderous gaze. Val it is then. He grinned before offering his hand out again. Let's dance now. Staring at his hand for a moment, she eventually looked up at him. I thought you said I wouldn't be able to keep up with you. Hearing her comment, Grimm chuckled softly. Don't worry, I have no expectations of you. Hearing that seemed to light a fire in Valentina as she felt like he had insulted her on a personal level. As a woman in her mid-40s, she had been to more ballroom dances than she could even count, so for a 16-year-old commoner boy to say that she wasn't able to keep up with him made her feel like he was spitting on her pride. Taking him by the hand, she pulled and rushed to the dance floor. "Sorry, but I'm the one leading here." Not letting her run ahead of him, Grimm pulled her back and wrapped his arm around her waist before escorting her to the middle of the dance floor in front of her husband who was clenching his fists tightly. "What do you think you're doing?" Valentina growled. "I didn't give you permission to touch me." "Wow, the fact that you think I care is amazing. What is this boy?" For the past 3 songs, Grimm and Valentina had been dancing non-stop. And while Valentina was accustomed to dancing, after 3 songs she was starting to feel her limit closing in. How can he still dance without even looking the slightest bit fatigued? "So what do you say?" "What?" Hearing Grimm's words, she was snapped back to reality. "I said what's up with you and your husband? Why's he so nervous around you? That is none of your concern." "True, but..." Eep. Lowering his hand down slightly, he grabbed a handful of her cheeks causing her to yelp. "Would you rather have me grope you or answer my question? You disgust me. And the fucks I give are still 0. He chuckled. "So what's it gonna be?" Seeing that he wasn't gonna let the matter go, Valentina had no choice but to answer him. "My husband was born into a family whose status was lower than mine." As she explained some of the noble hierarchy to Grimm, she didn't realize it but she was becoming more and more comfortable with him as she even started talking about some personal details. Listening to her, Grimm couldn't help but think how easy it was to deal with women from nobility. Surrounded by nothing but spineless men who could do nothing but talk and flaunt their status, it was no wonder that someone like him who didn't care for status and used actions to convey his meaning would catch the interest of so many nobles. As the two danced to the pace of the music, Valentina slowly found herself starting to enjoy Grimm's company as he quietly listened to her complaints. Unlike her husband who did his best to avoid her, Grimm seemed to welcome her presence. But just as the two were about to move on to the next dance, the sight of Mariella getting up attracted Grimm's attention. Showing Val a kind smile, he apologized to her and excused himself. Watching him walk away and leave her on the dance floor only to take hold of another woman's hand. Valentina felt her body tremble. Did he just ditch me to spend time with another woman? Seeing the two of them leaving together, Valentina clenched her fists and followed after them. Chapter 111, A Long Night, Lemon. "Gee Grimm, I don't know if I can do this." Entering into an empty room, Grimm picked Mariella up princess style and threw her onto the neatly made bed ahead of them. Crawling up to her, he pressed his lips onto hers and gave her a deep passion-filled kiss. After swapping saliva for a bit and putting her in a more relaxed mood, he gently pulled back and put some distance between their faces before giving her a teasing smile. She froze when she locked eyes with him as her face became a deep crimson. Seeing her just silently stare at him, Grimm took her hand and slipped it into his shirt making her touch his ripped body. "Do you want this?" he asked in a tempting tone. Embarrassed by what was going on, she didn't know whether it was intentional or not but she tried to pull her hand back but couldn't as he held onto it tightly. "Why are you afraid? Didn't you enjoy pressing up against me like this earlier?" he said in a teasing voice as he moved her hand to explore his chest and abs slowly. It's not like that." She turned her head to the side and answered timidly. "Oh. Then do you prefer this one?" Without hesitation, he lowered her hand and slipped it into his trousers and underwear. A slight humming sound came out of his mouth when her cold hands touched his hot flesh directly. Feeling the smooth sensation of her hand wrap around her lower tool, he wasn't ashamed to show his enjoyment to her. "Ah." She gasped and tried to pull her hand once more. But like he'd done before, he held her hand back and made her grab it. "You felt it pressed against you earlier when we were dancing." He brought his face back to her ear and whispered. And shamelessly rubbed up against it. I whispered. Feeling his hot breath tickle her ear, she stopped pulling her hand away. When she didn't resist anymore he released her hand and let it free to touch him. "That's right, your husband had so many women do this to him, don't you think you should be free to do the same?" he whispered again in a sweet voice. While his hand gently stroked the side of her neck down to her breast, he skillfully unbuttoned her shirt one by one as if he had done so countless times in the past. Slipping his hand into her bra, he gently played with her nipple and slowly squeezed it. Ngnhh. A slight moan came out of her mouth. Hearing her moan like that, he licked her earlobe and whispered, "Still want to stop?" Closing her eyes tightly, she shook her head. I want to continue, but it's been so long." Grabbing her by the chin and turning her head so that she would face him, he gazed into her eyes. "Then let's make up for all that lost time." Giving her a teasing smile, he placed her waist between his thighs. Doing his best to hold his savage nature in check and slowly ease her into things, he bit down on her bra and pulled it down. In one pull, one of her breasts sprung from her captivity and without the slightest hint of hesitation he swallowed it. Ngnhhhh. She crumpled the bedsheet on her head's side. Flicking and sucking the tip with his tongue, he used his other hand to pull out the other breast and massage it. Listening to her moans, his thirst increased as his primal urge enhanced by his breath of the beast bass quickly rose. Fiddling with his trousers, he eventually managed to pull them down and give Mariella easier access to his underwear. "It's, getting bigger," she said in a ragged breath. "Do you want to see it?" He tempted her once again. "Yes," she answered shyly. Without any shame, he stood up and removed his shirt and underwear, showing off his cock that cast a large shadow over her face. Seeing such a sight caused her eyes to enlarge in surprise. Ah. It's so big. I don't know if it will fit." "It will fit." He grinned as he lowered his head down to the front of her pedal. "I will make it fit." Sliding her underwear to the side, he lowered his tongue and licked her wet entrance. She moaned, feeling his tongue flick across her clit. Burying his tongue into her warm pedal and wetting it with his saliva, he explored her warm inner walls. "Sir Grimm." No, it's weird, No. I feel weird." Twisting her body erotically, her toes curled up as she used both of her hands to cover her blushing face. Since this world was akin to the medieval era of Earth, the concept of pleasuring a woman had not yet been implemented in society. Forgetting that, just the thought of using your tongue to go down on a woman had not been heard of, this was Mariella's very first time experiencing such intense pleasure. Ignoring her moans, he continued to lick her until he was satisfied, letting the sweet taste of nectar from her liquid fill his mouth. He felt her inner walls twitch and loosen up, ready to accept his cock. Pulling his mouth back that was dripping with her juices, he crawled up to her and rubbed his cock in front of her entrance. "I can't." It's too much." Smiling at her embarrassed expression, Grimm pried her legs open. And without warning, he entered her in one motion. Screamed in pleasure. "So tight." He beamed. She really wasn't kidding about not doing this in a while. Feeling the squishy tightness of her insides, Mariella's sweet honeypot fully swallowed his member. If he had to describe the feeling of losing his virginity, he would describe it as him sticking his dick into a hot, wet tunnel filled with soft bumps and incredible suction power. This feeling brings back memories. Suddenly recalling similar experiences from his past lives, a plethora of knowledge seemed to well up inside of him before bursting like a fountain and filling him with thousands upon thousands of years of sexual experience. Listening to her moans caused his patience to quickly run out as he held her down by the wrists and raised his hips. Feeling him slide out of her, Mariella opened her eyes to look at him. "What are you doing, kyah?" Suddenly slamming his hips back down with full force, the light in Grimm's eyes seemed to become unhinged as his reasoning seemed to vanish and his bestial instincts took over. It was quite the aggressive move, but he didn't care anymore. This feeling of something tightly wrapped around his dick awakened the beast in him. And once it was out, there was no going back. *thwack. 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 Mercilessly slamming his cock into her pussy noisily. Mariella squirted out juices, which caused her to be surprised and embarrassed. Yet, even if she wanted to pull away shamefully, he wouldn't let her. As her pussy filled with her own natural lubricants, it became even easier for him to jackhammer her. No. She cooed out. Feeling her pussy grip him even tighter and watching as her breasts swayed back and forth rhythmically from the pounding, each thrust brought out a sweet pleasured moan as she was driven deeper into a state of indescribable pleasure. Grabbing her by the hips and humping her like a savage, her lewd scents filled the air, and she soon couldn't stop herself from letting out moans. Ah, yes sir. Grim, this feels so good. Don't stop. Please don't stop. The bed shook from their wild mating, and with her husband being only a few rooms away, the situation seemed to stimulate both of them further as leaned even into her and increased his speed even further. It's, feels good. Yes, right there, right there. She cried, almost drooling. Grunting in response, Mariella felt something wrong. He was actually getting bigger inside of her. Agig. A scandalous erotic voice came out of her mouth as her body jerked in surprise. Losing his mind, losing his human side, that wild side of him that craved chaos and destruction took over. Asterisk thwack. Asterisk 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 asterisk thwack. Asterisk. Agig, Grim, Grim. Oh, Grim. She constantly called out his name. As if responding to the call of his name, he continued to grind her, making her pedal burning hot, and making her forget about her husband, her children, everything. All that she could focus on was the sound of the clashing of their flesh and the sound of her own moans. Something's coming, Angie. Grunting louder than before, Grim suddenly picked up the pace. Ang. Grim. Oh. Her body raised slightly as he fired his semen inside her. Ugh hi. He groaned in pleasure. Still lost in the bliss of shooting his first ever load in this life, he didn't know how long this state of tranquility lasted as Mariella's pussy clenched onto him tightly as if it was trying to wring out every last drop he had to spare. Outside the room. Schlick schlick schlick. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Slamming the door to the room open, a red-faced Valentina whose hands were playing with one of her breasts while the other was up her dress jumped back in surprise as she saw a savage-looking Grim who seemed to have grown in stature and had what looked like steam escaping from his mouth. Hi Grim. Was the only thing she could say when she saw his throbbing member pointing at her. Ballroom. Listening to the end of another song, Alec and Mariella's husband clapped in applause at the band's performance. Bravo. Bravo. They cheered. Excuse me. A woman's voice sounded out behind them. Turning around and taking a look at the woman, the two realized that she was the one that Grim had whispered something to earlier. Grim told me to give you this once the seventh song had finished. Handing the two of them a napkin, the woman blushed slightly as she speed walked in the direction that Grim, Mariella and Valentina had disappeared in. Frowning at her actions, the two opened the napkin to see what was written there. While you guys are clapping your hands to the sound of music, I'll be busy clapping the cheeks of your wives to the sound of our own music XD. Chapter 112, Unrelenting, Lemon. Aw. Grim, so good. She called out his name breathlessly as her body jerked in excitement, her eyes closed tightly, holding back the pleasure mixed with pain from her lower area. Feeling her chest pressed against his, Valentina was hoisted up by Grim's strong manly hands and was staring into the eyes of the most dominant man and beast of a cock she had ever known. She cried out in fear at Grim's beast-like expression before she felt the mushroomed head slide into her again. Thwack 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 thwack. Ah! She screamed in delight. Forcing his way deeper and deeper into Valentina's cunt, her uncontrolled and passionate screams mixed with her pleasure-laden moans reverberated throughout the entire room as Grim continued his assault on her soaking wet pussy. While his beast might have been let out of its cage, the man fucking her was still Grim and still had some of Grim's tendencies. This could be seen as he paused several times to watch as Valentina's face twisted and struggled to deal with the pain, pleasure, and understanding that this commoner boy would probably be the greatest fuck she'd ever have. Slowly the thrusts increased in pace until the only sounds heard were the smacks of their hips, the wet sound of her insides being pounded, and the short sharp burst of breath as she tried to deal with the invader motoring its way in and out of her. So good. This continued until the usually haughty Valentina became nothing more than a drooling mess who could do nothing more than cling to Grim's back as he fucked her with reckless abandon. Each breath she took became desperate and sharp as they started to sync up in time with each pile-driving thrust of Grimm's hips. It was unknown at what time it happened, but at some point Valentina began seeing stars and started to come like she had never come before as Grimm continued to hold her in the air while hitting places deep inside her with every strong animalistic thrust. Their moans of pleasure and her screams intertwining as they fucked ceaselessly. She screamed and cried again and again as Grimm hit home again and again remorselessly. Valentina could only hold on tightly to Grimm's body as she was plunged up and down over his cock like a trained porn star before she came again, pussy juices running down his dick and balls, dripping onto the floor as she began to fall in and out of consciousness through sheer ecstasy. Feeling her body go limp in his arms, Grimm let out a grunt as he dropped her on the floor. Not enough. I'm not satisfied. Gripping both sides of her head, a dangerous light flashed through his eyes as he pried her mouth open. Squeak. Hearing the sound of the door open a little, Grimm's head snapped to the side as he saw several red-faced noblewomen staring at his naked figure. As he turned to look at these ladies, his still erect sword smacked the loosely conscious Valentina across the face and knocked her out cold. Ha, ha. Ha. Clapping the 68th noblewoman from the back, Grimm felt her insides tighten up as she let out an ear-piercing scream before passing out on top one of the previous 67 noblewomen. Tossing her to the side, Grimm stood up and walked towards the last noblewoman who hadn't collapsed yet. Watching him coming over with eyes filled with awe and wonder, the last woman stripped herself of those pesky clothes and got down on all fours. Wiggling her butt in his direction, a smile crossed her face when she saw his dick jerk up. Still in a state of extreme horniness, Grimm grabbed the woman's hips and plunged into her. Eep! The woman yelped. While she might have been wet from watching him aggressively fuck the past 68 women, nothing could prepare her for this. Slow, down. Ignoring her and thrusting into her harder, he suddenly grabbed the back of her hair and pulled. Moans of pleasure leaked out of her mouth as her eyes rolled into the back of her head. Slamming into her even harder than before, the woman's body trembled as she experienced a tense orgasm. Grunting loudly, Grimm still felt unsatisfied as he pulled on her hair and shot his load deep into her womb. The woman dropped face first onto the floor and shuddered, still feeling her orgasm. Pulling out of her, Grimm stood over the woman and looked down at her with those scary yellow eyes of his. How is he still so hard? Seeing that he hadn't calmed down yet, the woman did her best to smile as she spread her ass cheeks apart. My vagina can't take any more, but you can use the other hole if you want. Seeming to understand her, a light flashed through his eyes as he lifted her as higher into the air and positioned his cock at the entrance of her asshole. Lubed up from his semen and her vaginal juices, her little butthole winked at him. Taking that as an invitation, he forced his way in. The woman raised a scream as her body froze from the sudden invasion. Though her asshole was really tight, much tighter than her pussy, and squeezed his dick as if wanting to tear it apart, the fluids covering his cock made the penetration a bit easier. It's too big, she cried. Take it out. Take it out. Grabbing her by the shoulders, he ignored her complaints and started ramming his dick into her as aggressively as he could. Smacking against her cheeks loudly, the sound of his balls slapping against her swollen cunt echoed across the entire room as her wet pussy juices splashed all over the lavish carpet. Good, it feels good. The woman below him moaned out. Hearing her moans and smelling the lewd scent of sex that clung to the air, Grimm relished in the feeling of pleasure and domination as he continued to pound the woman like she was nothing more than a hole to unleash his lust upon. Trapped under him, the woman experienced the full weight of Grimm's aggressive thrusts and felt her body lose any semblance of control she had left. Howling in complete erotic pleasure, her body shook as she kept coming as he pumped her good. As she experienced more and more orgasms than she ever thought possible, snot, tears, and drool fell from her face while her eyes rolled up in her head. Unable to hold it back any longer, he gave it one last thrust before semen started gushing out of him like a geyser as an extreme state of pleasure washed over his whole body. Chapter 113, Grimm's Thoughts. Breathing heavily after going another round with the ones who had woken back up, Grimm looked at the 69 women passed out in the room. Taking a closer look at them, he noticed that each of them had bite marks somewhere on their bodies and looks of satisfaction spread across their faces. Did I mark my territory? Having come to his senses properly, he couldn't help but appreciate the sight in front of him. Looks like having breath of the beast, as my base was more beneficial than I thought. Increasing his stamina and primal urges, Grim felt himself brimming with power as he could probably go a couple more rounds if need be. While sex couldn't compare to the satisfaction he felt when he crushed those who opposed him, he had to say that wouldn't mind experiencing it again in the future. Not to mention how light his body felt at the moment. Since this was his first ever sexual encounter, the year's worth of cum stored in his body came flooding out all at once, giving him the feeling of relaxation and loosening the tension his body had accumulated over time. Putting his clothes back on, he couldn't help but wonder what was going on in the ballroom. About half of the noblewomen from the night were in this room with him while the other half were in the ballroom. Surely someone would have noticed by now. Not to mention that he even left a note. Not because he wanted to show off or anything, he was just curious to see how they would react if they knew that their wives were cheating on them with someone they considered trash. Creating chaos and watching it unfold before his eyes, could anything be more interesting than that? That being said, he wasn't entirely sure how much these nobles understood from his note. Shrugging his shoulders, he tidied himself up a little and left the room by flying out of the window. Feeling the wind brush against his face as he flew high above the clouds, a sly smile crept onto his face as he knew that he had given all the women he fucked an unforgettable experience. Despite this being his first time, he could tell that he had gained more political power in the Clover Kingdom. He already had the commoners on his side, adding half of the women from nobility on top of that almost doubled his influence in one fell swoop. And considering the fact that some of these women had more power than their husbands, he had no reason to worry about their retaliation. While he may not care about what happened to the Clover Kingdom in general, having this much political power was quite exciting. Even though he believed that violence was the answer to everything, fucking with people mentally was fun in its own way. Especially if he knew that he could get away with it. Jail. Ha! With so many nobles backing him now, that was no longer a concern. A/N, corruption at its best. Flying through the air without a care in the world, he thought back on the Royal Knight tournament. Out of everyone he had fought, only 4 people were able to take him head-on. Asta, working with Noel and Langris. Although he could remove Langris from the list since he already seen through his weakness, the other 3 were still problematic. While Noel wasn't too outstanding at the moment, he could tell that her potential would carry her much further than this. Not that he was worried or anything, if she got stronger than she was now he'd simply beat her back into the dirt and remind her of her place. Asta on the other hand was difficult to understand. Since anti-magic seemed to be its own thing, Grim couldn't predict the way in which he could expand upon it. Right now his weakness was that he could only fight if he was in melee distance. And while he could throw his Demon Dweller sword like that time he did to Ladros, he had no way to get the sword back if he missed. If he ever got any ranged attacks, his enemies would be in for a difficult time. That being said, if Asta ever managed to gain an ability like that, he may actually be able to fight Grim on an even playing field. Just the thought of that happening had Grim's heart racing in anticipation. Was also a special case as he was aided by the power of a spirit. Adding on the fact that he was a possessor of a 4-leaf clover, Grim couldn't even begin to imagine just how far he could go. Spirit Dive or whatever it was called boosted his power to the point that it was capable of competition with a captain for a short time. That kind of raw untapped potential was honestly scary. If it weren't for the fact that he had no way to deal with any close-range fighters, Grim felt that he could have had a really good one-on-one fight with him. Looks like I'm not the only one improving. I need to train harder. Moving on from that, something suddenly occurred to him. What if they become pregnant? Thinking about it logically, the amount he released inside of the noble women from the party would have any fertile women popping out babies 9 months later. Shit. Am I about to become a dad? No. I'm overthinking things. From my memories of Earth, I'm pretty sure a past version of me read somewhere that elves had a hard time reproducing. Fuck. I'm half human. Fuck. Fuck. Wait a second. Why am I panicking? If they're pregnant, then the nobles will take care of them. They'll have easy lives. And if they have my genes, they'll be prodigies. Ha. No responsibility is great. Laughing to himself, the thought that him being half human half elf meant that the chances of those women becoming pregnant was a literal 50-50 was hilarious. It was basically a fight between his elf and human genes. And not matter which one won, he'd come out on top. 69 kids with his genes. Wouldn't they be great opponents in the future? Huh. Screeching to a halt in midair, he felt a weird fluctuation of mana emanating from below. What the hell? Hum. Floating out of its holster, his grimoire starting humming violently and glowing silver. The fuck? Having never seen his grimoire react like this before, Grimm's face suddenly became serious as he looked towards the location he felt that weird pulse of mana. Looking back at his grimoire that was still humming and glowing, he decided to check out what was making his grimoire act up. Chapter 114, Playing in the Streets. Descending down from the sky and landing in a dark alleyway. Grimm closed his eyes and used his mana sensing ability to pinpoint the exact location the mana fluctuations were originating from. There. Snapping his eyes open, he stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked out onto the streets. Yo Grimm. It's him. Our hero. Down with nobility. Recognizing him, a few commoners waved at him while shouting their support. Smiling and waving at them, he did his best to greet them while not stopping. Keeping to himself and trying not to let his grimoire go flying off, he walked under the moonlit sky with a small smile hanging off his face. You can come out now. Walking through an empty street, the sound of the wind echoed out as the shadows seemed to come alive. How'd you find us? A voice sounded out from all around. Who knows? He shrugged. Maybe I'm psychic or something. Falling silent, the voice seemed to contemplate something. So who are you guys? Stalkers? Obsessive fans? Or maybe you're assassins? Talking casually, not a speck of worry could be seen on Grimm's face as he seemed to be enjoying himself. Now, as exciting as this is, I'm a little busy at the moment, so could we wait until I'm finished with my business? Rumble. In response to his question, the air seemed to shiver as several hooded figures appeared out of nowhere. Oh. He raised an eyebrow. That wasn't spatial magic. Putting that thought aside for the time being, he gave the assassins a quick head count. Really? Is this all? I've gotta say, I'm a bit disappointed. Instead of answering him, the hooded figures put their arms behind them and pulled out several knives, cleavers, and other similar weapons. Seriously? I know this a little hypocritical of me to say, but we live in a world full of magic and you fuckers are using fucking kitchen tools to kill someone. Are you motherfuckers retarded or something? I'd give you a pass if they were enhanced by magic or something, but this is just fucking embarrassing. Like holy shit, I wouldn't want to be you guys right now. Hearing Grimm make fun of their weapons, some of the assassins started to feel self-conscious. This feeling only became worse when Grimm materialized one of his swords and said, "Look, mine's longer." Oh my god, are you carrying fucking scissors? I am, well. And you? He shifted his attention to another assassin. Are you wearing face paint? It was my daughter's birthday. Oh shit, how old is she? She just turned 4. The assassin said proudly. Damn, she ain't a baby anymore. I know, they grow up so fast. It feels like it was just yesterday that all she could say was dada. You and your wife must be really proud. Smiling sadly, the assassin showed a pained expression. My wife died during childbirth. But I've made sure my daughter has everything she needs. Well, ain't that just the most wholesome thing I've heard all night? It's a shame though. What is? That I'm about to make your child an orphan. What? Everyone run. The disembodied voice suddenly yelled. Too late. Breath of wind, 4th form, rising dust storm. Creating a glowing green disk under their feet, Grimm watched as his spell did its thing. Ember. Was the last thing that the assassin father said before the spell activated. Slash. 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 Without taking a single step, Grimm managed to kill every assassin sent after him within a matter of seconds. Yo, Mr. Announcer dude. He called out to the disembodied voice. I think your friends are dead. He joked. Oh. You've gone real quiet all of a sudden. Cat got your tongue or something? Ignoring me, eh? Well, that's fine, you'll be singing really loud real soon. Kaya. Holding a one-armed middle-aged man up by his neck, Grimm's outfit was stained in blood as his beast sword dripped with red liquid. Now then. He smiled. Which nobleman sent you? After giving him a couple of light taps, Grim had the assassin spilling all the details about the men who paid them to get rid of him. Crash. Dropping the one-armed assassin on the ground, Grim crouched down so the two weren't too far away from the other. So, what's your magic? Gritting his teeth, the assassin raised his head and stared him down. Smiling at his expression, Grim's eyes went down to stare at his remaining arm. Illusion magic. The men stuttered. Oh. So that's how you made those guys appear out of nowhere. Understanding how he did it, Grim couldn't help but nod to himself. But how did you know I was gonna show up here? Even I didn't know I was gonna come here. Seeing that he was refusing to answer, the assassin watched as Grim's head tilted to the side and his smile grew wider. Don't you just love symmetry? Feeling his arm ache, the expression on the assassin's face darkened. We were put a tracking device on you at the party. So they've been following me since from back then. I see. He laughed. Well, time to get rid of you. Hearing him, the assassin's eyes shook as he clenched his remaining fist and thrust it at the now standing Grim. Die, scumbag. Illusion creation magic, fear incarnate. What are you doing? Seeing that nothing happened, the assassin felt his whole body turn cold. I am possible. Why, you don't fear anything? Not understanding what he meant, Grim placed his foot on the man's head and slowly exerted force. Fear? The fuck's that? Chapter 115, Let's play a game. Name. Grim. Favorite animal. The one with the sharpest fangs. Is that a joke? It's as real as the blood on my shirt. Sitting in a dark room surrounded by books, weird symbols, and strange sounds, Grim sat around a table opposite a woman in wearing golden bangles, a mouth mask and a hood that covered some strange tiara-like ornament. In front of them was a small crystal ball. How long is this gonna take? As long as it needs to. The woman answered, focusing her attention on the crystal ball. You know I could just take the stone, right? Then why don't you? Leaning forward, he took a closer look at the crystal ball and smiled. Call it curiosity. Oh. The woman raised a brow. You said that stone's been in your family for generations, right? Any idea where it came from? No idea. Any idea what it does? No idea. Any idea why it's releasing mana? No idea. Is there anything you do know? You killed a lot of people before coming here. You don't need to be a fortune teller to know that. The stone in question that the two were talking about referred to the object that resonating with his grimoire. A gray stone that gave of a soft silvery glow leaking out pure unrefined mana that Grim found strangely comforting. So, see anything yet? Yes. She answered, concentrating solely on the crystal ball. It's murky, but I see. 3 figures, a man covered in shadows, a large tree, and a ritual. Wow, that told me absolutely nothing. I just told you what I saw. It's not really my concern if you understand it or not. Yeah, can I have the stone now? Rolling her eyes, the woman stood up and picked up a stone from the counter. Catch. Snatching it out of midair, Grim took a closer look at it. Besides its color and the fact that it's leaking mana, it looks like an ordinary stone. Find anything? The fortune teller asked. Not yet. Seeing that he was just as lost as she was, the fortune teller smiled and kept checking his fortune. You're still doing that? Got nothing better to do? She shrugged. How about a game then? Pausing for a moment, she thought about his suggestion. What type of game? One that proves fortune-telling isn't absolute. Raising her eyes, she looked at him deeply and sighed. You do know I have divination magic, right? Yep, but my future isn't something a human like you could see. Didn't I already see your future with my fortune-telling? Nope, that sounded like some vague bullshit that you could have made up on the spot. What I propose is something much more concrete. Feeling challenged and slightly intrigued, the fortune teller nodded her head. What's the game? Smiles. Ever heard of rock, paper, scissors? Get it? Yeah. She nodded. After explaining how the game worked, Grim told her how they'd play. She was allowed to use her divination magic, whenever she wanted to see his next move. And to make the game more interesting, he added in the condition that every time one of them lost a round they'd have to remove a piece of clothing. I still don't get why we're playing this. Think about it this way, if you win then you'll prove that your magic is viable. But if I win, it proves that the future isn't as concrete as you thought. Why does it feel like you win no matter the outcome? Smiling at her comment, he formed his hand into a fist. Rock, paper, scissors. Divination magic, future sight. Throwing out their hands, the fortune teller suddenly smiled. I win, she said with a smirk on her face. Taking one of his boots off, he placed it to the side. To think the hero of commoners would be stripping in my shop, I wonder what your fans would say if they knew. She laughed. Throwing a condescending smile his way, the two threw the fists forward again. Divination magic, future sight. I win. The fortune teller yelled again and grinned in his direction. Removing another boot, the expression on his face remained neutral as he said again. You're really desperate for me to see you in the nude, eh? Confident in her future sight, the fortune teller threw her hand forward again. Ha! Why? Looking at her own fist and then at Grimm's, a look of confusion covered her face as she abruptly stopped her sentence. Rock. Slamming her hands on the table, the fortune teller's eyes trembled. How? I saw you throw paper. Strip. He smiled. I must have messed up the spell. There's no way my future sight could be tricked in a small game like this. Gritting her teeth, the fortune teller removed her hood to show off her enchanting face. Not bad. If only she was about 10 to 12 years older. A/N, MILF Secunite. Expecting him to be charmed by her appearance, a look of shock flashed across her face when she saw that not a single muscle on his face had twitched. This bastard. Rock, paper, scissors. Future sight. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Feeling like she had just been punched in the gut, the fortune teller stumbled back when she saw that her prediction had been wrong again. Impossible. Strip. Sitting around the table with a taunting smile smeared across his face, Grimm's aura seemed to have grown bigger as the shadows in the room seemed to consume all the light except the glow from the crystal ball. Strip. He repeated. Clenching her fists, the look in the fortune teller's eyes became serious as she slowly took off her golden tiara and sat back around the table. Ready. Rock, paper, scissors. How can this be? How are you doing this? At her wit's end, the two had been playing rock, paper, scissors for over 20 minutes now, and after her first two initial wins, she hadn't won a single match since. Who knows? He shrugged. Why not look into the future and tell me how I'm doing it? He teased. Clenching her fists tightly, she stared him down, trying to figure out what was going on. I'm not sensing any mana fluctuations from him. It's clear that he's not using any magic to beat me. Strip. He suddenly said. Angered by the nonchalant expression on his face, the fortune teller removed one of the bangles on her wrists. Stop. Please stop. Oh. But weren't you confident in your divination magic? I was wrong. Please let me go. Down on her knees and bowing her head to him. The fortune teller was left in nothing but her undergarments with tears and snot covering her once beautiful face. Let you go. He chuckled. Why not use that magic you're so proud of to see whether I'll let you go or not? So, what did you see? You didn't let me go. Wow, I'm not even a fortune teller and even I knew that. He grinned. No Sir Grimm, please let me go. She prostrated herself before him. Resting his feet on her back, he let out a tired sigh. You already know how this is gonna end, so why drag this out longer than it needs to be? But I can't, if you see my naked then. Listen up, whatever your name is, I honestly couldn't give a shit about seeing you naked. Are you hot? Yes. Would I smash? Without a second thought. But would I let you go? Hell no. I'm having way too much fun watching you squirm and try to figure out how I'm beating you. I'm not ready to give that up yet. Please. She sobbed. Smiling at her, he clenched his fist and shook it in front of her. Rock. Come on, the sooner we finish the sooner you can put your clothes back on. Paper. She whispered. Scissors. they both yelled in union. And as expected, Grim won again. No. Yes. Laughing at her drop in expression, Grim felt like he was on top of the world. While this may not be a fight, dominating someone in any circumstance was what he lived for. So panties or bra? Whoa. What's going on? After playing her one more time, Grim finally got her to remove her panties and got to see her in her full glory. Unfortunately, that moment was short-lived as a weird magic circle seemed to manifest beneath them. Sniff, this is why I didn't want to get fully naked in front of you. What? What are you talking about? This magic circle. My mom set it up so that the first man who saw me naked would be bound to me. What? You don't mean it's a marriage contract? Chapter 116, The Contract. Marriage? Oh hell nah. You've got me all kinds of fucked up if you think I'm about to get married to some hoe-ass trick like you. What? Fuck. That. Shit. Biatch. Do you know who the fuck I am? I'm Grim. The motherfucking Grim. The motherfucking demon slayer Grim. The one and only true MILF hunter Grim. The bitch slapper Grim. The cheek clapper Grim. The no slacker Grim. The put you in a wheelchair after one night Grim. The fuck you 6 ways till Friday Grim. Do you understand? I will fucking mollywop your ass if you and your crusty-ass mama even think about trying to trap me in some type of magical contract voodoo bullshit. You get me, bitch? 'Cause that's who the fuck I am. Put some motherfucking respect on my name. Unable to stop, Grim kept throwing out words that he didn't fully understand but felt were appropriate to the situation. Like, why would you even agree to play when you have a condition like this? Well. I didn't think I was gonna lose. She whispered. This cunt. Just as he was about to explode into a rage and most likely kill her as a result, an out-of-nowhere humming sound stopped him. Hum. Asterisk. Flying out of its holster, his grimoire suddenly flipped open and started glowing. What now? Still irate at the fact that he was about to get married, he was balancing on the edge of rationality. Hum. Asterisk. Resonating with his grimoire, the stone he got from the fortune teller suddenly started levitating in the air and slowly flew towards his grimoire. What the fuck? Once the two objects were close to each other, a flash of silver light broke out, causing Grim and the fortune teller to shield their eyes. Ugh. By the time they looked back, the stone had seemingly vanished and the grimoire had returned to its holster. The hell was that? Breaking the silence, Grim turned towards the fortune teller looking for answers. I don't know. You don't know. Ha, ha, ha. Starting to feel uncomfortable by his laughter, a feeling of dread sprouted in her heart. Laughing like there was no tomorrow, Grim looked at the magic circle on the ground. Fuck this. Stop. The fortune teller suddenly screamed. If you leave the circle before the ceremony is finished, you'll lose everything. Halting his steps, a dark aura burst out of Grim's body as he turned his head to the side and said, What did you just say? In a voice so deep that the fortune teller felt it was suffocating her. My mother designed it so that whoever left the circle would lose everything to the other person in the circle. Seeing that he wasn't responding, the fortune teller knew that she had to go into more detail. Look. On the back of your hand you should have a magical binding brand that looks like the magic circle on the floor. Raising his right hand, he saw a circular look tattoo that resembled the magic circle on the ground. I have one too. The fortune teller said, showing off the brand on her own hand. This is the physical manifestation of our marriage. It also acts as a transfer channel that connects us together. Connects us. He frowned. What exactly does it connect? Mana, magic type, life force, everything. Magic type. Opening his grimoire, he saw words forming on a page he had never seen before. Demon slaying divination magic. The hell? Wait. He suddenly released a horrifying amount killing intent. You have my magic? He asked slowly. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Having never faced such immense pressure before, the fortune teller was forced down to her knees. Looking at him now, the phantom image of a being cloaked in black carrying a scythe seemed to manifest behind his figure. What is that? Feeling her mouth suddenly dry up, beads of sweat started rolling down her face as her body started trembling in fear. Seeing her lose control of her bladder and leave a mess below her, Grimm's anger subsided slightly. When you said that I'd lose everything if I left this circle, what did you mean? Finding it hard to breathe let alone talk, Grimm had to lift some of the pressure off of her. Before the ceremony is done, the person who leaves the circle first of their own free will have everything they have go to other participant. Be more specific. He clenched his fists. If you leave now, you'll lose your magic, mana, life, and I'll gain them all. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. If you do anything that could threaten our marriage like cheating, you'll lose everything and I'll gain them all. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As if an explosion had gone off, Grimm's mana started fluctuating in a wild and unstable manner. This is basically an early divorce. And one where I lose everything. Growing more and more unstable by the second, the air around the two started to quake. Gee, Grimm. The fortune teller stuttered, having never felt such chaotic mana before. I've come so far. To think I'd be fucked over by a fucking marriage contract of all things. I won't allow it. I won't allow it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Aha. The fortune teller screamed. As he was drawing closer and closer to raging, something suddenly occurred to him. Raising his right hand, he looked at the brand and then back at the magic circle. As if something had suddenly clicked, a sly smile crept onto his face as he focused all his attention on the magic circle. What are you doing? The fortune teller screamed as she saw him walking out of the magic circle. Instead of answering, he kept looking forward and activated a spell. Breath of the Beast, Crazy Cutting. Slash. 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 Increasing the speed of the gray aura blades rotating around his body, as he walked forward the ground was completely torn up as the aura blades started cutting so fast that they practically became invisible to the naked eye. Wait. Stop. She yelled, seeing him step on the magic circle. But to her surprise, the part of the magic he stepped on seemed to vanish as if it was wiped away. What the? Grinning at the fact that his theory had worked, Grimm kept walking until he was fully outside the circle. Now then, let's get divorced on my terms. Chapter 117, The Future's Looking Grim. Having erased part of the magic circle like erasing a mark on a whiteboard, Grimm looked at the fortune teller and came up with an ingenious method to reap benefits from this divorce without any drawbacks. Heh. He grinned, flaring up his magic power. What are you doing? The fortune teller's eyes went wide when she saw him start walking back towards the circle. Ignoring her and focusing on the task at hand, Grimm used Crazy Cutting to shave away at the parts that would negatively affect him, effectively reworking the contract to his benefit. It was just a shame that he didn't know how to write magical formulas, since he could have just rewritten the contract instead of just instinctively removing some words. Since the magic circle dictated that only those who left its area of effect of their own free will would lose everything to their partner, he was unable to push the fortune teller out, as the contract could backfire on him since she wasn't leaving of her own free will. But what if he used his beast magic to erase the parts of the contract that stated that? Would the effect vanish? Would he still be bound to the fortune teller? While he may not be able to read the words in the magic circle himself, one of his past lives seemed to be experienced in magic circle formulas. From that he was able to instinctively avoid the parts of the contract that specifically targeted him and his magic. Ignoring his screaming wife, he kept erasing more and more parts of the magic circle until he was thoroughly satisfied. That should do it. What have you done? The fortune teller screamed, feeling something change within the contract and the marriage brand on her hand. I'm having you pay alimony. He grinned. Ali, what? Before she could receive her answer, a large pulse of white magical energy burst out from the magic circle on the floor and lit up the entire room. My eyes. The fortune teller shrieked. Following the burst of magical energy, the magical circle on the floor started to reform itself back into a proper circular shape and not some weird blotted mess with holes in it. What the hell? Feeling a warm throbbing sensation on the back of their hands, both husband and wife looked down at the marriage brand signifying their marriage and saw that the mark had started to glow as it synced up to the new contract rules. Impossible. The fortune teller stuttered as a look of horror surfaced on her face. You changed the terms of the contract. Yep. He grinned and stuffed his hands in his pockets. Life's all about winning and losing, a divorce is no different. So you lost at rock, paper, scissors and marriage. This just ain't your day, is it? Agk. She screamed and charged him. My ex is crazy. Never thought I'd ever say that. He laughed, seeing her rushing towards him. Right as she was about to scratch his face, the fortune teller suddenly found herself down on her knees and bleeding from her eyes, ears and mouth while experiencing unimaginable pain. What is this? Unable to utter a sound due to the pain of opening her mouth, Grimm held her by the chin and raised her head so that she was looking up at him and he was looking down on her. The previous contract stated that if you do anything that could jeopardize our marriage you would lose everything. But fear not. He joked. I erased the part about you losing everything and used some of the leftover parts to put you in a state of unimaginable pain. Of course this only a one-way deal though. He smirked. Looking up at him with tears of blood rolling down her face, an expression of rage covered her face. Ah, don't look like that. He laughed. It's not like you're losing too much. I only get to keep your divination magic, most of your mana, and made it so you're unable to fight, betray, or scheme against me lest you want to wind up in this painful situation every time. Oh. Why do you look so surprised? I told you that I only erased the part about you losing everything and making this a one-way deal. Oh. You're probably thinking that this shouldn't be possible, right? Realization dawned on him before it turned into a chuckle. It actually wasn't that hard. Since I couldn't replace the word marriage in the contract, I used my magic to cut the bond between me and the magic circle, making it so that I was no longer bound by the contract. That being said, I kept my link to you active. And since you're connected to both me and the magic circle, you have no choice but to abide by the terms of the contract. He laughed. A/N, people actually forget that Grimm is intelligent, he just prefers to use violence to solve his problems. Listening to him explain how he had not only screwed her but also her mother's life work, the fortune teller didn't need to use her divination magic to see her future. By removing himself from the contract but keeping their bond active and making it a one-way exchange, he could receive all the benefits from her thanks to the branded mark on their hands while not being chained by the contract's rules. He had effectively turned her into his servant for life. She couldn't betray him, hurt him, or do anything remotely detrimental that could potentially harm him. He had turned her mother's only method of protecting her into a tool to restrict her. And to make matters even worse, he didn't even have to do any of this. Since he had the ability to erase the contract with his magic, he could have just done so and left. But no. He intentionally chose to rework the contract and force her into servitude just for the shits and giggles. Seeing that she had figured everything out, Grimm couldn't help but think about just how great a night this was. He had not only lost his virginity and gained influence throughout the kingdom, he had also gotten himself another slave. Besides the combat-focused Nebra Silva, he now had one that could see the future to a degree. If used correctly, she could bring him countless benefits. As for how she lost their little game of rock, paper, scissors, Grimm simply read her key the moment they both threw their hands forward and chose the correct hand sign to win. Like he said, his future wasn't something a human could see. Chapter 118, Dawn of the Royal Knights. Grimm. Why is she here? Boom. Dodging Nebra's onslaught of missed attacks with a serene expression plastered across his face, without looking back, Grimm took a moment to answer Asta's question. I'm, bang. Trying something out. He managed to say whilst dodging another attack. He'll move to the right, try to interrupt his timing. Standing a bit away from the battlefield, Grimm's ex-wife Serena the fortune teller used a magic communication tool to instruct Nebra on how she should fight. Hearing her words, the eldest daughter of the Silva household grit her teeth and took up a stance as she stretched her right arm out. Mist magic, solid mist clones. Poof. Spreading her mist outwards, 6 identical clones of Nebra stood before Grimm with all their actions mimicking the original. Trap him. Serena screamed. Using her divination magic to read the future, she saw Grimm moving to the side and informed Nebra of the best course of action. Heeding her commands, the grimoires of all 7 Nebras started glowing as a web of mist shot out at the calm-looking Grimm. Not bad. While he wouldn't admit it, Grimm was actually impressed by his slave synergy. By themselves they were pretty worthless, but when they combined their unique magic attributes together they were a pretty good team. If the two of them were on a team together during the Royal Knight examination, he had no doubt that they could have made it far as long as they didn't run into him, Langris, or Asta. Asterisk Fwoosh. Asterisk. Swiping his hand forward and using Breath of Wind, he blew away the oncoming webs of mist and neutralized all the mist sent his way. Damn it. This bastard's playing with us. Clenching her teeth tightly, Serena felt an overflow of rage surge up in her heart. A couple of days ago she was a simple fortune teller living her life the way she wanted to, and now she's been unwillingly turned into the slave of some sadistic magic knight with a lust for battle and domination. Heh. Grinning like a goddamn madman, the green glow around his body suddenly turned bright orange as he switched to Breath of Flames and blew across the battlefield using Unknowing Fire, only to arrive in front of Nebra with his right arm cocked back. What the? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Swinging forward without holding back in the slightest, an overwhelming sense of pressure rooted Nebra's feet to the ground as she watched his fist grow larger in her eyes and approach her face. Movie. Serena screamed into the communication device. Snapping out of her trance for a second, Nebra suddenly came back to her senses. It was just too bad that Grimm's fist was mere centimeters away from her face. Bang. Landing a solid blow right in the middle of her eyes, he cancelled Breath of Flames and pulled his punch back slightly, causing the impact to be a lot lighter than what was initially intended. Though, that didn't mean that Nebra wasn't gonna suffer. While he may have removed his fiery attribute and held back on his beast enhanced strength, there was no way a mage like Nebra who had never trained her body before would be capable of handling a punch from someone of Grimm's caliber. Getting hit by Grimm's fist, Nebra felt her brain rattle in her skull as the force behind his punch sent her sprawling backwards and caused her to do several unintentional backflips before finally crashing down heavily onto the ground and leaving a long scuff mark on the dirt. She'll be fine. I think. While everyone was gaping at the fact that Grimm had just hit someone who was on his side, no one noticed his figure turn into a blur as he abruptly manifested in front of Serena. Hello. He smiled. Grabbing her wrist before she could jump back, the yellow-eyed black bull pulled her in close. You know what the problem with your magic is? Not waiting for the seer to answer, he carried on his explanation. Ignoring the fact that you have no offensive or defensive capabilities, the biggest problem with your magic is that if you're faced with something much faster than yourself, your magic becomes useless. Boom. As if hit in the gut by that revelation, Serena suddenly felt her knees go weak. Seeing the look of realization manifest itself on her face, a mocking smile adorned his own. You know what that means, right? Knowing that he was actually asking her this time, the fortune teller lowered her head and solemnly answered. Even if I use my magic to see you harm me, all I could do is watch. And why is that? He asked with a mocking expression. Clenching her fists, she did her best to hold back her anger. Because I'm not fast enough to stop you. Hearing her answer, the grin on his face widened. Exactly. Taking advantage of the weak, stepping on the dreams of others, only someone like Grimm could indulge themselves in such acts while somehow still managing to remain friends with a pure-hearted person like Asta. Now then. He dusted off her shoulders and showed her an innocent smile far removed from the mocking one he had on earlier. Let me give you your assignments. Since he had gotten himself a free slave, Grimm would take advantage of that fact and use her completely. The first thing he wanted her to do was to escort Nebra to the hospital. Since Finral was still recovering from his fight with his little brother, Serena would have to use her carpet to fly the both of them there. The second thing he wanted her to do was to study up on support mages. If he was gonna make use of her divination magic in combat, she needed to know how to support mages during battles. The third and final task assigned to her was for her to find some magic items that could enhance her physical abilities. But since she had an entire shop filled with weird magical devices, it shouldn't be too difficult. A/N, if any of you have seen Bunga Stray Dogs, then you know that Grimm is basically trying to turn her into an advanced version of Sukuna Sukoda. Watch her fly away with Nebra on her magic carpet, he couldn't help but wonder how Nozel would respond. Since she hadn't left the Silver Eagles, Nozel was still her captain and could formally submit a complaint against Grimm for hurting one of his subordinates. I'll deal with that when it comes. He shrugged. Yo ast. Grimm. A female voice roared out from the inside of the Black Bull's base. Get your ass in here. In this world, there was only one woman capable of talking to him like that without fear of repercussion. Mereoleona. Chapter 119, Mereoleona Vermilion. It's been a while, Firestarter. Walking through the entrance with both hands in his pockets and a cocky smile hanging off his face, the ever-arrogant Grim greeted the current leader of the Crimson Lions. Oh. She grinned seeing his figure. Did you think winning the Royal Knight's exam is enough for you to act arrogant in front of me? Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Adding effects to her words, the wild woman unleashed some of her fiery mana. Yawn. Taking a seat and placing his feet on top of the table, Grim sent a provoking smile her way. Oh. Are you baring your fangs at me? She grinned. What if I am? Heh. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Releasing his own fiery mana to contend with hers, Grim felt the table threaten to erupt into flames as a hot wave of air blew across the room. Arg. Damn it. These two are releasing their magic power again. Covering her face from the sudden outburst of heat, Noelle and the others were forced to take a few steps back as both blue and orange flames clashed against the other. Just because you won the Royal Knight exam you think you have the balls to go against me? You're one brave kid, you know. Can't say I hate that about you though. Seeing the smile on her face, the blue flames around Grim seemed to intensify as the two stared at each other. This woman. I want to dominate her. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Ramping his flames up to another level, the now standing Grim was unable to hide his smile any longer. Whoa. Luck's eyes shone. What the hell? I use fire magic as well, but I'm nowhere near this strong. Magna cursed internally. Ha. Always ready to fight against me even when you know you can't win. You're one crazy guy. Can't win. Who decided that? What? Arga. Clenching his fists tightly, Grim's mana started to fluctuate wildly as his aura grew bigger and bigger. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Producing wave after wave of hot air, Grim's hair started flapping wildly as objects in the base started catching fire. Wahahahahaha. Mereoleona started laughing, raising her aura to his level. You're a riot kid. These two, they're gonna burn the base down. Forgetting about those around them, the two fire mages only had eyes for each other. Seeing Grimy's flame sword begin to manifest and Mereoleona's fire magic gathering around her fists, Noelle and Asta started panicking. But before the two were able to intervene, they were sent flying backwards by the sudden clash of fists between the two warriors. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Heh. Mereoleona grinned along with the smirking Grim. You haven't seen anything yet. Then show me. You got it. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Swapping fists with the other, the force from their collision sent shockwaves throughout the entire base. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Dodging each other's blows, the two didn't relent in the least as flaming fists were thrown in all directions. Ha 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 ha. The two laughed in glee. Try this on for size. Calidus brachium. No longer playing around, Mereoleona coated her fist in explosive flame magic that made Grim go, oh shit, as he took the attack head on. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Sent flying through one of the base's walls, Grim materialized his sword in time so that it bore the majority of the force. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Digging his feet into the soil of the earth, Grim used it to slow down as he prepared for Mereoleona's next attack. And just like he expected, the lioness appeared behind him with another, Calidus brachium, ready. Ha! She screamed, throwing her fist towards his spine. Heh! He grinned before falling backwards and igniting and combusting some flames beneath his feet to shoot him backwards and into the air before Mereoliona's fist could touch his back. He dodged. Now only a couple of meters above her and in position that forced him to do a backflip, he swung his sword down and executed a breath of blue flames, empowered, Rengoku. Ha! He yelled as a devastating beam of concentrated blue flames shot out of his sword and slammed into Mereoliona. Grin. Now you're starting to get it. Not worried in the slightest, the acting captain of the Crimson Lions turned around and without the slightest intention to back off or dodge, she drove her flame-covered fist right into the beam. Calidus Brachium. She screamed as her fist and the beam collided. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As an earth-shattering explosion rung out, Grim was blown back by the impact with only one thought in his mind. I did it. I finally killed someone of captain level. Compared to his fight with her back in the volcano, Grim's obsession with beating her had grown to the point that for a short amount of time he focused solely on enhancing his flame magic. Right now, his fire magic was incomparable to his past self. A sudden laughter rang out. Feeling her key still being active, Grim couldn't help but curse under his breath. Swiping her hand forward, the dust cloud surrounded her body was swept to one side as her uninjured figure was revealed. Not bad, Tiger, but you've still got a ways to go if you want to kill me. This woman, just how strong is she? A/N, really fucking strong. Since you managed to not only take my attack head on but also surprise me with that last attack of yours, I'll show you something special. What? Feeling his danger senses suddenly skyrocket, Grim felt his throat suddenly become dry as Mereoliona slow walked towards him with a smile smeared across her face. Watch closely, Grim, not many people have seen me do this and live to tell the tale. What is this? It feels like her mana is expanding around me. Before he was able to realize what was going on, Mereoliona's next words seemed to echo in his ears as she said the two words that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Mana Zone. Chapter 120, Not One to Disappoint. Gya. Being hit by in all directions by a continuous stream of fiery blasts, Grim felt every inch of his body scream out in pain. Even with breath of blue flames, enhancing his fire resistance, Mereoliona's flames still managed to singe him. Not to mention the force created from the attack itself. Getting hit by one, Calidus Brachium, was already dangerous enough, but getting hit by her, Mana Zone, Calidus Brachium Barrage, was on an entirely different level. Boom. 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 Watching the orange light show from the comfort of their partly destroyed base, Asta and the others were unable to utter a word as their jaws had long since hit the ground. Even the usually positive Luck had nothing to say at the sight of his friend being pummeled. An omnidirectional attack that even the strongest magic knights would have trouble dealing with, let alone someone who's never seen Mana Zone before. Being able to last this long is already an achievement. But this is your limb. Don't fuck with me. Grim's voice rang out from inside the barrage. What? Mereoliona was taken aback by his voice. While she may not be using the full extent of her power, the fact that he was able to respond despite getting hit in every direction was not something she thought possible for someone at his level. Being hit in every possible direction, Grim felt like his body was on the brink of collapse. But even so, there's no way he'd let himself lose to someone who wasn't using their full power. Mana Zone. Omnidirectional attack. Achievement. Who gives a fuck about that? He screamed. You say that this is my limit. Then just watch me surpass it. And if that still isn't enough, then I'll surpass it again. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Just watch me, Mereoliona Vermilion. I'll surpass my limits and wipe that smug smile off that face of yours. This kid. That fire's still burning inside of him. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha, excellent. She grinned. But talk's cheap. Show me that you have what it takes to stand on the same level as me. Same level. Grim's pained voice sounded out again. Don't get it twisted, bitch. When this is all over, I'll be above you. Big words. Mereoliona smirked and crossed her arms. For some reason, whenever she ran into this boy she felt like he would break common sense. Boom. Boom. Listening to the sound of the attacks land against Grimm's defenseless body, the spectating black bulls couldn't help but cringe at the noise. Enough! Noel screamed. His body won't last at this rate. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Won't last. Marieleona laughed without turning around. You can't even tell what's going on and you're telling me he won't last. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Can't tell what's going on. Confused by what she meant, Noel couldn't help but ask for an explanation. Hearing the question, our ever-so-lovable lioness showed off a devilish grin that showcased all her teeth. Listen closer. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Do you hear it? I. Now that she mentioned it, the blows against Grimm's body sounded different from earlier. I don't know how he's doing it, but he's striking back. What? But didn't you say it's a omnidirectional attack? Shrugging her shoulders, Marieleona spoke her thoughts while keeping her eyes trained on the fiery explosions going off in the air. Maybe it's because I'm not using for my full strength and that's making my attack speed slower than it should be, but he's somehow matching my speed. It's almost like he knows when and where my attack will manifest and position himself there before it even arrives. Hey, he's truly something else. Key. Transparent world. Mana sensing. Demon slaying divination magic. With all four abilities used at once and Grimm pushing his body to the absolute limit, his reaction speed, precision, and overall level of concentration reached a whole new frontier. With his passive ability, accelerated growth, added on top of all this, a new ability was born from this combination. One that merged the best parts of the transparent world, key, mana sensing, and demon-slaying divination magic into one. By blocking out the world around him, Grimm was able to achieve hyper-focus. Just like Marieleona had said, due to her holding back on using Mana Zone to its full extent, her attacks weren't coming at Grimm all at once. While it was true that the attacks were omnidirectional in nature, there was a slight time lag between each blow. Although the lag wasn't exactly large, with Grimm utilizing hyper-focus, he was able to take advantage of this small window in time to not only figure out where the next attack would come from, but to also accurately defend and counter back. I wonder if I should increase the speed. Looking on from the surface, Marieleona was looking up at him with sparks in her eyes. Sharpening your fangs, eh? Not bad. While she wanted to push him even further, she had come here for a reason. Sighing to herself, she gradually erased her mana zone, and saw a sweaty-looking Grimm staring down at her with a massive grin on his face. Huff huff. Told you, you can't beat me with some half-hearted attack. He managed to gloat through his heavy breathing. Fuck. My lungs feel like they're on fire. Congratulations, you're stronger than I thought. Ha, and don't you forget it. Saying the last part of his sentence quietly, Grimm's body started falling through as he lost consciousness. Seeing him fall, Marieleona jumped into the air and snatched him from the sky. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Landing heavily on the ground was an unconscious Grimm sleeping in her arms. A look of tenderness briefly flashed across her face before vanishing just as quickly as it had arrived. What the hell happened here? Walking out of the destroyed wall with his trousers looking at loose, a dumbfounded Yami appeared behind Asta and the others. But just as he was about to receive his answer, he saw Marieleona clutching Grimm's body and put two and two together. Chapter 121, Ecstatic. Motherfucker. Waking up with a start, Grimm accidentally sat up too quickly and bumped heads with a googly-eyed Mimosa who was leaning over him. Ouch. She groaned, rubbing her forehead. Mimosa. Wait a second. Where am I? Realizing that he was awake, Mimosa couldn't help but yell, Grimm, and pull him into a tight hug before quickly letting go due to feeling embarrassed. Grimm. Hearing Mimosa's voice, Asta, Noel, and Luck quickly ran over to his side. Hearing all the commotion, Yuno and Klaus, who were discussing something in private, both raised their brows and saw the once unconscious Grimm sitting up. Seeing his friends running over, Grimm noticed that he was no longer at the Black Bull's HQ. That would explain why I'm sleeping on the floor and not a bed. Looking around the area that he was in, he realized that he and the others were in a spacious room surrounded by a large amount of magic knights from different squads. Who the hell are these guys? After being briefed on the events that took place after he had passed out, he learnt that Marioliona had grabbed him, Luck, Noel and Asta, proclaiming them as magic knights that passed the Royal Knight exam. So I lost to Marioliona. Was that the only part that he took note of? The others all thought in union. Not sure how he would react to the news, Asta and the others took a small step back as they nodded. I see. He nodded. Then smiled. Then laughed. Then laughed with a scary tone. Grim. Noel called, unnerved by his response. You're not angry. Angry. Halting his laughter, he tilted his head and looked at her like she was an idiot. Are you kidding me? I not only managed to force her to use a whole new magic technique, meaning her older methods no longer work, I even fucking countered it. I'm fucking ecstatic. A/N, even when getting his ass kicked, Grim somehow still sees it as him coming out on top. I'm jealous of that mentality. Clenches fists and grins. I'm getting closer and closer to that bitch's level. Recalling the technique she used to beat him, the smile on his face grew wider as he was finally starting to see the limits of her power. 1 year. If I keep improving at the rate I'm going, I'll have totally surpassed her in 1 year. A/N, that's only if her power doesn't grow for 1 whole year. Trembling with excitement at the thought of forcing that lioness down on her knees, Grim was having trouble controlling his mana as the other magic knights around them started growing uncomfortable and moving away. But since Asta couldn't sense mana, he stuck close and went over some other things that had happened on the way over. Someone else from the Black Bulls made it in. That's what she said. Asta nodded. A/N, Michael Scott, anyone? Now if this was a normal situation, Grim would be itching to find out who this mysterious person was who passed the entrance exam. But since he couldn't get the defeated look of Marioliona out of his head, he just brushed it off and started daydreaming of how he would crush her. Jumping into their conversation, Noelle threw in her 2 cents. Who do you think it could be? Finral, maybe. Asta scratched his head thinking of other Black Bulls. Finral. Isn't he still in hospital after getting his shit rocked by his brother? A/N, I don't even know if Grim has any respect for Finral. While he was busy gathering his thoughts, he noticed that the surrounding magic knights were throwing several glances his way while also maintaining a certain amount of distance. I think they're still scared of you. Mimosa said, noticing the direction he was looking in. Scared of me? Seeing that he was somewhat confused, her ears went bright red as she said. The Royal Knight's exam. Royal Knight's exam flashback. That sounds about right. He nodded, no longer giving the background characters any more attention. Just as he was about to go back to daydreaming, the sound of Marioliona's voice interrupted him. Listen up, you no good weaklings. Huh. Everyone's attention was drawn to the stage. I, Marioliona Vermilion, have been appointed captain of the Royal Knights. For all of you who are standing here right now, you have been selected to become Royal Knights. You don't have the right to refuse. From this point onwards until the eye of the midnight sun have been wiped out, you will entrust your lives to me. Don't have the right? Ha. That obviously wasn't directed at me. Laughing to himself, Grim finally made it onto his feet, and with fire in his eyes he stared down the lioness who felt his gaze burn into her. Oh. She looked confused for a moment before spotting him. Grins. He's awake. Forgetting the next part of her speech, every magic knight started sweating as they felt the temperature around them sharply rise. Seeing Grim and Marioliona staring at each other, Noelle really wanted to hit them. Why do these two have to do this every time they see each other? Trying to cool herself down with water magic, imagine the surprise on her face when she saw her water visibly turn into steam the moment it was conjured. Are you kidding me? While Noelle was growing frustrated at Grim and Marioliona, a look of infatuation was spread across Mimosa's face as she clung close to Grim despite the heat. His domineering, no-fucks-giving attitude really made her want to submit and watch others bow to him. It was a side of her that she was just beginning to understand. Unknown to her, all the women of nobility seemed to possess this submissive trait. Just as the two fire users were about to raise the temperature up even more, a sudden fluctuation of unknown yet familiar mana caught their attention. Both Grim and Marioliona looked upwards in union. Sorry I'm late. A screaming man yelled as he fell from the sky. Annoyed that he was interrupting her and Grimm's contest, Marioliona flicked her hand in his direction and summoned a flame pillar. Whoa whoa whoa. Panicking slightly, the falling man created a magic circle that seemed to absorb some of the magic and used it to safely land in front of Asta and the others. It's XERX. Asta yelled, seeing him. It's not Xerx, you idiot. The masked man grinned and looked at them. It's Zora. Zora, ideal of the Black Bulls. Chapter 122, New Robes. Would you guys shut the hell up? Marioliona screamed at Zora and the rest of the Black Bulls, causing them to apologize and stand at attention. Calm down, kitty, no need to get so worked up. Grimm smirked, not caring about the looks the surrounding magic knights were giving him. Gasp. What did you just say? Turning her attention back onto Grimm, Marioliona's gaze threatened to burn a hole through him. I don't repeat myself. Meeting her gaze head-on, the two glared at each other until Marioliona broke eye contact. I'll deal with you once this is over. She scoffed, unable to completely hide her smile. Right back at ya. Grimm grinned back, satisfied. Even Miss Vermilion didn't dare face him. I've never heard of her backing down before. What kind of monster is he? Hearing all the whispers around him, Marioliona couldn't help but frown while the smile on Grimm's face grew wider. Silence, fools. She roared, instantly shutting everyone up. Right now you'll be receiving Royal Knight robes that are highly resistant to attack magic. Now line up like good little boys and girls and put them on immediately. Yes, ma'am. They saluted and quickly formed a line. Whistle. Throwing his hands into his pockets, Grimm closed his eyes and started walking to the front of the line, not caring about the people ahead of him. Hey, you can't just. Opens eye. Kaya. Gripping his chest tightly, the magic knight who tried to argue back found himself on his knees as Grimm's killing intent overwhelmed him. Finding it harder and harder to breathe, the veins in the man's eyes started to become more and more visible as his eyeballs started to pop out of their sockets. Did someone say something? Asterisk thud. Asterisk. Fainting from the lack of air, the man landed face first into the concrete. Seeing the man's current position and hearing Grimm's question, every other magic knight quickly shook their heads and went back to minding their own business. Thought so. Closing his eye again, he continued his journey to the front of the line. Watching him do that, Asta and the others were thankful that he was on their side. The other magic knights, on the other hand, were sweating bullets. If he was like that to people he was supposed to see as his comrades, what would he do to the people he viewed as his enemies? Collective shudder. Seriously, how are you guys friends with this guy? Zora asked after witnessing Grimm's dominating presence. I know, isn't he amazing? Mimosa sighed in an almost dreamlike state. Did he do something amazing? Asta asked, looking around confused. Didn't you just see what he did to that guy? Zora pointed at the unconscious magic knight. Oh. Was that something amazing? What? You think that's normal? Didn't seem that amazing. Luck chimed in. Just Grimm being Grimm. Klaus nodded. I'm more surprised at the fact that he didn't cripple him. Yeah. Noelle agreed. He didn't even pull his sword out or stab the guy, maybe he's sick or something. I think he's just maturing. Yuno added, which was weird. From what I know, if this was the past he would have beaten that guy within an inch of his life. Maybe we're seeing some growth in him. Maybe. Seeing everyone nod and talk about Grimm crippling and maiming a guy in such a nonchalant manner, Zora couldn't believe his ears. While he had seen Grimm's actions and attitude during the tournament, he thought he had only acted like that due to the fact that he was fighting in a match. Looking down at his magic knight robe and then looking at the same robe on Grimm's figure, a single sentence ran through his mind. What the hell kind of people have I gotten myself involved with? A/N, the best. After getting changed, Grimm and the rest of the magic knights, now dressed in their royal knight garbs, stood before a grinning Marioliona. All right. Now that you've finished changing, you can now proudly call yourselves royal knights. Who? This is the greatest moment of my life. I made it, Mom. Listening to the cheers going on around him and Asta's complaints about his being so short. Grim couldn't help but wonder just how magic-resistant this robe truly was. Breath of the beast. Ripping noise. Oh. What the hell, Grim? Noel screamed, seeing his robe get shredded. What? It's not my fault this cheap material could withstand me using one of my weakest spells. Cool. I wanna try. Luck's eyes shone as he gathered a ball of lightning in his hand and was about to press it against his chest. Don't even think about it. Mereoleona's voice reverberated out as she glared down at Luck from the stage. This doesn't feel right. Slowly levitating off the ground, Grim started to float upwards until he was high enough to look down on Mereoleona. That's better. Stare. Stare. What the hell is wrong with these two? Zora couldn't help but ask and look to the others for answers. This is like the 5th time they've just gone quiet and glared at each other. Yeah. Even we don't know anymore. Noel answered honestly. Ahem. Someone coughed behind Mereoleona. A/N, Corona. If you don't mind, Miss Vermilion, could you please introduce us? Annoyed that someone was interrupting her glaring contest with Grim again, Mereoleona groaned and turned to look at the two people standing behind her. Sighing loudly, she turned back to face the audience. Due to the usefulness of their magics, we'll be joined by Siren Tiam and Cobb Portaport. Who? Grim had no idea who these people were. A/N, Siren Tiam is the rock mage who got his shit rocked by the first Dark Disciple when they invaded the Golden Dawn, don't know if that memorable or not. Cobb is the spatial mage who transported everyone to the tournament stage during the Royal Knight exam. Not really memorable. Continuing on, Mereoleona introduced the last person planning to join them. And last but not least, we'll be joined by Braided Bangs. Grim gasped, seeing Nozel Silva walk up next to Mereoleona. Hearing that ridiculous name once again, the vein on his forehead started throbbing violently as he looked up and saw Grim staring down at him with a mocking grin on his face. So. How's your sister doing? You haven't seen her much, right? Want me to tell you where she's been and what she's been doing? I bet you'd be really interested. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Unleashing a shitload of mana from his body, Nozel's eyes turned scary as he looked Grim dead in the eyes and said, I will kill you. Ha, you will definitely try. Enough. Mereoleona roared and stepped in, forcing Nozel to take a step back. I don't care what kind of problems you two have, but this is not the time. A/N, someone sounds jealous, lol. And you, Grim? Since we don't have enough time or materials to make a new robe, you're gonna have to wear that one. Shrugs. Fine by me, it looks better like this anyway. A/N, imagine the Royal Knight robe equivalent to Ichigo's clothes when he uses his Bankai. Original Bankai pre-1000-year blood war. Good. She nodded and faced everyone else again and took a deep breath. Alright, listen up. You should know this by now, but we will not accept anything less than victory. So any of you little shits who don't measure up to my standards. Grins, I'll kill you myself. Gulp. For the glory of the Clover Kingdom. For the glory of the Clover Kingdom. Everyone but Grim repeated in union. That's more like it. Now let's go save our kingdom. Chapter 123, Assaulting the Base. And there it is, the Eye of the Midnight Sun's secret base. Standing with Mereoleona and the other royal knights, Grim stood in his tattered royal knight robe staring up at the floating hideout that just so happened to be surrounded by other floating rocks in some weird misty valley. So we just have to blast that thing out of the sky, then we win. How boring. Ha. Mereoleona laughed and walked up next to him, much to the annoyance of the Silver Eagles' captain. If only it were that simple. Ain't it though? Grinning at him, she walked ahead and started speaking to everyone. Listen up, idiots. The Eye of the Midnight Sun have stationed their base in the middle of one of the grand magic zones. Meaning that our magic will be affected in some weird ways unless we make it inside the base. On top of that, we can't afford to alert them, or else they will use their magic to hide the base amongst the other floating rocks and disappear somewheres in the mist. Tuning this next part out, Grim closed his eyes and used the newly learned hyper-focus to scan their surroundings. Even if the grand magic zone was some weird mana disruptor, hyper-focus sensed more than mana. It sensed life itself. Oh. Feeling a familiar aura radiating from the inside of the base, Grim couldn't conceal the smile on his face as the image of the last member of the Third Eye flashed through his mind. Yami stole my prey when he killed that horny despair-loving freak in Discount Atlantis, but it looks like this one's all mine. So that's how it is. Mereoleona nodded after looking at the replica of the enemy base made by the Rock Mage. All right. We'll split into 5 separate teams and infiltrate the base while our spatial mage stays out here on standby. Fine by me. Zora muttered. As long as I'm not on a team with the Psycho or the Shorty, I don't mind teaming up. Who you calling Shorty? Asta yelled. And of course the Psycho he was referring to was none other than the boy who used an exam as an excuse to end the careers of several magic knights in some of the most brutal methods the kingdom had ever seen. Shut up. Mereoleona quietened them down. You 2 morons will be coming with me. What? You heard me. You 2 are part of my squad now. Your squad? Zora looked at her in a mocking manner. You sure you're alright teaming up with 2 commoners, Miss Royalty? Heh. Who gives a damn about that? At the end of the day, everything comes down to whether you're weak or strong. You 2 made it this far because you're strong, right? You better not disappoint. Yes, ma'am. Asta saluted. And Grim. I know, I'm on your team too. He interrupted, guessing what she wanted to say. No. She shook her head and looked at the floating fortress before her eyes focused back on him. With the way you fight, putting you on a team might actually slow you down compared to what you could do by yourself. You mean? Yeah. She grinned. Go wild. Inside the base. Screams. What is this guy? WWE can't stop him. He's slaughtering us. Keep calm. He's just one purse. Asterisk swing. Asterisk. Thud. Captain. Rengoku. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Arg. As fire and smoke filled the lower section of the Eye of the Midnight Sun's base of operations, the ear-piercing screams of the Eye of the Midnight Sun mages rang out as Grim strolled through, leaving behind death and destruction in his wake. Stay away. Falling on her ass and scurrying backwards, a wind mage looked at the blood-covered Grim walking towards her with terror filling her eyes. Oh. Well, isn't this familiar? Grim smiled innocently, noticing that the mage was of the wind attribute. Remembering back to the time when the Eye of the Midnight Sun attacked the capital and how he gained breath of wind, the sword in his hand dematerialized as a soft green glow coated his body. Keeping that innocent smile on his face, the killing intent oozing out of Grim's body seemed to explode as a violent torrent of wind started radiating off him and tore up all the escaping mages until only the 2 of them were left. Hearing the screams of her fellow comrades being ripped to shreds by Grim's wind, the wind mage felt her heart stop as she looked down and saw a glowing green blade pierce the area just beneath her navel and into her womb. Ah. Ah. Arg. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Grabbing her by the face and lifting her up before she had the time to scream, Grim used his breath of the beast, enhanced base strength to break her jaw by crushing it with the hand he used to pick her up. Shoo. He hushed her. Feeling her eyes water from the agonizing pain, as the woman stared into the yellow eyes of this young boy, all she could think was, he's the devil. Yeah. He smiled. There it is, the look of fear, confusion, and absolute despair. How intoxicating. The woman groaned. As much as I would like to stay and play with you for a bit longer, there's someone up ahead that deserves my attention a lot more than you do. Seeing her eyes turn slightly hollow, Grim sighed. Don't look at me like that, this ain't personal. I'm just doing the same as you Midnight Sun guys. Someone from the Clover Kingdom hurt you in the past, right? That's why you want revenge on the kingdom and will ultimately involve the innocent civilians to achieve that goal. I get it, I really do. You see, just like you, I was hurt by someone from your organization. That person just so happened to also use wind magic like you. So trust me, this really isn't personal. You just so happen to be wearing the same type of robes and use the same kind of magic as that person. You might as well call this a practice run for when I run into that person again. So no hard feelings, right? Oh, and as for piercing your womb. Well, that was just to cause maximum trauma. If you by some miracle manage to survive this whole ordeal, I want you to have something to remember me by. And it also stops you from having children who will try to hunt me down to avenge you. Not that I mind, but considering how easy it was to beat you, I don't have any expectations for your offspring. And besides, stepping on too many bugs would get my shoes dirty. Well, it's about time I get going, people to kill and bases to burn, you know. Pulling his blade out from her body, he dropped her on the ground and left her to bleed out. Thud. Whistling to himself, he dematerialized his wind sword and headed towards the last of the third eye, the copy mage Raya. Chapter 124, Toy. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Inside the base, a yawning Raya awoke to the sound of several explosions going off in the distance. Asterisk yawn asterisk looks like trouble's come knocking. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but I guess I should go and deal why. Asterisk boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Raya felt a tremendous amount of mana approaching him from one of the nearby entrances. I guess I won't be going anywhere for the time being. Crack. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Oh ho. Using fire magic to explode the wall in front of him, out from the dust came a smiling Grim, hold a glowing orange sword in one hand and the dismembered head of a midnight sun mage in the other. Since he already knew Raya's location from scanning the outside of the base with hyper-focus, he kept blowing holes in the base's walls until he finally arrived here. Yo. He smiled, switching to breath of wind to wisp away all the smoke and dust that had accumulated. It's you. Raya frowned, remembering this boy from the time he, Veto, and Fana went to save Patry from Yami. You seem to have taken care of a couple of our guys, he said, noticing the severed head in Grim's hand. Huh? Oh. Chucks head away and grins. You know what they say, kill for yourself and you're a murderer, kill for your family and you're a victim, kill for your country and you're a hero. And let's just say, I've been acting pretty fucking heroic on my way here. Seriously. You're one crazy kid. Ha. Jumping down from the hole, he floated down until he was standing directly opposite Raya. Wanna hear a secret? Sure. Raya shrugged. I've got time. Hey, I don't act crazy, I actually am crazy. I just act normal from time to time. Only thing that stops me from slaughtering everyone around me, to be honest. That's why I love times like these when I'm allowed to go wild. I can be my true self. Using his passive lie detector ability, Raya couldn't help but feel perplexed. That's nice and all, but why tell me? Because grins, you won't be telling anyone else. Eh? What do you mean? Breath of blue flames, first form, Grim style, unknowing fire. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Turning into a blur of glowing blue flames, Grim speed blitzed the mid-sentence Raya and grabbed him by the face. What the hell? Rengoku. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Feeling the hand on his face suddenly heat up, Raya's eyes went wide as a blast of concentrated blue flames burst from Grim's hand. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Sent hurtling back at a speed that threatened to break the sound barrier, Raya's body was slammed into the back wall as an explosion of dust burst out from the impact. TCH. Imitation magic, healing ray of light. Cracking his neck, Raya stood up from the hole his body had made in the wall. Seriously, what the hell happened to this kid? A couple of months ago he could barely even follow the battle between the Third Eye and the Black Bull's captain. Now he's fast enough to catch me off guard. Even with that mana amount, this level of growth is insane. Yo, you still kicking? I want to play a bit more. Grim's voice carried its way to his ears. Play. You're one interesting kid. I've heard. Now get your ass down here, I haven't finished breaking you yet. Chuckling to himself, Raya complied and lowered himself down from the hole. You're really treating me like a toy, huh? Don't worry, I make sure to get the most out my toys before they break. Is that so? Well, sorry to say, but this toy fights back. While Grim faced off against the last member of the Third Eye, the rest of the Royal Knights were busy fighting their own battles. As they were mowing down multiple Eye of the Midnight Sun mages in front of them, Zora came to an abrupt stop. Did you feel that? He looked at Leona. Yeah. She grinned and punched an enemy mage in the face. He's having fun. Confused by what they talking about, Asta, who couldn't sense mana, started asking for answers. Feel what? Did something happen? That psycho friend of yours seems to be fighting someone pretty strong. What? Asta panicked. Where is he? He probably needs our help. Calm down, kid. Leona hushed him as she dodged a ball of lightning and started throwing her fists forward. You know why I let that guy go by himself instead of joining a team? Because he's strong. No. She shook her head. The leader of the Silver Eagles is strong, but I wouldn't let him go alone. Eh? Now then you mention it, it is a bit weird that you let someone like Grim go by himself but not a captain like Noel's brother. Nodding her head, she continued to fight while explaining her reasoning for letting Grim go alone. Even the seemingly uncaring Zora paid attention. When I look at that kid, do you know what I see? Shakes heads. I see a fire bright enough to light the way for the future of the Clover Kingdom. Eh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy? Zora asked suspiciously. Ignoring him, she continued. But while I see that he could become the fire that lights our way, he is also capable of becoming the fire that destroys everything in his way. Including his teammates. Realizing what she meant, a look of realization flashed across Zora's face. You mean? I didn't put anyone on his team because they would slow him down. I didn't put anyone on his team because I didn't want anyone dying by getting caught up in his rampage. Asterisk flash. Asterisk. Making use of the light magic he had copied, Raya's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of a motionless Grim. It's over. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Switching to Yami's katana, he ruthlessly swung the blade at Grim's neck. Die. Imitating magic, dark cloaked black blade. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Swinging the dark magic covered katana, a look of shock spread through Raya's face by Grim's next actions. What? He dodged. Ducking beneath the swing, Grim's fist started burning with blue flames as he drove it up straight into Raya's gut with enough force to throw him backwards. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Kya. Feeling his eyes bulge out from the amount of strength packed into that punch, Raya couldn't help but curse in his head. What the actual hell? Since when was he capable of react to speeds faster than light? Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Not done with him yet, Grim used his enhanced version of Unknowing Fire to charge him. Using Healing Ray of Light to heal himself while being flung backwards, Raya went on the offensive. Imitation magic, Light Sword of Judgment. Creating multiple shards of light with 4 lines of light going through each shard, he launched them at the approaching Grim. Let's see you deal with multiple attacks that move at the speed of light. Seeing the numerous number of light shards being created by Raya, the smile on Grim's face grew even larger as he pushed his hyper-focus to the limit and changed magic type. Breath of Water, 10th form, Constant Flux. Glowing with a gentle blue light, a blue water dragon flew out of Grim's blade. But instead of shooting off and attacking Raya, the dragon returned to the blade, causing Grim's entire demeanor to change. Normally Grim gives off a calm feeling when using Breath of Water, but with him holding the power of the water dragon within, that draconic oppression that came with the dragon's might exploded out of his body as both his body and blade moved like a raging ocean, slashing apart every shard heading his way. A/N, now that I think about it, it's kinda like when Tanjiro used the 10th form against Rui LOL. Chapter 125, Imitation. Something ain't right about this kid. Watching Grim break through his barrage of light shards, Raya was forced to continuously retreat and hit him from various directions. Unfortunately, no matter which direction the attack came from, Grim was able to easily defend against it. It's not like he's even that fast or strong, so why is it that I can't land a hit on him? Oi. Grim's voice made its way to his ears after he finished destroying the light shards. Is this all you have? Because if it is, you might as well let me kill you now. It'll be a lot better than the alternative. Oh, you're already talking like you've already won. Huh. The outcome of this fight was decided the moment I stepped in the room. You sure are arrogant for a human. Ugh, dude, don't bring race into this. If you're weak, you're weak. Don't try to cower behind the race card. And don't assume my race, you bigot. What? Rengoku. Shit. Imitation magic, Salamander's breath. Forming behind him, a fiery red dragon-like creature manifested itself and blew a stream of fire towards the beam approaching him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As the two collided, they engaged in a beam struggle as both seemed to be evenly matched. He's capable of contending with the salamander. Just how strong has this boy become? Watching all this happen from his location, Grim sighed. I beat the real salamander ages ago, what makes you think I'd lose against a knockoff? Ages ago. Don't tell me he's the one who beat Fana. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Suddenly increasing the power of his, Rengoku, Grim's beam shot through the salamander causing it to explode. Raya shielded himself from the explosion. But what he should have done was watch out from Grim's next action. Stab. Feeling a tingling sensation in his chest, he looked down to see the tip of a jagged gray sword poking out of chest. Turning his head to the side slightly, he saw Grim standing behind him with an outstretched hand holding onto the blade's hilt. Yo. He smiled. Cough cough. What the hell are you? The guy who's currently fucking you up. Seeing him cough up a mouthful of blood, Grim began twisting the blade. You gonna do the thing where you grow that freaky third eye, right? That pink-haired chick did it and I heard the despair fucker did it before Yami graced him with his new spell. Asterisk cough asterisk you don't know who you're facing. I'd say the same to you. You know what, I'll make things easier for you. Grabbing his hand, Grim forced him to touch the cover of his grimoire. You copied Yami's spells after touching his grimoire, right? Well, this should make things more interesting now. A/N, Grim pulling a Vegeta. Removing his blade out from Raya's back which caused him to groan while some blood splattered out, Grim floated down and waited for him to heal himself. Using the healing spell he copied from Patry, it took a little while until he had fully recovered. You ready for round 2? Grim called. But instead of answering him, Raya directly activated his third eye. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Feeling the sudden increase of mana pouring out from him, Grim switched to Breath of the Beast, and waited for him to attack. I don't know what you are, but letting me heal up was your worst mistake. Funny, I don't make mistakes. Asterisk flash. Asterisk. Flashing in front of him again with light magic, blue flames burst out of his hands as a burning blue blade manifested high into the air. Imitation magic, Breath of Blue Flames, Rengoku. Breath of Water, 10th form, Constant Flux. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As the two blades of opposing elements clashed with each other, both fighters were forced to separate as they were both sent sprawling backwards. Now that's what I'm talking about. Grim laughed, regaining his footing. Breath of Blue Flames, first form, Grim style unknowing fire. Flashing forward and leaving behind a trail of blue flames, Grim caught up to Raya and slashed at his neck. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Sensing the intent behind the attack, Raya used his light magic to teleport into the air and behind Grim. Imitation magic, Breath of Water, Constant Flux. Unleashing a water dragon out from his blade, it let out an ear-piercing roar as it soared down from the sky and towards Grim. Watching its mouth open wide, Grim felt his heart rate increase as he was finally starting to have some fun. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Jumping to the side, the dragon collided with the ground as Grim changed styles once again and unleashed 8 long-ranged attacks upwards by using 8-layered mist. Crap. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Using light magic to evade the mist blades, Raya was so busy avoiding them to notice that Grim had flown up and intercepted him until it was too late. Surprise motherfucker. What? Coating his hand with rock via the use of Breath of Stone, Raya found himself being launched higher into the air as Grim hit him with a jaw-breaking uppercut. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Not willing to let him go, before he managed to make it too far, Grim grabbed on his ascending leg and using his Breath of the Beast base, he flung him down onto the ground so hard that his body somehow managed to bounce up while the several spider-like cracks spread throughout the surface. TCH. Gritting what little teeth he had left, Raya used his light healing magic for the umpteenth time. He couldn't understand what was happening. How was he losing so badly to such a young kid? This guy wasn't even overwhelming him with his magic. It was more like his combat senses were so sensitive that he could grasp every opportunity to take advantage of his flaws. Having had enough of this, Raya pushed his third eye to the limit as he unleashed a torrent of unknown lightning upwards at the floating Grim. Lightning. After not having his breath of thunder progress for several months due to him not finding someone capable of dealing enough damage to him, the sight of a third eye empower Raya using lightning was too good of an opportunity to pass. Lowering his defenses, Grim opened his arms wide as he welcomed the attack. Come to Papa. Arg. He screamed as this third eye-enhanced lightning sent a shock through his system. Finally got him. Unfortunately, this scream didn't last long as Grim's grimoire started glowing yellow with sparks of electricity dancing around it. A/N, OMFG. It's coming, guys. What the? Breath of Thunder, 5th form modified, heat lightning. A/N, JK. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Unable to even see what had happened to him, a sharp burning pain exploded through his chest as the smell of burnt flesh wafted into his nose. By the time the smoke cleared, he saw that Grim was holding a yellow sword with snake-like lightning slithering around the blade. On the other hand, his chest had been completely charred black as he felt an unknown force wreaking havoc in his body. What was that spell? It not only damaged the outside my body, it also seemed to burrow inside my body and is trying to destroy it from the inside. Heat lighting, originally meant to be a spell that would shoot out a powerful ranged electrified sword slash upwards that burns the flesh of anyone it hits. In the moment that Grim attained it, due to the stimulation of the battle and his position, he subconsciously modified the spell so that he could bypass the upwards attack restriction and attack an opponent no matter the angle. Floating high in the air, Grim reveled in the new spell as he felt the battle's climax quickly approaching. Throughout this entire fight, Raya wasn't able to land any proper hits on him thanks to his new ability, Hyperfocus. While it didn't improve his attack speed or his damage out, he had to admit that it brought his combat abilities to a whole new stage. And while he might not be confident in beating Mereoleona now, he could now say that the time it would take to beat her had shortened considerably. Standing on the ground after healing his chest wound and expelling the lightning magic out from his body, Raya knew that if he dragged this battle out any longer it would only get worse for himself. Chapter 126, Hyperfocus. Gya. After getting smacked by Grim again, Raya's body shot back like a cannonball as Grim used Grim-style unknowing fire to chase after him. These movements. It's not something a human should be capable of. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Increasing his speed once more, Grim's figure flashed in front of Raya as he sunk a flame-coated fist deep into his guts and slammed him into a wall. Rengoku. Arg. Raya screamed as his body shot off Grim's fist and collided heavily with the wall. We're not done yet. Grim laughed with sadistic glee as he activated a different spell moments before Raya smashed into the wall. Breath of Wind, 4th form, Rising Dust Storm. Smashing into the wall, a small green circle manifested behind Raya's back as a violent torrent of green wind burst out, slicing up his delicate skin and launching him right in front of Grim, whose sword was pointing outwards and towards him. Hyperfocus not only enhanced Grim's sensing abilities, as a side effect it also upgraded the speed in which he processed the way his own mana worked, allowing him to switch between magic types faster than before. Stab. Ah. Feeling the weight of Raya's body embed itself on his sword, Grim looked into the man's eyes and said, Heat lightning. Is this the end for me? Lying on the floor with a small hole in his chest, Raya felt the blood slowly drain away from his body as the after effects of Grim's heat lightning rampaged inside his body. While he could heal himself with the mana amount he had left, with Grim standing over him he wondered if there was any point. He had been beaten. No, he had been crushed. And to make matters even worse, he could tell that the only reason he was still alive was so that Grim could watch the life slowly fade from his eyes. It was almost as if he was mocking him, telling him to heal up just so he could put him back down again. Compared to just straight out killing him, this way of dying was much crueler and humiliating. Knowing that he had the ability to save himself but unable to do so due to this fiend standing over him. What kind of sick-minded person could find pleasure in such depravity? I activated my third eye, copied his magic and kept healing myself. Yet somehow I'm the one bleeding out. What kind of sick joke is that? While Raya was busy dealing with his emotional crisis, Grim stood over the bleeding man feeling woozy. Damn it. My head's killing me. Whilst Grim's use of hyper-focus played the biggest role in his victory over the Third Eye member, the mental strain it put on his mind was great. To perceive the things he did in this fight, his brain was forced to work on overdrive, causing the mental fatigue to set in quickly. For someone like him who wasn't accustomed to using hyper-focus in battle, if the battle dragged on any longer than it had, his chances of winning would have dropped substantially. Not to say that the battle wasn't fun. If anything, it showed him that it wasn't his magic that made him scary as a fighter, it was him himself. Whether it be his Grim style, hyper-focus, Black Air Force energy, or pure ferocity, Raya wasn't able to copy any of it. Capital. *I**. It's unusual for you to have something to say. Overlooking the kingdom from his high-situated location, Julius's back faced William Van Ince as he knew that the truth he had always feared was about to become a reality. Is something wrong, William? I have the Midnight Sun base. Sitting on the ground, Grim sighed and looked at the dying Raya, whose body was now lying in a pool of his own blood. So what was the point of all this? Barely managing to turn his head, Raya looked over to him with a face full of confusion. Your plan, why become a terrorist? I don't buy that change the kingdom for the better bullshit. So what were you guys really planning? I didn't take you for the type to care. In truth, he actually didn't, but with the backlash from hyper-focus messing with his head, he needed a minute to sort himself out. And there was no way he'd just sit in silence while waiting to recover. Besides, Raya didn't know he was taking a break. In his eyes it must look like he was dragging things out. I didn't take you for the type to waste time. Grim replied back. Heh. Raya laughed, coughing up some blood. So what was your deal? Why do all this? Sigh. Well, it's not like he'll be able to stop us anyway. Taking a moment to think about it, Raya decided that he didn't have anything to lose by telling Grim his history. Not to mention the fact that just like with Fana and Patry, he also felt a weird affinity for the boy sitting a bit away from him. Have you ever heard of the elves? Pretend I haven't. I guess I'll start at the beginning then. Capital. As the Wizard King, I will protect them. Revealing his grimoire, Julius declared his intentions of protecting the Clover Kingdom and its citizens to the now transformed Patry. Protect them? He laughed. Then show me how you'll protect them from this. Rising higher into the air, Patry released the sealing magic placed on him, causing his mana to swell and expand. As his magic power grew at an exponential rate, light magic started forming itself into a sphere around him before flattening out into a giant glowing sunlight circle with countless blades descending out from it. Mommy. A young boy excitedly pulled on his mother's arm. What, Lucas? She answered with a tired tone. What's that? He pointed to the sky. What's my God? Looking down on the masses from above. A cold light flashed through Patry's eyes as the swords of light fell on the Clover Kingdom. I will rain punishment down on all of you, Ningen. Chapter 127, Rise of the Elves. I have the Midnight Sun base. So that's what happened. After listening to Raya's story about the elf slaughter 500 years ago, Grim had finally recovered enough to fight once again. So the humans wiped them out, and this Patry dude somehow managed to reincarnate into the body of Captain Van Ince and went around using the name of the elf leader. Dude, that's too bad. But how strong was this leader of yours? Huh. Still conscious despite losing a lot of blood, Raya was caught off guard by this question. I said, how strong was this lick dude that you guys all seem to whore yourself to? Grim repeated, getting up and stretching his limbs. How strong was licked? What kind of absurd question is that? No, what's more absurd is the fact that he doesn't care that our goal is to reincarnate ourselves into the body of this kingdom's humans. It's almost like the only thing on his mind is fighting against strong opponents. If he gets to the upper floors before Patry's finished gathering the stones, he might damage Lick's new body. I've kept him down here as long as possible by stretching out the events of what happened 500 years ago. I need to keep him here just a little bit longer. Licked. I'm not even in the same league as him. At the height of his power, even that Wizard King of yours wouldn't hold a candle to him. Seriously? Yeah. He nodded. Whoa. Now I really want to fight him. Fight him laughs you might just get your wish. What do you Maya? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Feeling an outrageous amount of mana erupt from the upper area, Grimm's head snapped upwards as he felt a tingle run down his spine. This mana. It's doing something to my blood. While Grimm was busy trying to understand why his blood was reacting to this new wave of mana, a grin surfaced on the defeated Raya's face as he said. We've won. Clover Kingdom. Mommy. Why is there another bright light? I don't know, honey. Black Bull's base. After Henry, Gauche, Gray and Gordon had defeated the attacking Eye of the Midnight Sun members and had sent them running, they stood watching the intense white light stemming from the distance. First swords made of light dropping from the sky and now this. What the hell is going on in this kingdom? Gauche muttered. Patri location. As he placed the last magic stone into the reincarnation artifact, Patri turned back to look at Valtos, Sally, and Raids with pure disgust emanating from his eyes. And after hearing his words, Raids and the others were stunned as their leader looked at them with an expression they had never seen before. Master licked. You humans need to disappear, but before you do, repent by becoming the foundation of our resurrection. Eye of the Midnight Sun base upper area. There it is. Klaus yelled as he, Mimosa and another royal knight ran up a long stairway. The core. It's just up ahead. Feeling the mana waves out from that room, Mimosa's breath was almost taken away. What an unbelievable amount of mana. Guys, be careful. She yelled. Taking note of what she just said, the quartet ran into the room filled with mana and were awestruck by what they saw. Is that a person? In what should have been the base's core, floating in the middle of a completely empty room was an unconscious white-haired person with delicate features and strange markings on their face. What the hell? Before anyone could say anything, a flash of blinding white light burst out of the floating person's body. Ugh! Mimosa and the others shielded their eyes. What's happening? In the center of that bright light, the white-haired person in question opened his eyes slowly. And along with the opening of his eyes came a rush of terrifying mana. This isn't power that belongs to a human. While she had felt terrifying amounts of mana from someone like Grimm, the quality of his mana compared to this person was completely different. Whereas Grimm's mana held an outrageous quantity, the mana coming from this person. Its quantity could be compared to Grimm's, but its quality was on a whole other level. Just standing in his presence made it feel like they were moments away from being pierced. This person is dangerous. We need to retreat. Mimosa yelled. Unfortunately, this shout fell on deaf ears as in front of her Yuno's body was glowing with a golden radiance. Why all around the Clover Kingdom, commoners and nobles were being hit by this golden light and had their bodies shrouded in a golden aura. Even members of the Black Bulls like Gauche and Luck were no exception. Eye of the Midnight Sun base lower area. Why are you glowing? Grimm tilted his head as he saw a golden aura settle around the once dying Raya's body who had somehow managed to teleport further away. The same thing that's happening to yours. What? Looking down at himself, Grimm noticed that just like Raya his body was surrounded by a golden aura. What the hell? To think you were one of us? Raya said in surprise, ignoring Grimm's confusion. I don't know which member is coming to replace you, but you were a real pain in the ass. Hopefully your counterpart will be easier to get along with. Goodbye, Grimm. Goodbye. I'm not going anywhere, fuckface. Unfortunately for you that is not case. But don't worry, you won't be the only human disappearing. Grimm's Mindscape King Realm. Standing in the infinite expanse known as Grimm's Mindscape, a confused elf soul looked around in confusion. Where am I? This isn't the body I was going towards. You made it. A voice sounded out within the darkness. Who said that? Snapping around quickly, the confused elf soul saw a distorted figure sitting on a throne looking at him with a playful expression. Hello. The figure waved. Facing such a weird-looking figure, the soul frowned and tried to probe him. Who are you? It asked cautiously. You don't need to worry about that. King smiled, standing to his feet. I'd say I was sorry for drawing your soul to this place instead of your intended target, but that would be a lie. Stepping closer to the soul, King's presence seemed to grow as a terrifying shadow projection seemed to emerge from the darkness and stand over him. You see, I was in need of a catalyst and your soul just so happens to fit the bill. Catalyst. Yep, I need the power of your soul to awaken my avatar's true potential. Sadly, that means I'll have to wipe away everything except that small power dwelling within yourself. No hard feelings though, you're just unlucky. As King finally arrived in front of him, the pressure he was emitting was too much for the soul to handle as it found itself rooted in place. What's going on? Shush. Don't struggle, it will only make what's about to happen hurt more. That being said, this form just won't do. Watching King transform into his true state, the elf's eyes shuddered as his figure and the shadow behind him started fusing into one large shadowy figure whose size easily loomed over him. Gulp. Be proud, little elf, although your return to the mortal realm was short, it will have world-shaking effects for the events ahead. Take solace in that as you disappear forever. No. 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 Chapter 128, Potential Unleashed. Back in the outside world, the golden glow around Grimm's body vanished much to Raya's shock as he stood there staring at a smiling Grimm. Guess I'm sticking around for a bit longer. What the hell just happened? Was the body not compatible with the soul? No, I clearly felt my brethren's power in his body. But why did it suddenly vanish? While Raya was thinking about why Grimm returned to normal, he was suddenly hit by the realization that if the power of his breathing vanished inside Grimm's body, then what happened to the elf's soul? Crack. Clenching his fists tight enough that the sound of his bones became audible, Raya's body suddenly vanished. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. GYAH. Faster than his hyper-focus could keep up with, the now white-haired Raya planted his fist deep into Grimm's stomach. Where is he? Raya screamed as he launched Grimm's body through several stone walls and into a wide space. Flashing into the air above him, a murderous glow surfaced in his eyes as he rained down his hatred and fury. Imitation magic, dark magic, lightless slash, plus, imitation magic, light swords of judgment. Shit. Scrambling to his feet, Grimm took to the air, barely managing to avoid the long-range dark and light magic ranged attacks. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Shit. 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 How the hell did he get faster? And why is he now able to use more than one magic at a time? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Arg. Just managing to evade one of the lightless slashes, blood started to pour out of a small wound on his arm. He actually got me. What did you do to him? Raya screamed uncharacteristically as he flashed in front of Grimm again and grabbed him by the throat. Where is he? Holy shit, this guy might actually kill me at this rate. Clench. Feeling Raya's grip get tighter, a flash of malice crossed Grimm's eyes as he grabbed onto both of Raya's shoulders and grinned. Rengoku bitch. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Releasing the spell at such close range, causing the explosion to be powerful enough that it violently threw Grimm backwards. Cough cough. Fuck, that bastard suddenly got a whole lot stronger out of nowhere. No. I refuse to believe that a guy who was almost killed by my hands can beat me like this. Climbing to his feet, Grimm's mana exploded out of his body as he had had enough of getting his ass beat. If my hyper-focus can't keep up with him at this level, then I'll forcibly evolve it and surpass my limits. While Raya used light magic to heal from Grimm's surprise attack, Grimm closed his eyes and started controlling his breathing. Emptying his mind and tapping into his senses, he recalled back to the time he sat inside Marioliona's mana zone attack. I need to be more attuned to my surroundings. Sense the attacks before they even arrive. Hone my senses until they become sharp enough to asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Dodge something even faster than light. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Moving his head to the side and dodging Raya's spatial magic, plus, light magic, attack that zoomed past his ear and exploded in the distance, a dark smile formed on Grimm's face as his eyes slowly opened. You're so fucked now. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. What? Using his Grimm style, unknowing fire, to break the ground beneath his feet and flash into the air at an astonishing speed, he raised his sword high into the air and mercilessly slashed down at Raya's head. Die. He laughed, feeling his battle lust being stimulated and pushing him to break through his limits. */ Seeing the blade approach his face, Raya used his imitation magic to copy Sally's gel magic and summon out the sticky salamander. Useless. Crazy cutting. */ */ He cut through my magic. Having never seen Grim use these swords before, a brief look of shock gathered on Raya's face before quickly vanishing. Spreading his arms wide, multiple spatial portals appeared around Grim. Imitation magic, light swords of judgment. Even if you can cut magic, you're not able to stop omnidirectional attacks moving faster than the speed of light. Now this would have worked if it hadn't been for him upgrading his hyper-focus and facing a similar omnidirectional attack from Marileona mere hours beforehand. So to the sight of these portals with light coming out of them, Grim could only say one thing. Bring it on, you fucker. Heavy breathing. Okay, Huff, what the hell is this guy? No matter how much I attack him, it's like he knows where it's going to appear from beforehand. He wasn't like this when I was fighting before Patry activated the reincarnation spell. Don't tell me. Did he actually improve in that short amount of time? As he watched Grim slowly gaining the upper hand, he couldn't help but be thankful over the fact that the boy would die here. At the rate he was improving, he'd become a real problem if he was allowed to grow any further. Just as Raya was about to end things and vaporize Grim, the sudden appearance of an elven rill breaking through the wall on top of several worm-like creatures stopped him. Lyra. Rhya. The elven rill cheered and jumped down to meet him and pulled him into a hug. Feeling the touch of his once-dead comrade, Raya couldn't help but laugh with joy as he hugged him back. You're as extreme as ever. Hee hee. Lyra chuckled before looking over at Grim. You having trouble? Not really. I was just about to end things before you arrived. Boo, that's so boring. Let me join in. Heh, knock yourself out. Taking control of those worms, this Lyra dude threw them into the magic barge mix and watched as they tore away at Grim. Oh. Lyra raised an eyebrow. He's actually doing quite well. Raya nodded as the two watched the speed Grim had previously exhibited drop as more and more injuries accumulated on his body. Whoa. He's covered in his own blood. Yeah, he's done now. I wanted to see him struggle more. Lyra whined with a disgusting smile smeared across his face. At least there are more humans that will join him soon. Yeah. Raya nodded. As the two watched Grim's struggle slowly come to an end, that nagging feeling Raya felt from the moment Grim arrived started to flare up again. Why? We've got him clearly outmatched and outnumbered, so why does it feel like something has gone terribly wrong? / Bang. Jaya. / Bang. Arg. Damn, this hurts. My hyperfocus has already been pushed to its limit and I'm starting to feel the backlash from overusing it. So why? Why is this the most fun I've had in such a long time? Despite the wounds appearing on his body, from the start till now, the smile on his face had never faltered for a single moment. More. He whispered enduring those attacks. I need more, I need so much more. Lyra made a weird face after hearing him. Looking over at Raya, he asked. Did we hit him hard enough that he turned crazy? Who knows, but it's time to join the others, end this. Hey, consider it done. Lyra grinned as one of his newly created worms opened its mouth filled with rows upon rows of sharp teeth and struck down at a powerless Grim. Grim's mindscape. Sitting in the mindscape, Grim's original personality sat upon his dragon bone throne watching the fight take place as he spoke to darkness surrounding him. You feel it, don't you? Yeah. Grim's excited voice echoed in the emptiness as his overflowing battle intent filled the landscape. So why are you still playing around? Show them. Grim grins. Show them why you're destined to be the strongest. Show them the power of reincarnation through blood. Boom. Ugh. What the hell? As the battle was just about to come to a close, a sudden burst of golden light burst out of Grimm's body, encompassing the entire room and forcing the two elves to cover their eyes. That boy. I knew he had a lot of mana, but this is just insane. No. It's not the amount of mana that he's releasing that's emitting such pressure. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Ugh. Feeling their hair and clothes being blown and ruffled violently by the pressure exuding from the center of the bright light, Raya realized why he was feeling uncomfortable this entire time. His mana isn't growing in size. It's changing in quality. Could it be that the elf soul that went into his body is finally starting to emerge? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. From the moment Grimm had arrived in this world, he wanted to win. But for the first time in his life, he started to wonder why he struggled so much to become the strongest. Why was it so important to him? All he's ever tried to do is be the strongest. But what was he before that? What was he when he was king? Was he the strongest? Or was he so weak that the desire to become the strongest had taken root in him? King Realm. To think you'd actually try to understand me while undergoing such a drastic change. Grimm. You certainly are one of my more interesting reincarnations. Inside the golden pillar of light, Grimm closed his eyes as the light around him started to fluctuate strangely. Closing his eyes, Grimm felt the wounds on his body to start sting as wisps of steam started escaping from them and the wounds started vanishing. The strongest. Yeah. I want to be the strongest. Who says I need a reason to become stronger than everyone else? I'll become stronger not because King told me to, I'll do it for myself. I'll become the strongest being this world will ever see. Elf. Human. Wizard King. Whatever. In front of my power none of them will matter. All shall fall before me. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. My powers have been growing exponentially for the past 6 years, but there was always that feeling that something was missing, like I was fighting with one arm tied behind my back. But with body. With this blood. With this magic. Clenching his fists, the golden light that encompassed the entire room started to grow violent as Grimm's voice could be heard. I will no longer be held back. HAAA. His voice rang out, causing the golden to pulse in and out of his body. What's going on? Is he trying to contain the elf power within his body? No. It's something different. The elven aura. It's being swallowed by something else. Feeling the elven blood in his body start to grow restless, Grimm could no longer contain it as both his magic and elven power started tearing his body apart. This power. I won't lose to it. Drawing the golden aura back into his body completely, the sound of miniature explosions sounded out from his body as the black in his hair started to rescind from the root and a beautiful shade of white so pure that it resembled snow took over. What the hell? Raya gasped. But that wasn't the only change. Following the sudden color change to his hair, Grimm's eyes started to glow with a soft yellow light and his ears grew remarkably longer. Not too long after this change, the mana that had returned back to his body suddenly exploded out in droves. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With a tremendous roar, a shimmering silver aura began to envelop Grimm's body. As the light expanded outwards, more and more shockwaves started being emitted from his body, making it harder for people to get closer to him. These shockwaves caused Raya and Lyra to snap out of their stunned state and watch what was happening with clear eyes. And what they saw could only be described as beautiful. Snow-white hair, yellow eyes, long ears, and an aura so in touch with nature that it was clear how much Mana loved him. All these were traits of the elf race. He's an elf. Lyra muttered, trying to understand Grimm's change. Even Raya was having a hard time understanding what just happened. The mana waves coming from him were undeniably elven, but the color of his aura clearly wasn't. Not to mention that his face lacked the marks of reincarnation. But why? Why does it feel like he was looking at one of his brethren? The power itself was elven, but its nature was completely different to his or any of the other reincarnated souls. Like something had been mixed into it. Altered it. This was Grimm's elven form. Chapter 129, Elven Form. Standing there with the silver aura pulsing around his body, Raya and Lyra stood rooted to the ground as they watched with wide eyes at Grimm's sudden transformation. For the 500-plus-year-old elves, this would be a scene they would never forget. Raising his head slowly, Grimm looked at the two elves without any emotion in his eyes. To the current him, they were no longer worth his time. What the hell happened to this guy? Since he doesn't have the marks of reincarnation, I can tell that he isn't our comrade. But then where is this power coming from? And why does it look like I'm looking at one of my brethren? None of this makes sense. Raya. Lyra called out with a noticeable stammer in his voice. You feel it too, right? This guy. His power is a lot stronger than it was before. Yeah. He nodded, looking quite troubled, noticing something else. It isn't just his power and appearance that's changed, this guy's whole vibe is completely different. It's like I'm not even looking at a human anymore. While the two of them were busy trying to figure out what had happened to Grimm, the man in question was focusing on understanding the changes in his body. Closing his eyes slightly, he felt a weird sensation coursing through his veins. Almost as if something had caused the blood in his body to start acting up. But more than that, he felt complete for the first time in his life. That feeling of only fighting at 50% had completely vanished. Like it wasn't even there to begin with. And weirdly enough, he felt completely comfortable with this power. Almost as if he had it all along. So this is what he meant when he said reincarnation through blood. Using the elven power within the captured elf soul, King used it to stimulate and bring out the elf part of Grimm's blood and awaken his true potential. Whilst Grimm was growing accustomed to the changes in his body, Raya had already figured out just what he really was. I didn't think it was possible, but that white hair, those ears and those yellow eyes. You're a half-elf, aren't you? What? Lyra looked at him in disbelief. But that's impossible. No one else could have survived the humans' cowardly sneak attack on us. We were wiped out. I know. But look at him, Lyra. Even before he transformed, his eyes were yellow. The signature color of our people. And his mana reserves. No normal human could possibly have that much. So the only conclusion I can come up with is that he's part elf, a half-breed. He said the last part through grit teeth. A half-breed, clenches fists, an elf mated with a human. A member of our glorious race joined bodies with one of those things that exterminated us like we were bugs. To do such a thing and produce this thing. I won't allow it. I'll wipe you and every single dirty human out of existence. You hear me, half-breed? Don't think just because you have our traits that you're one of us. Someone with dirty blood like yours doesn't have the right to call yourself a member of our race. Lyra. He was right, even if Grimm did possess their blood, his human part made it so that he would never be one of them. And even though he was curious as to where Grimm's lineage came from due to all the elves being wiped out, Raya chalked it up to one of their clansmen mating with a human long before Licht was made their leader, and that Grimm was the product of a long lineage of half-elves breeding with humans. Half-breed. Grimm opened his glowing yellow eyes and sounded his words out slowly. Out of everything that you've said so far, the only thing you got correct was the fact that we're indeed not the same. You see. Flashes between the both of them. Compared to you guys places palms onto their chests, I really am just built different. Breath of Flames, 9th form, Rengoku. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Gya. As his flames blew a hole through each of their respected chests, time seemed to slow down as Grimm watched the two bodies by his side fall to his feet. Thud. Looking down at his hands that had just blasted their chests apart, a glow of silver radiance swirled around it. So this is what it feels like to be able to use 100% of my power. This increase in magical abilities. It's amazing. Clench his fist. With this power, I'm just as strong as Marioliona. No. I've exceeded her. Cough cough. Looking down at the two elves, Grimm saw Raya cough out a large mouthful of blood. Well, what did he expect to happen? In their normal states, Grimm was able to easily handle Raya using hyper-focus. And despite Raya transforming while he was still in his normal form, he was still able to survive the combined effort of both him and Lyra. So now that he had also transformed, wouldn't it make sense that since he could barely handle his normal form, why would a transformation that increased his magical abilities change anything? With such a large increase in magical power output, Grim had no choice but to use the normal, Breath of Flames, instead of Breath of Blue Flames, in fear of it killing the two of them. He even went so far as to scale back the power he put into the attack. Not to mention that without the use of his swords the spell would be considerably weaker. But even with all that in mind, to think that a causal, Rengoku, that he had intentionally weakened would be strong enough to put these two at death's doors. This form boosts my magical abilities to too high of an extent that all my spells have become astronomically more dangerous. How satisfying. Why cough cough, why are we still alive? Raya wheezed out, trying his best to struggle through the pain. An injury like this is gonna take a while to heal, not to mention I'm gonna need to heal Lyra as well. Damn it. To think we'd have to face off against a monster like this. The power of an elf with the nature of a human. I'd rather go up against that anti-magic kid instead. Crouching down and materializing a single beast sword into his hand, Grim casually said, I need answers. Tell me the next part of Patri's plan. Heh. Raya chuckled despite feeling like his organs were on fire. I won't tell you anything. As if I'd let a wild card like this get the opportunity to mess with Patri and the others. Is that so? Grim smiled innocently as he raised the sword high into the air before ruthlessly stabbing it down into Raya's thighs. Arg. He screamed and laughed at the same time. Do what you want to me. I won't tell you anything. Oh, I know. What? I didn't expect you to tell me anything from the start, stabbing you was just for fun on my part. Staring at him maliciously, Raya grit his teeth. Ignoring him, Grim pulled the blade out of his thigh and pointed to the collapsed Lyra. Hey Raya, you've watched your comrades die before, right? What? No. He couldn't be thinking of. How would it feel to see it happen all over again? You heard me right. Since you won't tell me anything, it looks like I'll have to go around rounding up the members of your clan and bring them back here for you to witness their final moments. Now that I think about it, I'm actually kind of jealous. I'll never be able to kill the same person twice, but you'll be able to watch them die a second time. Fuck, I can't even imagine how that would feel. Watching the people you fought so hard to bring back die in front of you again. Damn, that actually sounds like fun. Let's start with the one in Rill's body. What are you saying? Maybe I should torture him first, kill him and then go find another elf and rinse and repeat. What do you say, Raya? He looked at him playfully. How much elves do you think will have to die in front of you before you crack? My mind is saying 5 but my heart is saying 3. Why, you can't do that. Raya protested. Oh. And why is that? Grim raised an eyebrow. If you hurt him you'll be hurting your comrade as well. Huh. Your comrades aren't gone. They're just being suppressed by the souls of my brethren. They're essentially still in there. If you kill him you'll be killing your magic knight friends. A/N, buffed. He said friend. LOL, Raya really doesn't know anything. So if I torture the guy inhabiting Rill's body, I'll be hurting Rill too. Yes. Raya nodded. I won't answer your questions and you can't use Lyra to threaten me or else your friend dies as well. I don't care if you're stronger than us, you won't get your way. Thinking that everything would work out for them, Raya didn't expect that Grim's next sentence would throw cold water all over his celebration. I didn't think that the first captain I killed would turn out like this. Oh well, a captain's a captain. What? Raise his sword. Wait. Raya panicked seeing Grim about to poke Lyra with his sword. He's your comrade. If Lyra gets hurt your friend gets hurt too. So? What do you mean so? Don't you care if your comrade dies? Compared to the look you'll have on your face when you see me slit this guy's throat. I'd say it's a good trade. This guy. He isn't lying. Using his innate lie detector ability, Raya was terrified to find out that Grim meant every word of what he said. But just before he could say anything, the left side of the room suddenly exploded open as 3 elves with angel-like wings on their backs came flying in. Where are we? I thought I sensed Raya and Lyra's men. RHYA. One of the evils screamed seeing Raya and Lyra lying on the floor with holes in their chests. Oh. Grim raised his head to look at the newly arrived elves. Looks back at Raya and grins. More playmates. This guy. I have to stop him before he kills everyone. Knowing that there was only one person in the entire base that could stand up to Grimm's current power, Raya grit his teeth, and while Grimm was distracted by the three new elves, he used his imitation magic to open up a portal beneath Grimm's feet. Realizing what Raya was planning, Grimm was about to use his beast magic to shred the spatial magic to pieces. But then he suddenly stopped and looked at Raya with a terrifying grin as he slowly descended into the portal. Looking at Lyra, the three flying elves, and then back at Raya, Grimm left behind a single yet soul-shaking sentence behind. Let the hunt begin. Chapter 130, Elf on Elf Crime. KL. AUS. Mon. Crucified up on a steel cross with her arms spread wide, a tired and beaten-looking Mimosa looked on her elf reincarnated companions. Humph. Filthy royalty. Elf Klaus spat with disgust. What happened to these guys? Their magic and personality. It's like they're completely different people, and whatever happened to them seems to be happening to him as well. But the biggest threat still seems to be the individual floating in the air. Licked. It's good to see you again. Elf Hammond said in an almost sobbing state as he looked at Lick's levitating figure. It's okay. Elf Klaus placed his hand on his shoulder and also looked up at Licked. He's just asleep for the moment, we'll all be together again once he wakes up. Elf Hammond nodded. Speaking of waking up. Looks at It seems he is still not aware of himself yet. So it seems. But he'll be with us in time. For now we should focus on wiping out these humans before their kind spreads any further. This is bad. I don't know what happened to them, but I think a lot of people are going to get hurt if I don't stop these two. I just need to figure out how to get off of this cross. Come on, Mimosa, you can do this. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, Mimosa grit her teeth as she prepared to activate her magic. Even if she was in front of these two, there was no way she'd be taken out so easily. Breathes in. Breathes out. What is that thing Grimm's always saying? Breathes in. Breathes out. Go further beyond. Breathes in. Breathes out. Push yourself to the edge. Breathes in. Breathes out. And once you're there. Breathes in. Breathes out. Surpass your limit. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Seconds before she broke her limits, the sound of a heavy object falling from the sky and crashing into the ground with enough force to create a large dust cloud sounded out as Elf Klaus and Hammond started coughing violently while waving away the dust in the face. So this is where he sent me. A voice echoed out from the center on the dust cloud. This voice. From 5 elves down to 2. Number 3. Number 4. Hey, if it weren't for that one levitating in the air, I'd say he sent you guys to the slaughter. The voice laughed aloud. Breath of wind. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Using his magic, Grimm cleared away all the dust and revealed himself to the others. Grimm. Mimosa gasped seeing him. But quickly calmed down. No. That's not Grimm. Grimm's hair is black and... Yo Mimosa. Grimm waved, finally taking notice of her. Looking pretty biblical. Grimm. Who else? He grinned. But your hair. It's white. And your eyes are glowing. Not to mention your mana. You forgot to mention my ears. Your ears? What's wrong with them? What's wrong with them? Obviously they're... Touch his ear. Why aren't they long anymore? No. I can still feel that they're a bit pointy. But the length has returned to what it was in my normal form. Does this mean my transformation finally ended? And your face? Mimosa stared at him with a serious expression before suddenly blushing. What's wrong with my face? It's becoming more handsome. What? After saying what she said, the whole of Mimosa's face turned bright red as if someone had lit it up. It's become more handsome. I think one of my fractured memories from Earth mentioned that elves were naturally beautiful creatures by human standards. But could transforming really change my appearance that much? I mean, my face should still be the same, right? Maybe my form just makes humans perceive me differently. Now that I think about it, couldn't I get the other half of the noble ladies in the capital if that's the case? While Grimm was busy conversing with Mimosa, Elf Klaus and Hammond were trying to understand who this person in front of them was. He clearly felt like an elf, but something was telling them that he wasn't one of them. "Who are you?" Klaus yelled. "State your name and..." "Shut up." Asterisk bang. Asterisk. What the hell is this pressure? Forced onto their knees by Grimm's killing intent, the two elves found themselves sweating bullets as they struggled to stand up. But right as they were about to struggle even more, every elf in the base was sent a mental message via one of their comrades' magic spells. This voice. It's RHYA. Listen up everyone. If you run into someone with white hair and glowing eyes who doesn't bear the mark of reincarnation, run. He's not one of us. He's a half-breed between human and elf. I repeat. Do not fight him. Stay out of his way and let. Before he could finish his sentence, the message suddenly got cut. Raya and the other elves. Sorry to erupt but. Release flame magic. I've got to clean you guys up. Whoa Marioliona. There's 5 of them. Asta gasped walking into the room with Zora next to him. Half-breed. For some reason, hearing that a member of their race had mixed with a member of the race that exterminated infuriated both Hammond and Klaus to the point that they were able to stand to their feet despite Grimm's overwhelming pressure. Oh. Grimm raised a brow. Half-breed, 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 half-breed. Klaus roared, which caused Grimm to be slightly surprised. But while Elf Klaus was screaming like a madman, no one noticed that the floating lick's hand moved slightly every time the word half-breed was said. Almost like he was having a reaction. You know who I am. Grimm laughed. Huh, so Raya had a way to communicate with you guys, huh? Well, that makes things easier. Breath of the Beast. It's only suitable that I use this magic to hunt you guys. Die you filthy mutt. Klaus screamed as he and Hammond fired off their steel and glass magic. Crazy cutting. Slash slash slash. What? Our attacks. He cut them. Yo Mimosa. Grimm called out without turning back. How long you gonna stay up there? What do you Maya? Shatter. Before she could go any further, the shackles restraining her to the cross suddenly shattered, causing her to free herself and land behind Grimm. Took you long enough. He grinned, ramping his mana up even further. How did he? But he was attacking Klaus and Ham. Don't tell me he managed to cut my restraints while also fending off the 2 of them. But that should be impossible. To split his attention like that while fighting against 2 enhanced magic knights capable of joining the Royal Knights. That shouldn't be possible even for Grimm. Don't think about it too much. Grimm's voice snapped her out of her confused state. Looks up at the floating licht. And besides, if something like that is enough to scare you, what happens next might kill you. Now if you can excuse me, I've got some prey to hunt. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Fast. Defend. Klaus yelled as he brought up a giant steel shield. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. He cut through it. Peekaboo. Glass creation magic, ver fleur. Throwing his hands up into the air, Elf Hammond created a series of sharp glasses that shot up from the ground. Don't get cocky, you filthy half-breed. It was just too bad that with hyper-focus, and his enhanced senses boosted by his Breath of the Beast base, these glass shards would never touch him. Crazy cutting. Activating the spell again, every shard of glass that had risen out of the ground was immediately shattered. Retreat. Klaus yelled as the 2 of them jumped back. Don't run. We're just getting started. Grimm laughed maniacally as he thoroughly enjoyed himself. Breath of the Beast, sudden throwing strike. Just as he was about to summon another steel shield, Hammond grabbed onto him and jumped out of the way while yelling. Those swords ignore defense. Focus on evasion. So you figured that out. Noticing that the 2 of them had created some distance between him and them, Grimm was about to go at them again but suddenly stopped. I can go faster than this. Yeah, I couldn't feel it before while I was in my human form, but in this state. I might be able to access more parts of my magic without needing outside stimuli. Closing his eyes and recalling the feeling of when he first attained Breath of the Beast, all those years ago, Grimm felt something in his magic change as his grimoire started pulsing with energy. What's he doing? Hammond asked, confused over the fact that Grimm was no longer chasing them. Who cares? Kill that dirty half-breed while he's distracted. Nodding his head, the two elves fired off two high-class magic spells at the motionless Grimm. Grimm! Mimosa screamed. Feeling his eyes snap open, time seemed to slow down around him as he felt his body ripple with power. Lowering his center of gravity slightly, Grimm felt the muscles in his body tense as his grimoire released a bright gray light. Chapter 131, Bypass. It all happened so fast. 1 second he was there, and then the next thing they knew they had a sword centimeters away from slicing through their faces. If not for him suddenly stopping and jumping back in retreat, it was likely that the two elves would have met their end there and then. We're alive. Elf Klaus gasped with a tired sense of relief as he held onto his face and started hyperventilating. Shuddering at the fact that they almost died for the second time, the elf souls within the two of them started to feel extremely uncomfortable in their new bodies. Grimm! Mimosa called, seeing him suddenly jump back and land in front of her. Ignoring her call, his grip on his beast swords tightened as he looked up at the floating licht. That feeling just now. What the hell was that? Moments before his swords could cleave through Klaus and Hammond, Grimm felt like lock onto him. To make me subconsciously jump back without moving a muscle, and to do so despite being in my elf form. You're exactly what I'm looking for. Ha. Ha. Ha 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 hey ha 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 ha. Grimm! Mimosa called out again, not understanding the situation. Great great great. He laughed loudly as the mana around his swords grew sharper. Contrary to expectation, instead of being infuriated or unnerved, the feeling Grimm was experiencing right now was unbridled joy. Joy he hadn't felt since he first fought Marioliona during their trip to the hot springs. But even then Marioliona didn't have the ability to subconsciously make him retreat. To face someone with that kind of presence. Could anything be better? He's trembling. Mimosa noted, seeing him standing still while laughing without concern. What's going on? Could it be he retreated because they were too strong? No. She refused to believe that. He was toying with them moments ago, no way they'd suddenly become strong enough to bridge the gap in power in mere seconds. And even if they did, I don't see Grimm retreating due to that. No. There must be something else that I'm missing. That mana. Feeling her eyes go wide, Mimosa suddenly felt her chest tighten as a wisp of fluctuating mana escaped from the floating elf leader. Oh. Grimm said with a massive grin on his face before looking at the two trembling elves. So that's how I get your attention. Lowering his stance and planting his feet on the ground solidly, a wave of excitement and bloodlust burst out of Grimm's body as he took a moment to understand his new spell. Explosive Rush Air. Speed-wise it's not as fast as Unknowing Fire, but since I'm using Breath of the Beast as my base, not only did my body become accustomed to it much faster than other spells, but I can feel that my agility isn't affected either. Unlike with Unknowing Fire, that shoots me forward in a straight line, I might actually be able to maneuver with this one. Grins. Let's push the boundary a little, shall we? Seeing the look of excitement on Grimm's face, the two elves in Klaus and Hammond's body couldn't help but feel like things had suddenly gotten worse for them. This feeling, what is this? Looks down at trembling hand. This body, why is it so terrified? No. It's not just this body that's refusing to move, even my magic isn't responding to me. To use magic isn't a physical thing, does that mean that I'm the problem here? Could it be that I'm feeling unnerved? No, it's more than just that. I don't know why this body is reacting so violently to that smile, but to think that it's affecting my psyche as well. Could being seconds away from death moments ago be causing my mind to be thrown into turmoil? I am scared of a half-breed. No. I refuse to accept that. I am just not used to this body yet. Yes. That's what it is. I'm Breath of the Beast, 8th form Grimm style, Explosive Rush. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Seeing Grimm's figure about to reach him, Elf Klaus regretted the fact that he didn't take Raya's warning more seriously. My body still won't move, sigh, at least it's better than dying to the hands of a full-blown human. Resigning himself to his fate, Klaus closed his eyes and accepted that he had lost. Yeah, this isn't the worst way to go. And besides, I got to see you again, Licht. Despite being moments away from his death, a small smile managed to crawl its way onto his face as he faced death without a shred of fear. Die. Grimm grinned as he slashed his sword down. So you finally move, huh? What? Hearing Grimm's voice but not feeling any pain, the death-accepting elf Klaus peeked out with one eye before both quickly snapped opened. Licht. Standing in front of him and defending against Grimm's slash with a shiny silver sword was none other than the leader of their people, Licht. Isab, is that really you? Overrun by emotion from nearly dying again and now seeing his leader come out to protect him, the mental fatigue he endured within the past 5 minutes was enough to last a lifetime as tears started to stream down his face. Grimm, on the other hand, could care less about how he was feeling and was more focused on the sword in Licht's hand. I can't cut through it. Interesting. Feeling his started to boil, adrenaline started to course through Grimm's veins as he released his mana outwards. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Whoa. Blown back by Licht releasing some of the magic in his sword, Grimm was sent flying backwards with explosive might. Ha 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 ha. He laughed as he stabbed his sword in the ground to slow his backwards momentum. Now it's a par. What the hell? Not allowing him to finish his sentence, the silent Licht somehow appeared in front in a way that was completely incomprehensible. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Erg. Barely managing to escape in time, the ground where he stood had previously exploded into pieces as if it had endured countless sword cuts. What the fuck was that? His ki and magic completely disappeared. Appearing behind him using the same technique as before, Licht raised his sword high into the air and slashed down again. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Arg. Raising his beast swords above his head, Grimm managed to block the swing, but upon contact with each other Licht released the magic power stored in the sword, tearing Grimm's apart and sending hurling towards the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Landing hard enough to create a crater in the ground, Grimm felt the bones in his body rattle as he crawled up to his feet. Cough cough. Okay, seriously, what the fuck? Forget moving fast, that was something completely different. Even if he was moving fast, my hyper-focus would sense him the moment he stopped moving. After fighting with Raya back in his human form, Grimm had learned that even if his hyper-focus couldn't keep up with a person, he would still be able to sense them to a degree. So even if they sneaked up on him after outpacing him, he'd still sense them even if he couldn't stop them. Even a teleporter wouldn't be able to outdo him in this regard. But this guy was something else. Whatever technique he used didn't utilize mana and completely hid his ki. It was almost like he was integrating himself into the natural mana around him, thus bypassing his hyper-focus. This might actually be a more fun than I thought. Chapter 132, One Sword. 8-layered mist. Heat lightning. Sudden throwing strike. Rengoku. Unleashing more and more devastating long-ranged attacks from the air, the area below Grimm and Licht had been completely destroyed as Mimosa, Yuno, and the 2 elves inhabiting Klaus and Hammond's bodies barely survived due to Grimm focusing his attention on Licht. This power. Just how strong have you gotten, Grimm? Watching the battle from below while also doing her best to take care of the unconscious Yuno, Mimosa was in awe of Grimm's sudden jump in magical power. Compared to the last time she saw him fight in the Royal Knight exam, his current power easily eclipsed anything she had seen before. Swoosh. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Agilely flying through the air with only one sword in his hand, Licht effortlessly avoided getting hit by Grimm's attacks and easily closed the gap between them by using that weird melding with mana technique that bypassed his hyper-focus to appear in front of him. That being said, throughout the entirety of the battle Grimm had noticed a polarizing fact about the way Licht fought. He has no long-range abilities. It was unknown if it was due to him not using a grimoire or just the limited capabilities of the sword he was using, but every time the two engaged in combat Licht would always do so from a melee range. Grins. So that's it. Knowing that he couldn't use any long-ranged attacks in the battle, Grim decided to stop using his own ranged abilities in order to put the two on equal ground. Now while this may be foolish to others, in Grim's perspective it was way more fun to crush an opponent while fighting on their terms. Using Explosive Rush, Grim flashed in front of the elf leader and raised his beast swords high into the air. Crazy Cutting. Slashing the swords downwards, the grey aura blades around Grim's figure worked in union with his swords as they all aimed to tear Licht into pieces. Leader of the Elves. Melding with mana. Swordsmanship. Who gives a fuck about that shit? If you can't withstand something like this, then you're no different from trash I meet every day. With the magical power enhancement from his elven form, the current speed and cutting power of Crazy Cutting was off the charts. Die for me. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Watching the beast swords and aura blades approaching him, Licht remained emotionless as he slowly tilted his body to the side and started dodging the blades by a hairbreadth. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Ha. Ha. He's even able to dodge something as fast as this. This guy's insane. Feeling more and more motivated by the second, the ferocity within Grim's attacks skyrocketed as he was becoming determined to at the very least cut Licht's clothes. Unfortunately for him, Licht wasn't a passive fighter that he could test his abilities on. While dodging Grim's insane attacks, Licht abruptly swung his sword upwards. Ting. Ha. Lowering it again, the sound of steel striking against steel reverberated throughout the entire area. Did he just parry my sword? Staring at him without blinking, Licht kept dodging while occasionally parrying Grim's sword strikes until eventually. Ting. 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 He figured out the timing. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. He's matching the speed of my Crazy Cutting. Only using a single sword and not utilizing a single spell, this person was capable of contending with one of Grim's most dangerous attacks without breaking a sweat. Amazing, right? No. For the first time since being reincarnated in this world, Grim experienced a feeling he didn't know was possible for him. Humiliation. How dare you? Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Yummy. How dare you? Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Marioliona. How dare you? Raya. How fucking dare you? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Since reincarnating into this world, Grim had faced countless opponents who were stronger than him. He stood up to Yami's Dark Cloak Dimension Slash, withstood Marioliona's Mana Zone and used Hyper Focus to contend with Raya despite Raya being stronger than him. In every fight he had with an opponent who was stronger than him, he had forced them to use a powerful spell that would kill lesser mages. But now you're telling him that despite facing such strong people, a person using a single sword and nothing else was capable of pushing him this far? What kind of bullshit was that? Unlocking spells, being beaten senseless and achieving his elven form. Are you really telling me that that isn't enough? No. I'm strong. I'm really fucking strong. I can't lose. After everything I went through to get here, I won't lose. A/N, he's losing it, people. Unleashing his mana outwards with enough force that everyone in the entire base felt it, Grim's attacks started to become more brutal and violent as he stopped playing around. Rip and tear. Rising scorching sun. Claws peifeing wind. Constant flux. Flowing dance. Thunder swarm. Losing his rationality, Grim started to barrage the elf with a bombardment of spells as he slowly broke his limit and unleashed a new spell his grimoire had manifested after surviving the pummeling of Marioliona's Mana Zone attack. Slashing upwards with Rising Scorching Sun, the blue flames on his sword started burning brightly as he slashed down. Breath of Blue Flames, third form, Blazing Universe. A/N, this form was only introduced in the movie, so I had to fit it in here somehow. I won't lose. I won't lose. I won't lose. With that single thought driving him, Grim gave into his base instincts. Watching the world lose its color around him, the only thing in his sights was the emotionless-looking Licht. Dodging his outburst of attacks, Licht used that melding with mana technique to bypass Grimm's hyper-focus, closing the gap between again. */ Arg. Feeling his bones almost shatter from being hit by Licht's sword, Grimm grit his teeth and swung around to slash at him. But just like before, he used his mana melding technique to vanish and strike at him again. Arg. Slash. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Enough. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Vanishing from sight once again, Grimm felt his entire body racked in pain as he pushed his hyper-focus to the limit. Not enough. It's not enough. Switching to his most comfortable breath of the beast, Grimm hoped that using his beast senses and hyper-focus would be enough to locate Licht before he could attack. Too bad his thinking was too idealistic. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Arg. Popping up behind him, Licht struck him once more. There. Feeling as if he felt something, he quickly spun around and slashed at empty air. Unfortunately for him, Licht appeared at his side and used reinforcement magic to kick him in the ribs and send him flying into one of the base's walls. Grimm. Watching all this take place from below, Mimosa subconsciously covered her mouth as she watched the blood run down Grimm's head and cover his face. Even from down here she could see just how injured he was. He's going to kill him. Feeling something grip her heart, she ran over to Yuno's side and started to violently shake him. Yuno, wake up. Yuno, please. I need you. So please. Please save him. With tears streaming down her face, the young royal begged and begged for someone to save Grimm as Licht began to stomp down on him. Picking him up by the neck, Licht looked at the bloodied Grimm with his emotionless eyes and eventually let go. King Realm. Damn, and I thought Asta got fucked up when he fought him alongside Yuno. Sigh. I guess it was still a little too early for him to fight against the leader of the elves. Landing heavily on the ground, the sound of Mimosa's begging managed to find its way into Grimm's ears as he barely held onto his consciousness. Struggling to raise his head, he saw his grimoire laying in front of him. Having lost its luster from before, Grimm couldn't help but laugh despite the pain. Hey grimoire. I just got fucked up, isn't this the moment you're supposed to give me some bullshit spell to help me out? Not this time, eh? Cough cough fuck. Not only did I lose to some bastard who didn't use a single spell, now I have a girl begging for someone to save me. How far I've fallen. Still nothing, sigh, how embarrassing. Oh come on. You're really just gonna sit there? After all that? Really? What am I doing? I'm talking to my grimoire like a loser. Huh. Looking over to his book of spells, the grimoire started glowing gray and opened up to a blank page. So I didn't get the shit kicked out of me for nothing. Laughing to himself, his previous crushed pride started to crawl out of the dirt. Now show me what I got. I'll fuck that piece of shit up once you do. Breath of the Beast, 7th Form, Spatial Awareness. Fuck. Chapter 133, Don't Call It a Comeback. Clinging to what little consciousness he had left, Grimm forced his broken body to its feet. Feeling his body scream at him to stop, he grit his teeth and stood up straight. Barely managing to stand properly, he opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. Trudging forward slightly, he picked up his grimoire and looked up at the levitating Licht, who also happened to be looking down at him with lifeless eyes. Clenching his fists tightly, he did his best to calm the urge to go back up and fight. One sword, no grimoire or spells. To think there was such an absurd opponent out there who could do this to me. Humiliated. Yeah, for the first time in his life Grimm had felt what it was like to face humiliation. But there was more than that. Something deeper. Something that's stronger. Against such an enemy, the only emotion that could overshadow this feeling of humiliation was none other than inspiration. One sword and no spells. How could he not be inspired? He knew his own power well, and with this elven power boosting it even further, the fact that was someone out there who could deal with him at this level without casting a single spell was awe-inspiring. Imagine being so strong that all you needed was a sword to beat someone whose strength rivaled/exceeded a captain's. Instead of representing an insurmountable wall, Licht had just become a new benchmark of power that had entered Grimm's crosshairs. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly bursting into a fit of uncontrollable laughter, Grim ignored the pain in his body as his mana started fluctuating violently. Hearing his laughter, Mimosa paused her attempt to wake Yuno up to look back at the now standing Grim, who was slowly levitating upwards. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Grim. Mimosa whispered upon seeing the look in his eyes. This pain. It hurts so bad, but it isn't enough to stop me. Shooting forward using unknowing fire, he appeared in front of the emotionless Licht and struck down. */*. Watching the blade draw closer to face, Licht made use of the melding with mana technique to vanish and appear at his side. Grim. Mimosa screamed seeing Licht's sword aimed towards Grim's head. */*. Suddenly lifting his sword upwards, Grim's sword locked with Licht's. Ha 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 ha. Continuing to laugh, he used reinforcement magic on his arms to force Licht backwards and charge at him. Looking at him with those same emotionless eyes, Licht made use of the mana melding technique to ambush him again. Hyperfocus, plus, spatial awareness, plus, beast instincts. Combining all three moves together, Grim was able to sense the slight vibrations in the air Licht made whenever he disengaged his mana melding technique. Using spatial awareness, he was able to find where Licht was once he stopped using the mana melding technique. Using hyperfocus and his natural beast senses from his Breath of the Beast base, he was able to react fast enough to the point that he was just barely able to block and counterattack. *ting. 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 Losing himself to the feeling of the battle, Grim was somehow able to evade some of Licht's attacks while also being able to strike back. That being said, it wasn't like he was able to actually touch Licht. If anything, the only thing that had changed was that he wasn't getting hurt as often. It was unknown whether it was due to his own will or the clear adrenaline rush, but he was able to ignore the pain and fight with a smile on his face. Dodging left and right, he switched breath styles so fluently that his attacks were starting to blend together. What is this? Watching Grim fight from her standing with Yuno, Mimosa's eyes shone with awe as her heart started to palpitate. So handsome. She muttered. Seeing the guy she liked losing himself to something he loved doing, words were unable to describe just how she was feeling. In truth, even Grim didn't know what he was feeling. Right now the only thing in his mind was the urge to swing his swords. The strongest elf. He certainly lived up to the hype. *bang. Locking swords with him once again, the smile on Grim's face grew so wide that it looked like it was about to tear off. Crazy cutting. Switching attack methods, Grim bombarded him with sharp slashes while also weaving in some other attacks in Blazing Universe, Scorching Rising Sun, Flowing Dance. Incredible. Elf Klaus and Hammond muttered upon witnessing the sight above them. We need to help him. Nods. Opening their grimoires, both shot their magics at the focused Grim. No you don't. Huh. As if on cue, a falling Asta appeared out of God knows where and using his Demon Slayer sword he deflected the attacks right back at them. Boom. Asta. Mimosa gasped. Yo. He grinned seeing that she was okay. After what felt like a couple of minutes, Yuno finally woke up and with the help of Black Asta, they both defeated the combined magic of Elf Klaus and Hammond. Phew. Asta exhaled as he wiped a bead of sweat off his forehead. Why you did it? Mimosa cheered. Of course. Asta smiled and patted Yuno's back. No way someone could beat me and Yuno when we're working together. Right, Yuno? Instead of answering, Yuno was frowning as he stared up at the battle raging above them. Oh right. Asta said, realizing that a fight was still going on. Who is that? Huh. The two Golden Dawn members looked at him with confusion. He seems pretty strong. Asta nodded. Though I don't remember him from the Royal Knight exam. Seeing Grim's torn-up outfit, he naturally assumed that he had gotten here due to passing the exam and that the robe had ended up in such a state due to the battle. That's Grim. Mimosa said seriously. Eh? No it's not. He laughed. Grim has black hair. Asta. Suddenly spoke up, realizing that his childhood friend truly didn't recognize a squad member that he had known for over 6 months. Your hair changes color when you use this form. You're right. Asta suddenly gasped, realizing that it was in fact Grim up there. Why'd his hair turn white though? Is that really what you want to ask right now? Chastised. I guess not. He said, getting into a battle stance. Let's give him a hand. Nodding his head, also prepared to help out as the two shot into the air. But before they got a chance to help out, Grim's voice filled with oppressive might slammed into them. Fuck off. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Clashing with Licht again, a wave of uncontrollable mana burst out of the two of them, forcing Asta and Mimosa back. Don't you dare ruin my fun. Unfortunately for him, everyone had a limit. And Grim had naturally reached his. With his body in such a state, it didn't take long for Licht to gain the upper hand and kick his half-elf opponent to the side. Grim. Asta screamed as both he and ignored his previous words and charged towards the elf leader. What followed next was a fight that concluded with Asta getting his Demon Dweller sword taken from him by Licht and him, and Mimosa being blasted out of the base after Licht absorbed and condensed Spirit Storm spell and redirecting back at them. By the end of it all, a huge hole had appeared in the base with no sign of Asta or Mimosa seen anywhere. Only an unconscious Grim lay in a set of rubble on the floor as Raya, Elfril, Luck and a couple others appeared in the room. Chapter 134, Saying Goodbye. King Realm. I've seen many things, Grim. I've seen ninjas using their hands to throw gang signs at each other, transcendent souls turn into butterflies with a weird-eye vaginas on their foreheads, and pink-haired male historical figures that were cuter than 99% of the female population that it made me question my sexuality at one point. Now you're probably wondering why I'm telling you all this, right? Well, my point is I've seen shit. A lot of shit. Some of that shit was my doing, sometimes it was just there for me to clean up. Sometimes things are fucked, sometimes they aren't. But never in any of my previous lives did I say what you just said. 5 minutes earlier. Spits out blood. Is that all you've got, you bitches, chicken fucker? Laughing at the wounds on his body, Grim sat tied up on a chair facing Raya and the elf-turned-magic knights who were standing in front of him. Having taken his grimoire away, leaving him unable to use any of his spells, he was forced to take a beating from Raya and the others before being healed and repeating the cycle. Apparently it was a good way to pass the time. I'll admit, kid, you've got guts. Raya complimented, using his light magic to heal Grim's wounds. But don't think for a second that you're gonna get out of this in one piece. If it wasn't for Licht not wanting to kill you, do you honestly think you'd still be breathing right now? Who knows? Grim shrugged, not taking the beating seriously. Sigh. What is with this kid? I know Licht doesn't want us to kill him, but he's seriously aggravating. No matter how much magic we hit him with, he keeps smiling. Noticing that there was still a few minutes until they would reach the capital, he nodded to the elf inhabiting Luck's body. Your turn next, Lufulu. Finally. He laughed joyfully as sparks of blue lightning danced across his hand. Oh. Grim raised his eyebrow when he saw Luck's figure arrive in front of him. Try to do better than the last guy, will ya? This is starting to becoming boring. Ha 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 ha. Lufulu laughed as he placed his hands on both sides of Grim's head. I just need to make sure he doesn't die, right? He looked at Raya. Yeah. He nodded. Since Licht didn't kill him, it's likely that he doesn't want him dead yet. Gotcha. Crackle. Manifesting his lightning magic on his palms, he sent a current directly into Grim's body. Grim screamed as laughter started escaping out of his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Hearing him laughing at his efforts, an unexplainable expression crossed Lufulu's face as he ramped to voltage up even higher. Arg ha 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 ha. More. What is wrong with this kid? Watching the light show from a safe distance, the elves couldn't help but wonder what this kid's problem was. Despite torturing him with many different types of magic, he always took it in stride and even looked like he was enjoying it to a degree. This led them to feel like something wasn't right. And if it was up to them, they would kill him this very instance. That's enough, Luffulu. Raya suddenly stopped him. Any more and you'll actually kill him. TCH. Looking at Grimm's sizzling body, he probably would have backed off if it wasn't for that mocking smile Grimm was flashing his way. Lightning magic, thunder arrow. Manifesting a solid arrow made from pure lightning magic, Grimm had a flashback to the Royal Knight exam. I see. So if the lightning user is strong enough they can fire off the spell without the help of others. During the Royal Knight exam, when fighting against Rill, Luck, Klaus and the fat woman with wing magic from the Blue Rose Squad joined their magic together to create the Thunder Arrow. But here was someone using Luck's body to do the exact same thing but by themselves. The gap between this guy and Luck was way too large. Asterisk stab. Asterisk. Gya. Luffulu. Raya screamed seeing the Thunder Arrow lodged into Grimm's chest. Pulling him back, he rushed to Grimm's side and started using healing magic. Damn it. I don't know if I can heal this. Oi half-breed. He called the barely conscious Grimm. Looks like you're gonna lose conscious soon, so before you do I gotta tell you something. I don't know how long you're gonna be asleep for but, by the time you wake up it's likely that all the humans in this kingdom will be gone. So if there's someone you want me to deliver a message to before you pass out, now's the time. Think about it as your final goodbye. Listening to Raya's words, the realization that this might actually be the end of the Clover Kingdom finally dawned on him. This is the end, huh? Seeing that he wasn't responding, Raya figured that he didn't have. After I fall unconscious. Can you deliver a message to my girlfriend? Someone like this is capable of getting a girlfriend. Tell her that she's the best piece of ass I've ever had. It's the least you could do. Sigh. Sure kid, if I come across her I'll tell her. What's her name and address anyway? Looks up at Raya confused. You don't know your own mother's name and address. Present time, King Realm. And to think you passed out after you said that. You should have seen the look on his face. The other elves had to basically pull him off you. Laughing hard at what had just happened, the distorted king wiped a tear from his eyes as he did his best to contain his laughter. Fucking priceless. That'll make a good memory in the long run. Yeah. Grimm brushed it off. How long till I wake up? King hummed. With your current constitution thanks to your Breath of the Beast base, your enhanced recovery speed from being a demon slayer and Raya's healing magic, I'd say 5 more minutes give or take. 5 minutes. Yeah, that's enough time. What about my grimoire? It's in the other room, not even locked up or anything. Probably didn't even consider you'd be able to recover this quickly. Not to mention you're tied to a chair and all. Yeah. Grimm agreed. Mages have really weak bodies, in their minds I probably wouldn't be able to escape without magic. Too bad my base strength is enhanced. King nodded. But you could have escaped earlier, right? With your physical strength alone no rope at that level would have been able to bind you. I mean it wasn't even magically enhanced or anything. I was waiting for my mental fatigue to recover. I'm still not used to using hyper-focus like that yet. And besides grins they were giving me a free power-up. Chapter 135, Bonds. After waking up from his slumber, Grimm broke his bindings and retrieved his grimoire from the other room. I guess I'm in the capital. Looking out of the window, the sight of the capital in flames reflected off his glowing eyes. Damn. This is all they did. I could have done 10x the damage they've done by myself. For the most magically gifted race in the world, they sure are soft. No wonder they got wiped out. Sighing to himself, he couldn't help but wonder just how long it'd take for them to wipe out every human in the Clover Kingdom if this was them at their best. Sigh. Whatever, my beef is with the leader of the elves. I'll leave saving the citizens of the kingdom to the Magic Knights. They might as well earn their paychecks. As for him, he didn't really care about the Clover Kingdom. If it weren't for Asta, Luck, the captains and the Wizard King, he probably would have left to explore and fight the people in the other kingdoms long ago. Turning away from the window, just as he was about to head to go searching for Licht on the upper levels, the sudden burst of familiar mana erupting from the distance caught his attention. Oh. He's fast. No shit. Vanessa replied with a very grim-like tone. A/N, they've spent way too much time around him. Watching luck zap around them, Magna and Vanessa raised their guard as they did their best to defend against his attacks. Eat this. Fire magic, extreme killing vanishing fireball. Lufulu tilted his head watching the palm-sized ball of fire approaching him. No way something that slow will reach me. Grins. Are you sure about that? Magna grinned as the fireball suddenly vanished. A/N, you can add in your John Cena memes now. Huh. Where'd it go? Seeing Lufulu panic, an expression of satisfaction crept its way onto Magna's face. Too bad it was wiped off with Lufulu's next words. Just kidding. Zoom. Flashing behind him at a speed that they couldn't follow, Magna's eyes went wide as he felt Lufulu's palm on his back. Moron, did you really think I couldn't feel its mana just because I couldn't see it? Remembering that Luck had the best mana sensing abilities in the entire squad, rivaled by Grim of course, the only word that came out of Magna's mouth before he was blown into the distance by Lufulu's spell was shit. Bang. Magna. Vanessa screamed as he was blasted away. You should worry about yourself. Flashing in front of her, a smiling Lufulu lightning-covered hand pointed straight at her face. I guess it might be a little too late for that now though. Lightning magic, thunderclap crumbling orb. Boom. Pant. Oh. Lufulu raised a brow seeing Vanessa standing a bit away from him. You actually managed to dodge that. What interesting magic. Covered in sweat and breathing heavily, Vanessa grit her teeth and clenched her hands. Using rouge like that took a huge chunk out my mana. I won't be able to fight long if things keep up. Aha. Lufulu suddenly made a face. I get it now, that weird cat is doing something to keep you alive, right? But a spell like that must use a ton of mana, right? Oh, I am. He laughed seeing the look on her face. So as long as I keep killing you over and over again, it'll eventually stick. Boom. Before he was able to finish his sentence, the ground around him suddenly exploded with him in the center of it. Oi. Magna's voice sounded out. Did you really think I'd go down that easily? Climbing out of the rubble he had been thrown into, a disheveled-looking Magna made his way to the surface. Now give us luck back, you damn imposter. Aha, ha, ha, ha 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 ha. As the dust cloud slowly blew away, it revealed the sight of a crazy laughing Lufulu. To think you'd actually hit me. Okay, insects, I'll stop playing around. Try and keep up. 2 minutes later. Bleg. Throwing up a mouthful of blood after having received a powerful current of lightning via Lufulu's fist buried in his gut, Magna fell to his knees. What the hell happened? After manifesting that weird ring on his back and cladding himself in more lightning armor, he became way faster than before. Nah. A bit away from the two of them, Vanessa lay with her in the dirt as she struggled to lift her head up. Oh. Luck looked down at the kneeling Magna before picking him up by the throat. After you said you wouldn't go down easily, you went down much faster than I thought. How disappointing. Expected, but disappointing nonetheless. I guess that's all you humans really amount to. Compared to us elves. Shut up. Magna managed to squeal out. I don't care who you are, my opponent's that idiot, so hurry up and get out of his body, you damn body snatcher. Yeah. Vanessa barely managed to say as she forced herself to sit up. He's annoying, loud and destructive as hell, but he's like a little brother to me, so we're taking him back, whether you like it or not. Grits teeth. You speak of love like you're capable of feeling it. Tightens grip on Magna's throat. Don't make me laugh. You filthy animals don't have the right to such emotions. You kill, destroy, and betray everything around you. I won't stand for it. If these bonds you speak of exist, then I'll crush it along with the rest of you. Starting with this fading soul inside of me. Gripping Magna's throat even tighter to the point of suffocation, a crazed light appeared in Lufulu's eyes. Is that so? Magna said with difficulty. Then tell me, why are you crying? Huh. Showing me something like that. That's a sign, right? Smile's a sign that you're still in there. Right, Luck? Shut up. I've been training really hard while you've been playing around. Grabs Luffy's wrist, so hurry up and fight me, Luck. Shut up. Lightning magic, thunder arrow. Manifesting the same arrow he used to stab Grim back on the base, he thrust it into Magna's chest. Die, human. Like I'd let you. Coming from who knows where, holding onto the string of Vanessa's fading cat, Asta flashed onto the scene, and using the sword he took from Lick during their encounter, he slashed at the thunder arrow, saving Magna and forcing Luffy to retreat. Surprised at the fact that he didn't sense this newcomer's mana, Luffy looked at him with a small amount of curiosity. Who are you? Enters black form. I'm Luck's friend. Meanwhile, all this was going on, high in the air. Grim, who had gotten a better degree of control over his mana since awakening his elf blood, suppressed his aura so that Luffy wouldn't sense him as he watched the fight with his focus solely on Luffy. What the fuck is in this elven boost? He's moving around like he's cocaine or some shit. Looking at it from above, he could tell that Luffy was a bit more tricky compared to Raya. While not as powerful as Raya in his elven form, Luffy's speed definitely surpassed his by quite a bit. This was especially true once he got that weird ring behind him. Not only had his speed increased, but his agility had risen to another level entirely. That being said, Grim could still see and react to his speed. Only problem was, he could tell that he wasn't as fast. Back when both him and Luck were in their base forms, Luck had always been faster than him. Now that they'd both achieved a boost in magic power from their elven side, nothing had changed speed-wise. Luck was still faster than him. But back then he was subconsciously using ki to react to him. Now he had hyper-focus. Rant and praise. So I recently caught up to the mangas of JJK, BC, MHA, and I've got something to say. JJK was honestly never the biggest fan of this series. When the anime came out, I thought I'd give it a second chance since people were hyping it up so much. Long story short, it's a good series, but it doesn't suit my tastes. Besides Gojo and Sukuna, no one else in the series interests me. And if you're up to date with the manga, you know one of those two I just mentioned are indisposed. So yeah, alright series, don't get the hype, and Maki is overrated AF. BC, somehow this series never disappoints. Honestly, rising to godly levels at this point. Like the whole Spade arc is just banger after banger. I mean, we got side characters giving big villains the work, Nak proving to be the best vice captain, and Asta showing the true power of his anti-magic swords in DU mode. That being said, is it just me, or has Yuno become the weakest of the light triad? Like in the beginning of the series, him and Asta were relative to each other in strength, with Noel being a bit behind them. But after Asta and Noel went to train in the Heart Kingdom while he stayed behind for his vice captain duties, stupid reason, I feel like a gap between them formed. I thought he might have overcome it and caught up to Asta a bit after getting Spirit of Boreas, but after the form Noel just revealed plus the fact that she's learned ultimate magic, she's become OP, I don't see how Yuno can stand against her. Hell, Luck, ultimate magic, might only be a bit away from him at this point. MHA, WTF happened to this series? Like, I caught up because I wanted to start writing new CHP for my Ma FF, but WTF. This series has dropped the ball so hard it might actually tunnel its way to the center of the earth. Like, what was the mangaka thinking when he made the main villain AFO? I thought it was Shigaraki's time. And Deku? How has he not changed as a character? Literally no growth. After his city has gone to hell and he's just learned about the dark side of hero society thanks to a recently introduced character, he's still spouting the same old shit without even considering how flawed his childlike viewpoint is. At least Asta tries to understand his enemies without outright stating that his belief is right and that theirs is wrong. And then this newly introduced character all of a sudden is like, wow, he still believes in heroes despite me telling him the truth. He's a real hero. I'm so wrong in my beliefs, which have been tempered over dozens of years of real-world experience. Oh well, if this random 15-year-old boy who's barely into his second year of high school says so, he must be right, oh golly. And don't get me started on One for All. Like, the only way the mangaka could make this quirk/Deku interesting was to basically give him 7 other random Kyriks for no reason. Like, he has so little creativity of what to do with One for All besides punching, kicking and the occasional air blast, that he's straight up giving Deku other superpowers to compensate. Like, who from Class 1A can compete with him at this point? Explosion Boy. Deku almost dropped him when he could only use 5% of OFA, now he can use 45%, and that was without the additional superpowers. No wonder he becomes the #1 hero in the series. If he can't, no one can. For those who didn't read the entire thing, I'll sum it up quickly. JJK, meh, not my thing. BC, awesome, instant boner. MHA, shakes head and leaves silently. Chapter 136, fast as F******** boy. Sigh. I expected this to happen, but still. Luck totally stomped them. And to make matters even worse, I know this guy is only using his body, but technically Luck just beat the most competent members of the Black Bulls all by himself. And Asta. What the hell happened to him in the time I was unconscious? I don't know how he did it, but he somehow managed to somewhat keep up with Luck at that speed. But he clearly wasn't that fast the last time I saw him fight. Is it that sword new he's holding? I know his swords are sensitive to magic and all, but this is insane. And why does it look like the one Licht was using when he fought against me? Standing in the air, Grim watched as Lufula beat the ever-living shit out of Asta, Magna, and Vanessa in one of the most humiliating swoopings he'd ever seen. Not that it was a surprise or anything. After all, out of everyone here, Luck was the one who had sparred with him the longest, causing his power to skyrocket compared to someone like Magna who had never fought Grim once. Adding the elven power from the reincarnation magic was honestly overkill. Not to mention that just like Grim, Luck's body also had the ability to surpass its limits during battle and grow stronger. With all that being said, the battle was over before it even started. And not even with the addition of Asta could change that. Shit, he might actually kill them at this rate. Ahahaha. Is that all you have? So much for your unbreakable bonds. With Vanessa, Magna, and Asta down for the count, Lufulu, who was covered in his lightning armor, mercilessly stomped down on Magna's chest with enough force that it almost made it cave in. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Gya. Stomping down repeatedly, Lufulu's maniatic laugh resounded out as a small crater formed beneath Magna's body. And to make it even worse, every stomp sent a powerful current of paralyzing lightning into his body. Luck. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. He's gone. Lufula laughed, stomping down on his chest again. Stop it, Luck. Asta screamed, doing his best to crawl to his feet. Oh. Lufula tilted his head to look at him before a giant smile spread across his face and his figure disappeared in a flash of blue lightning. Zap. Watching the lightning-covered claw reaching towards his face, Asta felt his eyes go wide as he realized that he couldn't stop it. I can't stop him. Die, you filthy human. With lightning crackling around his arm, moments before he ripped Asta's face to shreds, a sudden eruption of strange mana forced him to stop and retreat as the area he was standing in suddenly transformed into a smoldering mess of blue flames. Who? Did you really think I'd let you hit me without paying you back in kind? Hearing the voice, Lufulu's head snapped upwards and grit his teeth with rage. You. Yo. Grim smiled as he descended down from above and landed in front of Asta. Half-breed. Seething with rage, the amount of killing intent on Lufulu's body increased by a disgusting amount as his eyes turned bloodshot. Damn, elves really don't like mixing bloodlines with human, huh? Gee, Grim. Asta said with a shaky voice as the white-haired individual landed in front of him. The last time he saw him, Licht had slammed him into a wall and he, Yuno and Mimosa had been blasted out of the base with Grim's condition left unknown to them. By the time they came to, Mimosa was acting hysterical, wanting to go back to save him. If it weren't for Nozel, who had arrived to meet them and remind her of her duty as a magic knight, she probably would have gone back by herself. Why, you're alive, he said in an almost sobbing tone. Turning his head to face him, Grim gave him a weird look. Did you kill me off or something? What? No. It's just. As the two proceeded to have a whole conversation on how Grim survived being left alone in a base full of individuals who seemed to have an especially strong hatred towards him, the lightning aura around Lufula's body started to spike as he suddenly shot forward. Half-breed. He screamed. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Closing in on him, just as he was about to strike, the sudden eruption of blue flames around Grim's figure was strong enough to blow him back. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Erg. Asta covered his face as he was also thrown back from the force. Yo Asta, it's been a while since me and Luck have caught up, so do me a favor and chill out for a bit, okay? But that's not Asta. Grim called out with killing intent mixed into his tone. I said me and Luck have some catching up to do. Alright. Sensing that Grim wouldn't take no for an answer, Asta had no choice but to nod his head and try to regain his stamina. Just don't kill him, Luck's still in there. Nodding his head in confirmation, Grim's eyes focused on Lufulu. With lightning and blue flames wrapped around each figure, the grimoires of the two snapped open as the two sprung into action. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Kicking off the ground with an insane amount of explosive force, both boys transformed into a bolt of lightning and a plume of blue flames. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Such force. Clashing head first into the other, the force generated from the two was powerful enough that the surrounding area was blown away and turned into a wasteland filled with scorching blue flames and random crackles of lightning. Watching with her mouth open wide, the sight of the mere clash between these two sent Vanessa into a state of panic as she saw the destruction brought about by a single exchange. Monsters. They're monsters. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Dodging Grim's flame-covered sword, Lufula kept his arms close to his body like a boxer and countered with a bunch of well-timed jabs that Grim narrowly managed to evade while backing away. Haha. You'll never hit attacks that slow. Is this Flash wannabe bitch mocking me? Breath of wind. Changing to a more agility-based style, the hue around his figure transformed from a blazing blue to a soft green as he struck down with a violent strike. What the? Claw-purifying wind. Watching the 4 vertical claw-like slashes crash towards him, Lufula did the smart thing and zapped out of there. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. TCH, running away now. Who said anything about going away? Just as fast as he had disappeared, Lufula's lightning-cloaked figure came racing back towards Grim. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Dust whirlwind cutter. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Surrounding himself in a tornado of violent wind, Grim used the spell to launch himself up into the air moments before Lufula's grabbed him. Breath of blue flames, 9th form, Rengoku. Slashing down without any hesitation, a beam of elven-powered flame magic came crashing down. Seeing the beam of concentrated fire descend towards him, an insane amount of lightning magic gathered around Lufula's hand as he took on a throwing stance. Lightning creation magic, thunder arrow. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Throwing it with enough speed and power that the arrow basically transformed into lightning itself. Once the two spells finally met, the amount of destruction it wrought was terrifying. At first there was silence like the world had forgotten the meaning of sound. But then, it happened. An explosion of fire and lightning so large that it drew the attention of every elf and magic knight in the capital. Urgh. The impact of the spells colliding together sent gusts of violent wind in every direction as Grim and Luck proceeded to continue swapping blows with the other. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Dodging Lufula's fists, Grim surrounded his body in wind magic and just like he did with the air bomb technique he created, he suddenly exploded the wind around him outwards. Arg. Not expecting such a development, Lufula's body was blown back from the shockwave. Breath of the blue flame, 1st form, unknowing fire. Not willing to give him the time to recover, Grim activated his spell and flashed right in front of him. Breath of the beast, 2nd form, rip and tear. Materializing both beast swords into his hands, he performed 2 diagonal slashes on Lufula's chest, causing a sudden eruption of blood to spurt out of his chest. He actually landed an attack on me. Feeling the sharp pain of his chest being sliced open, the memory of the elf extinction flashed through his eyes. Never again. I won't let you kill us again. What the? As if becoming the main character, the mana around Lufula's body started to fluctuate violently. His mana is becoming unstab. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Feeling a sharp stinging pain break out on his face, it took a moment for him to realize that Lufula had just hit him. No way, I didn't even see his fist mo. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Oof. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Ack. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Jaya. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Raining a barrage of lightning-fast punches on his figure, Grim experienced what it was like to be a living punching bag. What the hell is going on? My hyperfocus can't keep up. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Slaughtered. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Stepped on. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Erased. While he was wailing on him, Lufula started speaking in a really dark tone. Compared to my rage. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Your bonds are nothing. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Striking another punch towards him once again, Lufula's eyes went wide when he saw Grim raise his hand and actually grab onto his wrist before the punch could land. What? Lufulu. Luck. Whatever the fuck you're calling yourself. Holding onto his fist tightly, Grim's voice started to echo out in the quiet area as his grimoire floated next to him and started pulsing with yellow light. You seem to have the wrong idea about me. Clench his hand-holding wrist. Bonds. Connections. I ain't fighting you for some basic-ass reason. What's going on? He shouldn't be able to move after taking all those attacks. Bait him. What was that? Why did this body suddenly get excited? Luck wasn't able to get me there with his own power, but to think that within this short exchange you managed to do something that he couldn't accomplish for months. Feeling like something was wrong, Lufula trusted his instincts and ripped his hand out of Grim's hand before jumping back. I hit him with enough lightning magic to kill a normal elf. How is he still standing? Crackle. What the? Standing with his head still bowed, sparks of yellow lightning snakes began to dance around his body. Feeling the power of lightning coursing through his body, the sound of thunder rumbled in the air as he took a step forward in a slanted position and lowered his center of gravity. You played your role well, elf. Finding a lightning mage as powerful as you in this kingdom is really hard, you know. You taking over Luck's body is truly a blessing for me. A blessing? What's he talking about? Manifests thunder sword in its sheath. But your role is over now. Raise his head to show off bloodied face and massive grin. Thanks for coming back to life just to make me stronger. With the ground beneath his feet and his enemy in front of his eyes, he closed his eyes for the briefest second as his grimoire started shining with intense yellow light and crackling with lightning. Inhales deeply. And fuck your rage. Breath of Thunder, First Form, Thunderclap and Flash. Chapter 137, Thunderstruck. With bright yellow lightning surging around him, the air crackled and simmered with power as his eyes shot wide open. His pupils vanished, his eyes a pure white glowing with untethered amounts of energy. With his body lowered, sparks of lightning danced around his hand illuminating his fingers and sword as he popped it out of its scabbard with his right thumb. Breath of Thunder, First Form Grim Style, Thunderclap and Flash. Staying stationary, the lightning around him grew stronger and stronger to the point that it caused the earth to erupt and spray debris in all directions. For the first time since reincarnating into this body, the expression on Lufula's face was no longer one of cheerful joy, in its place was a look of pure and absolute terror. What is this? Watching and feeling the mana waves emanating off him, Lufula felt himself frozen in place as his body started to tremble uncontrollably. His palms were sweaty. Knees weak. Arms were heavy. On the other hand, Grim was the complete opposite. His hands were steady. Sword was ready. Lightning surging everywhere like pieces of confetti. A/N had way too much fun while writing. Being a lightning mage himself, all it took was a glance for him to realize the difference in their levels. The shockwaves and overwhelming pressure didn't help. Nope. Turning around in a single motion, Lufula turned tail and ran. Pushing his lightning magic and speed to the limit, he crossed a vast distance within mere seconds. Unfortunately for him, with Grim's enhanced, hyper-focus, focusing on the new spell, the amount of power he built up in and around him was starting to reach terrifying levels. Staying still for a moment, the sound of thunder rumbled in the background as he took a single step forward. Leaping up into the air and running on the walls of some of the remaining buildings, Lufula's heart continued to palpitate as the terror in his chest did anything but disappear. With this body's incredible mana-sensing abilities and the amount of mana radiating off of Grimm's body, he knew just how far away he was from that monster. A/N, even the elves are starting to call him that. Finally able to breathe a little bit easier now, Lufula couldn't help but internally curse. Fuck, 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 fuck. What the hell was that? Even for someone possessing our blood, the amount of mana he has is not normal. And that intense level of focus. His potential exceeds even Licht's. Further and further he ran, brushing past several elves and humans in his way, leaving behind a streak of blue lightning in his wake. Yes. At this speed I'll be too far away for him to find him. Flash. Feeling Grimm's mana signature suddenly vanish, Lufula's went wide as he slowly turned his head to the side. Impose. Grabbing onto the side of his face, the poopyless Grimm proceeded to slam his head into the side of the wall he was running on while continuing to run in a straight line, causing Lufula/Luck's face to turn into a bloody mess. Hugh! Putting strength into his arm, he tightened his grip on Lufula's face and with a quiet grunt he threw him into the air. Whoosh! Rough. Feeling the wind push against his back, Lufula managed to regain control over himself as he saw Grimm shooting up towards him. Feeling an excruciating amount of pain from his face, he grit his teeth tightly and thrust his hand forward. Idiot. Throwing me into the air only gave me the high ground. Gathering large amounts of lightning magic around the tips of his fingers, he started rapid-firing orbs of pure lightning magic. Dodge this, you half-blooded freak. Thunderclap crumbling orb. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. 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 After activating this spell for the first time, Grimm instinctively under its limitations. The most prevalent one being the fact that while he was fast, he could travel this fast while moving in a straight line. But when had limits ever been enough to slow him down? With his ability to freely move himself through physical space thanks to his ability to fly, he watched as the orbs of lightning descended upon him. Crackle. Crackle. Gathering more and more lightning around his body, he made use of his flying ability to dash to the right, then left, then right again. What? How can he avoid my attacks at this speed? X1. X2. X3. X6. X8. Breath of Thunder, First Form, Thunderclap and Flash 8-fold. Covered in yellow lightning, he zigzagged left and right, executing the spell 8 times in quick succession while only slightly augmenting the power and speed in order to adapt to the situation before charging towards a stunned Lufula. I can't stop him. Zooming through the lightning orbs, Grimm flashed in front of him with his arm raised high. Asterisk slap. Asterisk. Slapping his across the face at the speed he was moving, it caused the force behind his swing to contain enough power that it booted Lufula out the sky and sent him crashing down towards the ground. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Arg. Landing heavily on the ground with enough force that it left a deep impression in the earth, he couldn't help but groan in pain. If it weren't for the lightning he was wearing, it was likely that he would have broken something. I have to get out of her. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Hearing the explosion behind, Lufula's eyes shook as he resisted the urge to turn around. I can't get away. Landing only several meters away from him and walking out of the crater below him, Grimm cracked his neck and faced the motionless elf. You can turn around now. Audibly gulping, Lufula's mind raced as he thought of many scenarios that ended with him winning. Running. He would only build up more power and catch him again. Fighting. Only reason he could fight him till now was his speed advantage, which he had lost. Exhausting him. This weird half-breed had a disgusting amount of mana that he couldn't compete with. The only scenario he saw that didn't involve him losing was to hope that Grimm wouldn't stay motionless and build up power again while he escaped. After seeing him pull off the 8-fold technique, he realized that Grimm's speed wasn't much faster than his unless he stored up power. Turning around to face him, he saw that Grimm's glowing yellow pupils had returned. Yawn. Yawning loudly and stretching his limbs, Grimm loosened himself up. First time I've ever had difficulty controlling a spell, no wonder luck didn't have the power to help me unlock it. Unlock it? What's he talking about? That being said, Changing his tone, his killing intent slammed into Lufulu like a tidal wave. Luck is much more fun to fight than you. Taking a step forward, Lufulu felt like the sky had suddenly darkened. You're strong. Step. You're fast. Step. You're a decent fighter. Step. But you ran. Step. Luck wouldn't do that. Step. So why did you? Placing his hand on his shoulder, Lufulu felt the urge to drop to his knees as it took all his willpower just to stand straight. Aye. Shoo. Grim hushed him and shook his head. I'll give you one last chance, okay? Since I'm beginning to grow accustomed to this spell, I want to play a little game with you. A game? He asked in a shaky voice. Grim nodded. Ever heard of tag? Chapter 138, A Grim Paradise. Running through the entire kingdom, the two boys left trails of blue and yellow lightning behind them as they played a brutal game of tag. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. A/N reminds of the Flash versus Zoom. Through the streets, on rooftops, and across walls, these two raced everywhere their feet took them. During their game, Grim had proceeded to decapitate several elves that he came across while also slowly catching up to Lufulu, who was starting to sweat bullets. Since they were knights from different Magic Knight squads, he only spared them a glance before using Thunderclap and Flash in the way it was intended to be used. Decapitating enemies at high speeds. Besides, if this came back to bite him later on, he could always say he was defending the kingdom from rebellious Magic Knights who threatened the kingdom's citizens. I mean, who was gonna argue with him? As the two continued to run, they eventually found themselves back at place the fight started. What the hell is wrong with this guy? It's like he's getting better at turning corners. Having ran for this long, Lufulu had already found the weakness of Thunderclap and Flash, and planned to use it to escape from here. And while he wasn't exactly pleased at seeing his reincarnated comrades getting their heads cut off, his self-preservation instincts kept him from facing the malevolent force chasing after him. He could always avenge his friends in the future, but getting out of here alive was his main priority. Unfortunately for him, the longer the game continued, the better Grim became at fine-tuning the spell, allowing him to properly utilize X8 when it came to turning corners. Stretching his arm out, the palm of his hand touched the back of Lufulu's shoulder. Tag. Hearing that cheerful voice, all the blood in Lufulu's face seemed to vanish as he understood the meaning behind that word. It was over. But would someone who's waited for 500 years really give up after reincarnating for less than 24 hours? Lightning magic, Thunder Fiend. With his grimoire flipped wide open and bursting with bolts of lightning, Lufulu's speed suddenly increased as he began ricocheting off the debris around the area. Fight. I have to fight to win. As he began to bounce around the area, the feeling of getting chased and the memories of his now dead comrades started surfacing in his mind as his speed started increasing even further. I'll kill him, 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 I'll kill him. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Whilst he was flashing from place to place, he didn't notice that his skin was starting to slowly darken as the actions of Grim starting pushing him into the depths of despair. I'll kill you. A/N, Grim really is a menace, isn't he? This mana. Feeling his magic power starting to swell and expand, the sudden dark and sinister nature his mana was starting to take on gave Grim pause. Never forgive. Lufulu said through grit teeth growing faster by the second. I'll never forgive you. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Releasing some excess mana, Asta, Magna, and Vanessa, who were watching from a safe distance, started growing more and more worried as his mana waves reached them. As if sensing the change in his mana, Grim's grimoire flew to his side and started pulsing with energy as he felt the power in his own mana suddenly grow, causing the yellow hue around his body to expand. While he didn't understand what was going on, seeing the change in Lufulu's appearance and mana, something inside him told him that if he continued to let whatever this energy was corrupt Lufulu any further, the chances of luck coming back the same would vanish. Having finally gathered enough momentum to point that his next attack would be absolutely devastating, he kicked off a nearby building, a shot towards Grim with his lightning claw stretched out. Die. Using hyperfocus and his newly enhanced lightning-like reflexes, he stood motionless and looked at the claw approaching his face. Deep breath. Facing the attack with a completely clear and focused mind, he put his arms up. Using his forearm to deflect the blow, he mercilessly drove his knuckles into Luffy's throat with lightning-fast speed and precision. Ugh! With his eyes glowing a dangerous yellow color, Grim felt his heartbeat accelerate as flashes of lightning streaked all across his body, causing every action to feel electrifying. Unable to hold his smile back any longer, he pulled back after striking Luffy's throat since he came up with a fascinating idea. Since he needed to stop the corruption from spreading any further than it already had, wouldn't it naturally stop if he was no longer conscious to allow it? Watching his friend's body grasp his throat and struggle for air, Grim pulled his arm back as if getting ready to perform another punch and slightly lowered his posture. Crackle. With flashes of yellow lightning dancing around his body once more, he dug his feet into the ground and applied reinforcement magic onto his arms and legs. Breath of Thunder, first form Grim style, thunderclap and flash. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Moving faster than he had ever done so before, his body disappeared in a flash of lightning as both his figure and recently drawn back fist slammed into Luffy's solar plexus with enough speed and force that the impact created a rippling sonic boom, forming a giant crater beneath them as Luffy's body was shot backwards and sent hurtling through several pieces of debris and destroyed buildings. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. 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 Even now, the sound of his body crashing through walls could still be heard even over here. For Asta, Vanessa, and Magna, who were watching from a relatively safe location, the trio had trouble picking their mouths up off the floor as they slowly panned their head from the area Grim was standing at to the place where all the previously standing buildings were now coming down. Shocked at the result of adding the Grim style on top of thunderclap and flash, Grim took a moment to stop and look at his fist. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Breaking out into a fit of hysterical laughter, he couldn't help starting to jump up and down with excitement over the outrageous events happening around him. Awakening his bloodline, bodying elves left and right, meeting someone whose strength far surpassed anything he'd ever seen before, and finally developing a magic attribute that had long since become stagnant. For others this invasion might be seen as a disaster, but to Grim, this was a paradise. Unable to control himself any further, he ran his hand through his hair and slicked it back before activating thunderclap and flash, again to cross the distance between him and the distant Luffy. A/N, he has white hair now, it'd go against my love of anime if I didn't make him slick it back like an edgelord. Having grown accustomed to moving this fast, a simple throat jab and shot to the solar plexus was nothing. If not for the fact that he was holding back, hitting vital areas like that would have killed both Luck and Luffy then and there. Arriving in front of Luffy's unconscious body, Grim proceeded to pick him up and flash over to Asta and the others. Knowing that Asta's anti-magic seemed to be the solution to most magic-related problems, he guessed that anti-magic would also take care of this little reincarnation problem. Unlike the time he fought Fana in the Witch's Forest, something told him that overlording his body with mana wouldn't get rid of the elf inhabiting it. Probably because this reincarnation magic was much more stable compared to hers. And would you look at that, with a simple touch of Asta's sword the reincarnation magic in Luck's body broke. Watching the marks of reincarnation on his face disintegrate, the ghostly image of a blue-eyed blonde-haired elf that kinda looked like Luck reflected off of his eyes as it slowly ascended towards the sky. The fuck was that? Chapter 139, Moving Forward. What the hell happened to your hair? After beating the elf inhabiting Luck's body, Asta and the rest finally had a minute to catch their breaths. Looking at the white-haired Grim who was oozing with an unfathomable amount of mana, Magna and Vanessa were drawn to his new features. Even the now conscious Luck had a weird look on his face as he was still dealing with the new changes in his own body. Fufufu, you seem to have become a little bit more handsome since the last time I saw you. Vanessa laughed in a teasing tone of voice. A little bit. Hearing her, Grim froze for a moment and gave her a profound look. Pointing his finger at her and slightly tilting his head to the side, he performed a magnificent JoJo pose and in a deep voice he said, "Bitch, I'm adorable." A/N, white-haired Grim just built different. Looking like he was surrounded by a divine silvery aura, even the usually flirty Vanessa found her face flushing red as her heart did several somersaults in her chest. What the hell was that? Forced to take several steps backwards, she felt her knees suddenly become weak as Grim flashed her a world-toppling smile. Ah. Having an unintentional moan escape her lips, Vanessa's entire body felt like it was on fire as she found her eyes glued to his face. You okay, Vanessa? Seeing that something was wrong with her, Magna called out to make sure she was okay. I am fine. She half-yelled while breathing heavily. Damn, I'm good. Watching her from his position, a small smirk crept onto Grim's face as he switched his attention to the anti-magic boy. That being said, the thing that drew his attention was actually the sword in Asta's hand. New sword? He asked. Huh? Oh yeah, I got it off that elf you were fighting backing in the base. Wait a second. How did you get out of the base? Really, Asta? Look at me, who could keep such a lovable guy locked up? A/N, you know somewhere in the kingdom people are doing a spit take. Oh. Asta made an understanding face. Did they let you go because you're a half-elf? You heard about that? Yeah, everyone in the base was calling you a half-breed after all. For some reason I thought he'd somehow miss that. I mean, even the guy in Luck's body was screaming at you about being one. Wait. Magna and the others turned to face them. You're part elf. Now that makes more sense. Not wanting to explain everything to them, Grim shrugged and said, I guess so. Guys. Asta called out. Not to get off topic and all, but we need to go help the others. Others? Yeah. The other people whose bodies have been taken over by elves and are running wild. I think I'll be able to stop them if I use this sword. Speaking of that sword. Grim butted in. How does it work exactly? It seems a bit different from your other two. He nodded. This one seems to have the ability of removing the effects of magic. Oh. So in theory it could have undone the curse on your arms from a while back, right? I think so. A/N should have removed Lalapekika's curse then. Eyeing the sword suspiciously, Grim remembered that the only reason he was able to fight and move the way he could was all thanks to his Breath of the Beast base. But if he got hit by Asta's new sword? So what do we do now? Magna asked, seeing that everyone was basically ready to go. We should head towards the Black Bull's base. Vanessa said, still unable to take her eyes off Grim. If we're gonna save everyone, we're gonna need all the help we can get. Let's go then. Actually. Grim spoke up. I've got somewhere to be, I'll catch up with you guys later. What? But we need why? Thunderclap and flash. Activating his new spell, his body turned in a flash of light as not even a trail of dust was left as he flashed out of there. Thank God he's gone. Vanessa said, finally able to breathe properly. That smile is way too dangerous. That bastard. Magna spat. How could he leave us when? It's fine. Asta interrupted, looking at the direction Grim had ran off in. He said he'd catch up to us later. Not wanting to start a fight with anyone, Magna reluctantly let the matter go. How do we even get to the base anyway? You can leave that to me. Luck said, finally grasping all the changes in his body. Closing his eyes for a moment, crackles of lightning started to echo out as he transformed into the form Lufula had used in the beginning of the fight against the Black Bulls. What the? Everyone gasped. It worked. Luck yelled. But how? Magna asked, still shocked by Luck's appearance. I don't know, my body seems to remember how that elf guy used my mana. I've gotten even stronger now. I can't wait to fight Grim again. While Asta and the others made their way towards their base, several houses in the town of Nairn were being torn up by the raging magic knights whose bodies had been invaded by elves. Die humans. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Using their magic to devastate the surrounding area, the sounds of screams echoed across the town as several houses had collapsed with people still in them. For the ones who managed to make it out before being crushed, the sight of their loved ones' buried limbs sticking out of the rubble was enough to cause a mental breakdown. Mommy. A young girl screamed while clutching her mother's severed arm. Disgusting. Seeing the small girl bawling her eyes out in the middle of the road, one of the elves raised their arms and without batting an eye, he fired off an offensive spell. Sis sob, I'm scared. It's okay, everything'll be okay. Hiding inside one of the houses that were still standing, a young woman with a bunch of children huddled around her sat quietly as they did their best not to be noticed by the rampaging elves outside. Unfortunately for them, elves had excellent mana sensing abilities. Knock knock knock. The door. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knock again, a bead of sweat dripped down the young woman's face as she realized the worst-case scenario had come to pass. Holding onto the kids even tighter, the group of them closed their eyes tightly as they heard the door swing open. What are you guys doing? Huh? Hearing a familiar voice, the girl and the rest of the kids raised their heads. Gee, Grim. The girl said in an unsteady voice, seeing the white-haired figure. What's up, Rebecca? Chapter 140, No Regrets. Elves. Rebecca and the others screamed upon hearing the news of what was going on. Grim nodded, taking a huge bite out of a freshly made chicken leg. After fighting Marioliona at the Black Bull's HQ, then going all the way to the Eye of the Midnight Sun's base just to end up fighting a bunch of randoms before swapping blows with Raya, who powered up with Elf Rill, Grim had realized just how hungry he was. That's not even mentioning the lick stuff and torture from the elves when he got captured. It honestly left him famished as hell. The fight with Luffulu also didn't help, as he probably burnt off way more calories than he needed. As for why he came here instead of going to the base to eat Charmy's food, whether he wanted to admit it or not, he felt some attachment to this town and prefer it if the elves didn't mess it up. That being said, if the town was destroyed before he got here, he'd at most feel bad for it, but it wouldn't affect him on a deep level. Though he would miss those free haircuts. Oh, and as for the elves that were just terrorizing the town, since Grim didn't have the ability to remove them from the magic knights like Asta did, he simply removed their heads from their bodies, since it basically got the same result. Just with more blood. So what are you gonna do now? Rebecca's little brother Marco asked while taking away Grim's empty plate. Thinking about it now, Grim didn't actually know what he wanted to do. Save the kingdom. He didn't really have any deep attachments to it. Defeat the elves. Since he awakened his elven side, his power had reached a level where there wasn't much distinction between humans and elves in his eyes. Besides a few elves and humans who caught his eye, everyone else was pretty much expendable. But killing openly was fun. What's up with your hair? With the dishes now washed, Rebecca came and sat down opposite him. Cool, right? He grinned, seeing the look on her face. Honestly made me a little hard the first time I saw my reflection. What? Watching her face turn red from his comment, he couldn't help but chuckle. Don't look at me like that. We were all thinking it. Sigh. Nice to see that the only thing about you that's changed is your hair color. Weren't you the one telling me not to change? She nodded and touched his hair. How long are you gonna keep it like this anyway? Who knows? He shrugged as she sat back down. Grim. Are we gonna be okay? What do you mean? Grim. She looked at him seriously. Are we gonna be okay? I don't know. He finally said. Taking a minute to digest his words, Rebecca closed her eyes and after a deep breath she opened them back up. Save us. Excuse me. Stealing her resolve, the red-haired girl gathered her courage and spoke up the words in her heart. I know that you don't care about us. But Grim. We need you. I need you. Standing up from her seat, she walked over to his side, and to his surprise she pulled him into a hug. Huh. I know we haven't always seen eye, but this town, the people here. They care for you, Grim. You might not know this, but you've left your mark on this place. And not just this town, you've left your mark all over the Clover Kingdom. You gave us commoners a voice, you made us feel like we were finally heard, like we were worth something. And I am so proud of you. Rebecca. I know I've been hard on you over the years, and that it's really selfish of me to say this considering the circumstances. But if this could be our last moments together, I don't want to be left with any regrets. Grim. I love you. Neat. She said, not expecting that answer. You're the 70th person to say that to me. he said, looking up at the red-haired woman who was hugging him. First, if you consider not passing out afterwards. What? I don't, UND. Now that I think about it, he cut her off. You're also the first one who's close to my age to say it as well. That being said, all the others had kids, but you're also taking care of kids like a mom, so I guess I attract a certain type. He nodded to himself as if understanding something intricate. I still don't Unfortunately, we don't have any more time. Grabbing a napkin off the table, he used some of the chicken grease on his fingers to write something and gave it to Rebecca. Yawn. I should get going, people to fight and elves to kill, he said, getting up from the table and heading to the door. Oh. He suddenly stopped and looked back. And one last thing before I go, that chicken was dry, real dry. Slam. A/N, props to anyone who knows where that's from. After saying his piece, he left just as quickly as he arrived, leaving a stunned Rebecca to read the words on the napkin that read as "We'll bang, okay, smiley face. A/N, +2 props to anyone else who knows where this is from." Grim hummed, floating in the air. Where should I go first? Meeting up with the other Black Bulls is definitely a no-go. Knowing Asta, he'll probably try to stop me from killing the elves. I could stay here and protect the town. But that sound boring as fuck, so that idea's gone. How could I forget? RHYA. Remembering the last time he saw the distraught elf, an evil smile hung on his lips. Wouldn't killing a bunch more elves in front him be fun? And not to mention that licked guy is probably gonna be close by as well. With the power I've gained from fighting luck, my chances of beating him has definitely increased. Clenches fists. God damn it, just the thought of mentally scarring him has me shaking with excitement. Chapter 141, The Legend Grows. Surrounded by a soft hue, a flash of yellow light sped through the sky at unimaginable speeds. It's Grim. He saved us. Long live the king of the commoners. Landing on the ground and destroying the elves terrorizing the Clover Kingdom citizens, the sight of Grim protecting them etched its way into their memories and subconsciously elevated his status to that of a king. How is this possible? A defeated elf screamed, looking at his severed arm and then back at the white-haired Grim. You're just a filthy half-BR. /EED. Unsheathing his sword, a thin vertical line appeared on the elf's face as Grim split him in half from head to crotch. Clink. Turning his back on the wide-eyed elf, he slowly sheathed his sword back into its scabbard and listened to the sound of both halves of the elf's body hit the ground when he was done. There's too many. A magic knight yelled as he and his squad mates faced off against dozens of flying elven magic knights. Hold your ground. We can't let them attack the citizens. Damn it. We won't be able to hold out at this rate. The elves burst into hysterical laughter as they watched the human magic knights struggle to keep up. How could such a pathetic species like this wipe us out? We must have been too kind to them. A female elf nodded. We won't make that mistake again. Looking down on the humans below them, the elves rained down a barrage of magic down on them. Goodbye, humans. This is the end. Watching the descending magic, the magic knights had no choice but accept their fate. Breath of the beast, fifth Fong, crazy cutting. Slash. 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 What? The elves exclaimed in shock, seeing their magic get torn up. For a bunch of weaklings, you sure are arrogant. That voice. Forgetting that they were grossly outnumbered for the moment, all the human magic knights span around and saw a white-haired young man in tattered robes whose figure overlapped with a certain black-haired magic knight from the Royal Knight exam. It's you. One of them muttered, remembering the boy's brutal actions from the exam. Grim raised an eyebrow, seeing the magic knights and trembling citizens behind them. This action didn't last longer than half a second as he went over to one of the magic knights and handed him something. Hold this. Wah. Not waiting for a response, he shoved it into his hands and focused his attention back on the flying elves. White hair, glowing yellow eyes, clenches fists. He's the half-breed Raya warned us about. Oh. What should we do? One of the elves asked. Raya said we should run if we see him. Forget that. the elf said with bloodshot eyes. To dare mix our noble bloodline with such an inferior species. Just looking at him makes me sigh. Neck. Ignoring the conversation happening above him, Grim slashed his sword in front of him and watched as the head of the elf who was talking suddenly departed from its body. Asterisk splat. Asterisk. Ah! The citizen screamed, seeing the decapitated head fall from the sky. With the head no longer attached to its body, a fountain of blood spurted out from the neck and the body fell from the sky. What just happened? The female elf slowly turned her head to the side only to see her brother's decapitated head leave its body. Be brother. Weak. Grim's voice resounded out once more as he said. Neck. Splat. Neck. Splat. Neck. Splat. Repeating the word over and over again, countless numbers of elven heads rained down from the sky, decorating the floor until only the sister of the first dead elf was left. Why? Was all she could mutter. Having the elf who shared their levitation magic with them die, the girl fell to her knees and looked up at the white-haired Grim who was looking down on her. Lifting his sword above his head, Grim's glowing yellow eyes bore into the girl as he smiled and said, because I can. Slash. It's Goshen, Mary. Asta yelled as he and the others faced off against the elves dwelling in their friends' bodies. While all this was happening, Vanessa, Luck, Sally and Magna fought against elven Dorothy Unsworth in her glamour world. Welcome back, you two. Stepping out of their growing tanks, the new bodies of the reincarnated Veto and Fana greeted the smiling Raya. Raya. The two gasped, seeing how most of his hair had turned white. Your hair, Sai, I'm guessing this means everything went to plan. Veto sighed, disappointed that he couldn't have done more to help out. Raya nodded. How much do you remember? Veto opened his mouth and suddenly clenched his fists. That black bull bastard. Remembering the sight of Yami slashing down, a burst of bloodlust escaped out of his body. Compared to Veto's anger, Fana's face was covered in sweat as her body started trembling in terror as she remembered her last moments. GG Grim. She stuttered, remembering that young black-haired boy who pummeled her and her spirit into oblivion. Grim. Hearing that name, something inside of Raya seemed to snap as he grabbed onto Fana's shoulders. Did you just say Grim? As in the person? He yelled, completely losing his cool. Ow. Raya, you hurting me. She winced. Realizing what he was doing, he quickly backed up and apologized. Sorry. Whoa Raya, you okay? Never seen you freak out like that. Veto commented, seeing his old friend lose control. And who's this Grim guy? Watching the elves they struggled to fight against being slaughtered in front of their eyes, the Magic Knights didn't quite know how to feel. On one hand they were glad that the threat had been eliminated, on the other they felt wholly inadequate. While they might have been outnumbered, to have a single mage do something an entire unit couldn't left a bad taste in their mouth. And while all that may be true, they all shared a single thought as they watched him wipe out the remaining elves. Thank God he's on our side. Chapter 142, Shadow Palace. Sigh. I even told them where I was gonna attack and everything. Looking at the bloody mess littering the floor, Grim couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Dematerializing his beast swords, he walked over to the frozen Magic Knights and held his hand out. Realizing that he wanted the object that he had handed over earlier, the Magic Knights quickly returned it to him without saying a single word. Just the sight of him brought back some very unnerving memories that they would prefer to forget. Checking the object in his hand, Grim made a very serious face before relaxing and looking up at the Magic Knight. You didn't fuck it up, good job. He patted him on the shoulder. Thank you. The guy yelled and bowed with a lot of nervous energy. The important object in question was actually a recording device he had looted from a shop after he left Rebecca's place. Since his goal was to mentally break Raya, he went to several different areas in the Clover Kingdom where the elves were attacking and recorded himself slaughtering them in the most offensive of ways. If that didn't bring him despair, he didn't know what would. That should be enough for now. Pocketing the device, just as he was about to leave, a small voice called out to him. Grim. Huh. Turning around, he saw a small civilian boy slip through the Magic Knights and run up to him. Funnily enough, the boy was clutching onto a toy replica of his flame sword. Here. he said, handing him the toy sword. Just how much did the boss make off me? Remembering that Rebecca told him that the boss was taking vacation thanks to all the money the Grimm figurines had made him. Grimm decided that if he managed to survive this hole, then the two of them would have a serious talk about splitting the profits. That wasn't even mentioning that he didn't even know that the boss was selling replicas of his swords. Thanks. He smiled and received the sword, much to the boy's glee. Mr. Grimm. The boy called out again just as he was about to leave. Why is your hair white? Why does everyone keep asking me that? Just as he was about to answer, the eyes of the little boy and magic knights facing him suddenly went wide. What is that? A magic knight pointed. Confused by what they were talking about, he turned around and saw a large black shadow shaped like a castle emerging from the Clover Castle. I guess I know where I'm going next. Inside the Shadow Palace. He escaped. Yeah. Raya nodded, explaining the grim situation to Patry. Gritting his teeth, it took a moment for him to calm himself down and take a deep breath. Do you think he could be a problem? He asked, remembering the black-haired boy from the time he fought Yami in the cave. To think he was a part elf, no wonder there was that weird sense of familiarity. If this was before, I'd say that his presence couldn't do anything. Raya answered. But after awakening the dormant power in his blood, I'm scared that only Licht would be able to handle him. Licht? Patry whispered, looking over at their motionless elven leader. That's fine. He said, visibly more relaxed than before. As long as we have Licht, there's no way we could lose. Yeah. Raya nodded, not knowing what else to say. Even though he saw Licht beat him before, the memory of what he did to the elf inside of Rill made him very uneasy. Zoom. Flying through the sky at lightning speed, the sight of the Shadow Palace grew larger in his eyes as he raced towards it. Sensing a huge amount of mana in front of it, a momentary look of surprise surfaced on his face. Luck. Mimosa. Mereoleona. And what the fuck? Is that fucking Fugolian? And why does he seem stronger than before? Grins. Feeling his body burning up from the excitement of sensing such strong and familiar mana signatures, Grimm's speed skyrocketed as he approached the Shadow Palace from the back. Front of the Shadow Palace. Captain Fuegoleon. Asta cried, seeing him and Mereoleona land in front of him and the rest of the Black Bulls. You're awake. And you've got the salamander with you. Hearing his voice, Fuegoleon sent him a warm smile. Looks like you've gotten stronger while I was asleep. Good job, Asta. I thank you, sir. He bowed aggressively and looked up at Mereoleona, who looked to be searching for someone. Oi, brat. She called out. Where's Grimm? It's not like him to be too far from the action. Grimm. Fuegoleon raised an eyebrow and looked at his older sister. Recalling the boy who caused so much trouble with the Silva siblings back in the Magic Knight HQ, Fuegoleon could only imagine the horror that would occur if the two met up. What a scary thought. He said he had something to do and would catch up to us later. Asta said, answering her question. TCH, that foo. Just as she was about to chastise him, the sudden fluctuation in mana rapidly approaching from the distance stopped her in her tracks. This mana feels familiar, but different. Grimm. Luck exclaimed, remembering the new quality in Grimm's mana signature. Grimm. Mereoleona and the others who hadn't seen Grimm in his elven form raised their brows. So he made her. Mereoleona grinned, not questioning why his mana felt a bit different. Fuegoleon, Nozel, and the others on the other hand weren't as accepting. Looking for answers, they all turned to Asta with an expression that said, explain. Unfortunately, before they could get any answers, Magna's voice pulled their attention away. Guys. He pointed up at the Shadow Palace. That hole in the castle is getting smaller and smaller, isn't it? Raising their heads, they all saw the entrance to the Shadow Palace shrinking at an incredible pace. This is bad. Noelle suddenly exclaimed. An elf we fought earlier said that if they insert all the magic stones into the altar up there, then their reincarnation will be complete and the original souls will be sent to the underworld. What? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Not giving them any time to collect themselves, a horde of Golden Dawn elves burst through a building in front of them, looking less than pleased to see them. You damn humans. Did you really think you could hide from us? Damn it. Mereoleona cursed. What terrible timing. Captains. Vanessa yelled and ran in front of Nozel, Mereoleona, and Fuegoleon. Get inside the Shadow Palace, we'll hold these guys off. Vanessa. Asta began. You too, Asta. Magna yelled, standing in front of him. That new sword of yours is probably gonna be helpful. I'm coming too. Noelle declared. They'll probably need a healing mage to go with them, Mimosa. Kirsch Vermilion yelled to his younger sister. Right. She nodded. What are you doing, Noelle? A voice echoed out from above. Solid. Noelle stuttered, seeing her older brother. Grit's teeth. What the hell do you think you're doing just standing around? Solid. Flashback to Noelle using Valkyrie armor to save them. Clenches fist. I acknowledge you. As of right now, I acknowledge your strength. But don't you dare get cocky, Noelle. One day I'll overcome you. As your older brother, it's my duty to protect you after all. A/N, funny how a near-death experience can switch your attitude like that. Feeling tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, the youngest child of the Silva household nodded her head. All right. Fuegoleon yelled, getting on top of Salamander. Let's go. You're not going anywhere. The Golden Dawn elves screamed and attacked. Not on our watch. Vanessa and the rest yelled and went to confront them. Seeing their window closing, Mereoleona and the others flew up into the air and entered the Shadow Palace. That's not like you, Magna. Vanessa said to Magna as they charged towards the elves. Normally you'd want to go up and fight with them. Heh, yeah. He grinned. But I'm almost out of mana, so I probably wouldn't be much help. Besides, with that person coming this fight's in the BA, where'd he go? Back of Shadow Palace 20 seconds earlier. Charging towards the Shadow Palace, Grim suddenly sensed something. Asta and the others' key disappeared. I felt them flying towards me. But this weird shadowy castle is in the way. Did they go inside? Grins. If that's the case, then I should go see what's southwest great about this place. Switch from Breath of Thunder to Breath of the Beast to yellow hue around his body transformed into a light gray color. Sudden throwing strike. Dashing both blades ahead of him, the magic cutting blade sliced through the shadowy castle and continued forward, creating Grim's very own entrance into the Shadow Palace. Chapter 143, Entrance. Well. This is new. Unlike the others who had taken the proper entrance to enter the Shadow Palace, since Grim had forcibly entered, the anti-intruder trap had activated. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Falling through the abyss-like dark space, he skillfully dodged the tendrils of solidified gold mana attacking him and used Breath of the Beast to rip the approaching ones into shreds. Hahaha, this is pretty fun. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. 3 tendrils shot up at him from below, but by using his improved control of his own mana, he was able to use his ability to levitate to twist in mid-air and dodge 2 while also managing to run on top of the third one before jumping off. Free falling through the air, the sight of a horde of tendrils rising from the bottom and charging towards him filled his vision. Smiling at the sight of it, the hue on his body became a blazing blue color as he manifested his flame sword and raised it above his head. Breath of Blue Flames, 9th form, Rengoku. While Grim was in the midst of entering the Shadow Palace, Yuno, who had a magic stone with him, was able to freely enter inside with Charmy clinging onto him. But like the magic knights that had entered before, the two of them were teleported to different regions. Charmy ended up with Asta and Mimosa, who were fighting against Rill. There she discovered her status as half-dwarf, which would explain her size. Yuno, on the other hand, ended up in front of the altar. Which just happened to be in front of Raya, Patry, and some other random shaggy-haired elf. To think that the last magic stone would come to us, looks like our return is destined. Patry smiled and held his hand out to the elven Yuno, who was in his spirit dive form. Not willing, huh? Well, that's fine too, you should cherish your last act of defiance. Summons shit-ton of light magic swords. It'll be your final act of free after all. Light creation magic, light sword of judgment. Copy magic, light sword of judgment. With Raya adding in his own spell, the quantity of light swords doubled tremendously. We'll be taking that magic stone now. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. No longer playing around, the two elves unleashed the barrage of sword attacks at the motionless Yuno, who stood watching with little to no change in his expression. Mana Zo. Just as he was about to show off his new control of the elven mana he had been imbued with, a sudden explosion from above interrupted him as a loud, familiar voice rang out. Rengoku. That voice. Recognizing that voice, Raya's head shot up as a series of unpleasant memories flashed through his mind, causing his body to instinctively produce a mountain level of sweat. No, no, no. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. From above them, the ceiling burst into small pieces of rubble as a plume of blue flames descended from on high and slammed into the ground with enough force that the shockwave it caused threw everything into chaos as Yuno and the rest were forced to shield their faces and take several steps back while also doing their best not to be blown away. Ugh! They all groaned. With the plume of blue flames engulfing all the light swords they had created, the hue in the room became a blazing blue in color as the light swords were quickly destroyed. Found you, Raya-chan. A playful voice sounded out as a silhouette emerged inside the flame plume. Hearing that the voice was directed at him, something triggered an intense reaction from him as his heart rate accelerated and his body started to tremble aggressively. His mouth became dry and his breathing became short and hurried. So this is where you were hiding. As the flame plume started to die out, the sight of a smiling white-haired Grimm appeared before them all. Seeing him standing there, Patry couldn't help but frown as he felt the mana fluctuations radiating off his body. No marks of reincarnation. He really possesses our blood. Patry. A shaken-up Raya called out. Get the magic stone. Huh. If we don't want everything to go to waste, focus on getting the magic stone now. Magic stone. Grimm raised a brow hearing them. It was only after a few seconds that he realized that Yuno was standing behind him. Yuno. When'd you get here? Straight face. Now that I think about it, I didn't sense his key when Asta and the others entered. Could he have entered later than me? But then how did he arrive here before me? How much time did I spend dealing with those tendrils? Light creation magic, light sword of judgment. Copy magic, light sword of judgment. With no other choice than to distract Grimm and leave getting the magic stone to the third elf besides them, Raya and Patry attacked with everything they had. Oh. Watching the blades of light aimed at him, a soft blue hue surrounded Grimm's body as time slowed down and he placed reinforcement magic onto his legs. Crackle. Breath of thunder, Grimm-style first form, thunderclap and flash. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Is that really the best you can do? What the hell? Considering you're the mastermind behind all of this, I thought you'd at least be able to react to this speed. Grimm smiled at Patry, who was still trying to comprehend what happened. Leaving behind a deep foot imprint in the ground and blasting through the light swords that were supposed to impale him. Grimm's thunder sword rested nicely at the side of Patry's neck without him even realizing that he moved until he felt the cold steel touching his skin. Patry. Raya finally reacted seeing Grimm standing in front of his friend. Now Raya. Grimm grinned. I'm feeling a little jumpy at the moment, any abrupt noise might cause me to accidentally launch a spell. Seeing that Patry's life was completely in Grimm's hand, Raya had no choice but to calm down and try to distract him. What do you want? He asked, keeping his eyes trained on Grimm's sword. Smiles. Funny you should ask. Rooting into his pocket, he pulled out a small recording device and threw it over to Raya. Watch it. What? The recording idiot. Watch it. Looking at the device in his hand and back up at Patry, he took a deep breath and pressed play. Watching a compilation of Grimm killing several elves and recording the footage, Raya couldn't stop himself from clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. How could you? He managed to force out. Those people were your comrades. Comrades. He chuckled. I think you're misunderstanding something. I'm as close to those people as I am to you. In fact, I might actually like you guys better. Why are you doing this? Fighting us? killing Fana and trying to stop our return. What did we ever do to you? You mean besides trying to kill me for being a half-elf? Nothing. But then again, does a god need a reason to step on a bunch of ants? You're no god. Raya said, staring daggers at him. Of course I am. He smiled back. I'm a god of life and death. I mean, it's up to me if this guy lives or dies, right? Kind of like a god of death. Shinigami. Reaper. You know what I mean. What do you want? Raya asked again, doing his best to contain his anger. Grim hummed lightly just to annoy him. I want. Feeling a sudden cold chill on his spine, like someone had dipped their hands into ice-cold water and pressed it against his bare back, he was forced to stop mid-sentence as his grimoire started humming. What the? Seeing that he was distracted for a moment, Patry took the opportunity to flash to Raya's side and the two quickly retreated. Nice one, Ron. Raya shouted to the elf that was supposed to be battling. You got the magic stone? Yeah. The elf nodded. Now we can finally go through with our plan. That elf, something's wrong. My grimoire hasn't reacted like this since the first time I met Asta. Who are you? Raya frowned, sensing that something wasn't right with Ron. Grins. Unfortunately for Raya, the gaping hole in his chest stopped him from asking anything further. Rhya. Patry screamed, watching his friend collapse. Chapter 144, Burning Up. Rushing over to his downed friend, Patry did his best to stabilize him with light magic while screaming at the other elf. What's the meaning of this, Ron? Have you lost your mind? Hearing his screams but remaining unnaturally composed, a weird smile spread on Ron's face as he started slowly walking forward, ignoring both and Grim, who were completely lost. This magic, it isn't elven. Gripping his grimoire tightly, a chilling feeling started spreading throughout Grim's body as he watched Ron ascend into the air and approach the altar with magic stone in hand. Having never felt such a chilling sensation like this before, Grim had no intention of stopping the elf, since he was curious as to why his body and grimoire was reacting to a nobody like this. A/N, LOL, his curiosity is gonna kill them all. I remember it all. Ron started speaking as he landed on the altar. The day I took advantage of the bond between the two mages chosen by the four-leaf grimoires to give birth to a grimoire of despair. And now I can finally obtain what should have been mine all along. Placing the magic stone into the final slot on the altar, he continued his bad guy monologue. Here is the Shadow Palace, a place that acts as an interim between this world and the next. I shall summon forth that which I desire. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Fitting into the slot nicely, the ground started to shake as a black goo-like substance spread from the magic stone and covered the altar. Asterisk hum. Asterisk. Feeling his grimoire start to shake violently, Grim held onto it tightly. From within the black substance, a pitch-black coffin-like object appeared, surrounded by thin black tentacles. Looking at the coffin in front of him, a dark smile spread on Ron's face as he opened his arms wide and said, "Welcome back." As if on K, his body suddenly lost strength as he fell backwards and onto the ground. But before he fell, from his head floated out a small mass of blackness that joined together with coffin. Feeling an unfamiliar kind of energy pulsating from the coffin, a wave of cold mana began to fill the room, causing his grimoire to shake even more violently than before. Badum. 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 With the black mass from Ron finally joining with the coffin, a weird change began to take place as the coffin started to pulse and shape itself into different form. Fufufu. A dark voice echoed across the room, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The mass of black mana that the coffin was transformed itself into a tall humanoid figure with a pair of black bat-like wings, two black horns on its forehead reaching towards the sky, clawed hands, and a long arrow-tipped tail. The creature had pale skin covered by a black coating of what could only be black mana given shape. The creature's face was covered in black lines and wrinkles, and its teeth were sharp, pointed and black in color, while its irises were red. Despite having never seen this thing in his life, with the reaction from his grimoire and the cold bitterness of its mana, only one word escaped from the young half-elf's mouth. Devil. Fufufu. The devil laughed now, having its body summoned into the real world. Although it's still incomplete, having a body after 500 long years is truly amazing. Ah, what a wonderful feeling. It chuckled, indulging in its new body. Thunderclap and flash. No longer able to hold himself back, Grim went on the attack and flashed in front of the devil and swung his sword at the creature's neck. Go away. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Blown back by an unknown force, Grim's body shot backwards and slammed into the wall on the far side of the room. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Arg. Watching that short exchange, both Yuno's and Patri's eyes went wide. He made his words a reality. Fu-fu-fu. The devil started to laugh again, amused by Grim's fruitless attempt. To think that I'd actually witnessed the child of a human and elf in this era. This world truly is a paradise. Focusing his attention on Patri, the devil opened its mouth. I know, right? Grim's voice resounded, catching him off guard. This world really is fun. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Suddenly releasing a burst of mana, the coldness in the room brought along by the devil's appearance seemed to rescind a bit. Oh. The devil looked at him with interest, feeling the change in mana around them. He pushed my mana back. What a interesting child. Come here. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Brought before the devil by the same unknown force that sent him away, Grim's eyes enlarged as he saw the devil's hand reach towards his face. Grins. Seeing the smile on the boy's face, a sudden sense of danger gripped the devil's heart as he saw a flicker of light emerge on the boy's body. Explode. Combusting his blue fire magic enhanced by his elven power around his body, the power of the explosion was enough to wipe out the entire room and forced both Yuno and Patri to defend themselves lest they be wiped out with the rest of their surroundings. Arfa. The devil screamed, receiving the blast at point-blank range. It hurts. This actually hurts. Blown back from the explosion's shockwave, similar to what had happened to Grim, the devil's body was slammed against a wall at the far side of the room. Ah. Ah. The devil croaked while smoke emanated off its body. Smashed into a wall and covered in some nasty-looking burns, this was definitely not the way the devil thought its reintroduction to the world would go. That boy. Something's wrong with his magic. He-ow. Sizzle. Ah. He groaned as the wound started sizzling and became smaller. I'm healing, but the pain is still there. Looking at the devil who had been flung away by his explosion, Grim levitated in the air and looked down on him. It can heal. Grin. Damn you. Damn you. The creature screamed, enraged by the clear disdain on the boy's face. Having never faced a devil before, Grim's heartbeat quickened as he wondered just how far he could push its limits. To that extent, he raised his sword high above his head. Rengoku. Chapter 145, Devil May Cry. A/N, been a while since I made a title pun. Return. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. What? Using his magic to stop and return the attack back to him, Grim eyes enlarged as he watched the blue beam of concentrated fire magic he shot returning back to him. What insane magic! Sudden throwing strike. Switching from orange to gray, the hue on his body solidified as two spinning swords flew through the air and towards the beam. Fall. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Ag. Pulled down from the sky by the same unknown force that had been targeting him, Grim's face and body slammed down against the ground with enough force that it created a crater. Be crushed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Arg. Be squashed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Arg. Be broken. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Gya. Listening to his screams, the devil began to laugh loudly as it made its way into the sky. Looking down on him from his position, a sense of superiority burst out from its heart as it opened its mouth once more. Storm of swords. With those words spoken, a legion of countless sharp-looking swords appeared high into the air. Fall. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Using hyperfocus to sense what was going on around him, sparks of lightning flashed around Grim's body as he pushed his mana outwards. Crackle won't. Crackle fall. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Unleashing his mana again, countless numbers of lightning snakes slithered across his body as he dug his feet into the crater and executed the only spell fast enough to get him out of this situation. Thunderclap and flash. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Activating his spell to its fullest, his body flashed forward and avoided the numerous blades that stabbed into the ground mere moments after he moved. Watching him evade the swords from above, a small frown surfaced on the devil's face. He did it again. Although it was only momentary, he managed to force away my mana that was holding him down. X2. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Charging forward with thunderclap and flash, an enraged Grimm suddenly activated it again, but instead of using it to turn, he shot upwards and appeared behind the devil. You pale-skinned albino-looking piece of shit. Breath of wind. With his momentum still in flux, gravity had yet to let his white hair fall as he held his sword above his head. Sensing his intentions, the devil opened its mouth once again. Begone. Feeling that strange force manifesting around his figure again, Grimm's grimoire shone with intense light as his body instinctively started unleashing its mana in full force. Break. He's gotten used to shaking off my magic. No. He's not even conscious of what he's doing. Die motherfucker. As if hearing the sound of something shattering, the devil watched as the green-colored blade slashed down its back. Claw-purifying wind. With his forehead pouring down with a fresh stream of blood and his sword held upwards towards the right side of his body, the moment he swung his sword downwards, 4 vertical green wind slashes resembling claws sliced through the devil's body, separating it into 4 different vertical slices. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Ah. Shut the fuck up. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Taking advantage of the fact that he was using breath of wind, Grimm didn't give the devil the time to scream as he conjured up a strong gust of wind to help accelerate his body to perform a double 360 spin that transitioned into a fast roundhouse kick that slammed all 4 vertical slices together and catapulted them away. What am I watching? Watching the fight from the ground level, both Yuno and Patry were at a loss for words as they could not even describe what they were witnessing. Pain. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Pain like it had never thought was possible. Having its body split into 4 slices was bad enough, but to then have all those freshly cut slices forced back together by a kick was something else. Crashing into the ground from his kick, the moment all 4 parts touched each other they fused back together, making him whole once more. But even after healing himself and fixing his body, the sensation of having his body being cut into 4 different pieces lingered as if it was ingrained in the devil's body. It was bad to the point that he understood what he was feeling was no phantom pain. Something about the boy's magic was breaking its body down and forcing it to remember the pain. Shaking off my magic. Able to cause me a devil to feel pain. Breaking my body down when inflicting wounds on it to the point that healing can't fix it. This boy's magic. Whatever it is, it seems to target everything that makes me devil. But compared to the explosion earlier, the pain I felt from that sword touching my body was far greater. Even if I can't avoid his long-ranged attacks, I must allow that sword to touch me directly. Realizing the nature of Grimm's magic, a shit ton of schemes flashed through the devil's head as it stabilized itself on the ground. Before making any other moves, I need to secure my grimoire in this war. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Manifesting by his side with his fist covered in bright blue flames, Grimm didn't hold back as he proceeded to bombard the devil with a barrage of lightning-fast punches. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. 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 Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With every strike that landed on its body, it was like a miniature explosion had taken place as the entire room shook from the impact. Go, Awa. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Arg. The devil screamed as it was blown away by an enraged punch to the face. Asterisk fwoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk screech. Asterisk. It burnus. He cried internally while digging his saws into the groan to slow its backwards momentum. Unfortunately for him, while Grim was punching him, he had dug his thumb into one of his eyes, causing the flames on his fists to seep into his body and burn it from the inside. The pain was unlike anything it had ever experienced before. To feel your body burning from both the inside and the out. For a creature from the underworld, it was ironic that it compared this sensation to a living hell. On the bright side, it was fortunate that Grim had only used his fists instead of his swords. How is this possible? He spat. The fact that he had no grimoire and was feeling pain for the first time made it so he couldn't fight at 100% of his ability. And then there was that weird feeling he occasionally felt. Like his mana was being pushed back against. But even so, regardless if the boy's magic opposed him, he was still a high-ranking devil. There was no way he should be getting treated like this. Especially not by the offspring of the two races that he had manipulated. That's it. Knowing that he needed to draw Grim's attention away from him long enough to escape, he remembered the whole reason he was able to reincarnate into this era in the first place. Looking to the far side of him, the sight of a desperate Patry healing his fallen comrade entered his eyes. Grin. Chapter 146, Mind-Shattering Truth. With the effects of his magic beginning to weaken every time it was used on Grim, the devil had no choice but to focus its attention on someone else if it wanted to get its grimoire and stand a chance against the accursed half-breed. Knowing that only the spells in its grimoire could turn the tides of battle, the devil's wings flapped as it sped over to Patry. With the distance created between him and Grim thanks to the latter's last punch, getting to Patry before Grim only took a moment. Seeing the devil speeding over towards him, the cold darkness of its negative mana seemed to trigger something in the elf. Since elves were the race most loved by mana, facing a creature born from negative mana, both Grim and Patry's bodies moved instinctively in an attempt to destroy the source. Light magic, light sword of judgment. Taking a moment to pause from healing Raya, Patry's grimoire started glowing as he thrust his arms forward and fired off multiple shards of light at the approaching devil. Asterisk fwoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk fwoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk fwoosh. Asterisk. Unfortunately, he didn't get the desired result. With the sight of the light shards piercing towards him, the devil made its black teeth clear to everyone as it opened its mouth and said, "Return." Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Freezing for an instant, the light shards seemed to tremble as they suddenly stopped mid-air and returned from whence they came. Oh crap! Grabbing the injured Raya, Patry shot up into the air in an attempt to escape. It was just too bad that the light shards he had created were homing in on him. While the shards of light were being sent flying back towards him, Grim attempted to use Thunderclap and Flash to catch up to the devil while Yuno charged forward in attempt to stop Captain Vengeance's body from being riddled with holes. Go away. What? Despite seeing the same thing happen to Grim earlier, Yuno was not prepared for the sudden force pulling him back. Asterisk fwoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Gya. He screamed as his back was slammed into the wall. Storm of swords. Freeze. Fall. Be buried. With Grim quickly gaining on him, the devil spat as much words out of its mouth as it could to slow him down while it dealt with Patry, who was struggling to dodge the light shards while carrying Raya. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I won't be able to hold on at this rate. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Ugh. Dodging the homing light shards while manifesting new ones to destroy the old ones, Patry clenched his teeth as he flashed through the sky at light speed. Hang in there, Raya. I swear I'll protect you. Seeing one light shard that managed to slip through his counterattack, he bit his lip and used his free hand to create a whip made of light and swung it at the last light shard. I won't let us die again. Light creation magic, bright whip of judgment. Regrettably for him, he forgot one crucial detail. Disappear. The devil was still here. Asterisk stab. Asterisk. Watching his whip break into shards of little vanish before his eyes, there was nothing he could do as the light shard he was trying to destroy flashed through the air and lodged itself in his chest. Rhya. Feeling a sharp pain spread through his body from his chest, things only got worse when he heard the devil's voice resonate in his ears. Iron spears. Asterisk stab. Asterisk. Asterisk stab. Asterisk. Asterisk stab. Asterisk. Asterisk stab. Asterisk. Impaling his body from below, pure black spears emerging from the ground pierced through Patri's body, causing him to lose his grip on Rhya. Arga. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Devil. Grim roared, finally breaking through the obstacles set up to slow him down. Vacuum wall. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Since he knew that he couldn't manipulate the mana in the area to stop Grim due to him constantly breaking out of it, the devil decided to use a vacuum to pull him away. Damn it! He yelled, feeling the newly created vacuum dragging him away. Now that he had been blown away for the short time, the devil focused its attention on the groaning elf whose face was warped in pain. And no. That's impossible. Patri shouted, not believing a word the devil said about him being the one that reincarnated them. It was Licht that brought us back. Even though it meant dirtying his own hands with forbidden magic. He entrusted us with his final hope. Is that so? The devil chuckled, cutting him off and caressing his face. Think, elf. Would Licht really have wanted this? What are you talking about? This. I did this all for Licht. Grin. The leader of the elves would never have wanted the eradication of the humans. That's not true. Isn't it? The devil laughed, clearly enjoying this moment. Both your revival and the vengeance you oh so longed for have been nothing more than misguided lies. You've merely been walking down the neatly paved road that I prepared for you, Grin, all while stringing along those other fools who chose to follow after you. You've truly done a splendid job. It's a lie. And in the end it's led you to a future that Licht would never have wished for. It's a lie. Thanks to your actions, I've finally managed to manifest in the living world. It's a lie. And reunite my soul and body. It's a lie. You have my thanks. It's a lie. Patri continued, muttering. I was chosen by the four-leaf clover, just like Licht. Indeed. The devil's voice echoed in his ear. You were chosen, as my perfect little pawn. Well done. NGH. Unable to face the truth that he had been following the devil's plan all along and created a future that Licht tried to avoid, Patri unleashed a horrific scream filled with anguish. Arg. Phew 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 ha 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 ha. Seeing him in such despair, the devil could help but burst into a fit of malicious laughter that echoed across the room. Hilarious. It's just way too hilarious. Elves, humans. Your dreams and ambitions make such wonderful playthings. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Cutting his celebration short, the sound of an explosion where Grim was caused him to pause as a white-haired figure covered in blood and dust walked out of the smoke cloud. The devil fumed, seeing him again. He broke out of my magic again. Is my magic getting weaker? Looks at No. For some reason it seems like my magic is only half effective against him. After breaking through the devil's magic once more, Grim dusted himself off, and after ripping off what little was left of his royal knight robe, he took a deep breath and spoke in a clear voice. Humans. Elves. As pathetic as they are, Grins, I hope you're not lumping me in with them. Chapter 147, Sticks and Stones. Clap clap clap. Very nice. Very very nice. Dusting himself off, the sound of Grim's applause echoed out throughout the entire area. I've always thought that I had a way with words, but compared to you I'm really lacking. Hearing the compliment, the devil shifted its attention away from the broken elf it had been torturing and onto the half-elf who it couldn't help but feel intrigued by. And to psychologically break someone you've been manipulating for 500 years, I'm impressed. Although you could have been a bit more vicious in the way you explained that everything he had done up until this point had been completely pointless to really drive the point home. But besides that, not bad. Not bad. Did this 16-year-old mixed breed mutt really just describe a devil's method of mental torture as not bad? Fu. The devil crackled upon hearing him. This day keeps getting better and better. To think that an insignificant crossbreed like you would criticize my torture methods. The people of this world truly are entertaining. I mean, I was gonna bring up your whole 500-year-long plan. Like it taking you 500 years just to get to this point is kinda embarrassing. But what can I say, some people just aren't gifted when it comes to this stuff. Nothing to be ashamed of, it was pretty good for an amateur. Amateur? Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Eh? What's his deal? Covering his face with both hands, the devil's eerie laughter rang out as black particles of negative mana from what Grim thought was its clothes floated upwards. 500 years. Ha 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 ha. I haven't laughed like this in 500 years. Boy. What's your name? Grim. Grim. The devil suddenly stopped laughing abruptly and looked at him weirdly. Grins. What an amusing name. Shrugs. It is what it is. What's your name anyway? My name. The devil looked puzzled hearing his question. Now that I think about it, you will be the first person in this world to know my name. Be grateful, half-breed, and hear my name. For I am the devil of words. Zagard. Really? Grim had to forcibly stop him from laughing after hearing the devil's name. Laying on the ground far below all the action, a barely conscious Raya struggled to raise his head and look at the devil, who was having a weirdly civilized conversation with the half-elf over Patri's mental torture. What the hell is happening? Is he bonding with a devil? Phew ha 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 ha. I agree. The weak should fear the strong. Zagard laughed, finding himself agreeing with the young boy. Grim nodded before showing off a mischievous smile. To think I'd have so much in common with a devil. Why are we fighting again? Grimoire floats up. Oh right. Unsheath sword. The devil frowned, seeing him unsheath his sword. Seeing his face, Grim explained the situation. It's nothing personal. I'm just kinda tired of killing humans and elves. I see. The devil rubbed its chin, then nodded. But before we get to it, do you want to see something fun? Fun? Sure. Unknown to Grim, Zagard was actually breathing silently with relief. Knowing that Grim and his weird magic that was wreaking havoc on his insides wouldn't attack him while he was focusing on Patri was comforting. Did you know? Zagard started. When the owner of a 4-leaf grimoire is swallowed by deep despair, the 5-leaf grimoire is born. As if emphasizing his point, he picked up Patri's grimoire, which had turned black color and had its bright 4-leaf clover on the cover turn into a black 5-leaf clover. At last. Vibrate, vibrate. Sensing the change in the grimoire, Grim's own grimoire started humming and vibrating in the air. I finally possess both my body and pitch-black grimoire. I can finally rule over the current world with my true form and power. I can also get rid of that weird mixed-breed brat. For 500 years I have deceived, killed and stolen all for this moment. Phew ha 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 ha. Oh, it was so fun. Yeah. Grim's voice resounded out, erupting Zagard as he reveling in his plan finally coming together. That's cool and all, but you didn't show me anything fun or interesting, Sue. I'ma stab you now. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Unleashing his magic power, he prepared to flash through the air and up to the devil to resume their battle. TCH, TCH, TCH. Zagard shook his head. I haven't even shown you the fun thing yet and you're already wanting to jump into it. Oh well. He shrugged and walked over to Patri. Unfortunately, I'm not your opponent this time. What? Now that he had his grimoire and body, the thought of playing with Grim any further seemed quite dull compared to leaving the Shadow Palace messing with the entire world. To that end, he leaned in and whispered into Patri's ear. Let your hatred and despair guide you. Erupting with power, Patri's skin started to visibly darken before his very eyes. This mana. Flashback to elf luck before finishing him off. As my final gift to you. Zagard's voice sounded out. I'll show you what it looks like when a member of your species overflows with malice. Crack. Along with his change, cracks started appearing in the iron spears penetrating his body until they suddenly shatter. Shattered. Giving into their hatred and despair, an elf's heart that has been corrupted by malice becomes a dark elf. Roar. Yo. Grim covered his ears hearing Patry scream. What the hell? This guy's mana quality has completely changed. Similar to how Grim's mana quality changed when he awakened his elf blood and achieved his white-haired form, the quality in Patry's mana as a dark elf was almost completely different to that of his previous elven state. Not to mention that the nature of the mana emanating off of him was eerily similar to that of Zagard's. And even though he hadn't done anything yet, Grim could feel that the Patry in front of him was far stronger than he was when he came in earlier. TCH. To think that a race change would give such benefits. The people on Earth would really abuse this, wouldn't they? Wait a second. Since this transformation requires one to be an elf, doesn't that mean I can do it as well? Demon light magic, light sword of judgment. Enslaved to its hatred, dark elf Patry abruptly started firing black shards of light at him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Breath of mist, second form, 8-layered mist. Dodging and counterattacking the spell, Grim was forced to re-evaluate Patry's strength. Shit. Well then. Zagard said, seeing Grim was all tied up at the moment. I'll be taking my leave now. Damn it. Grim screamed, slashing through a barrage of black light shards. Do you really think this will be enough to stop me? He shouted at Zagard, who was flying towards the exit above. No, but it'll slow you down. And I won't have to deal with your weird magic for a while. TCH, I can still feel the burns he gave me earlier stinging. Ignoring Grim's yell, he continued flying upwards. Fuck. Rengoku. Annoyed that this mindless thing was getting in the way, Grim's murderous intent skyrocketed as he unleashed a rage-infilled blue beam of concentrated flames that tore through the Shadow Palace. Foo. Zagard laughed, seeing Patry dodge the attack and storm towards him. But just as he was about to fly through the hole in the ceiling, the scream of an unknown boy and girl stopped him in place. You know. Grim. Fwoosh. Falling through the hole was a short boy with ash-colored hair and a girl with vermilion-colored hair holding onto him. Chapter 148, Perfect Counter. Mimosa POV. What is this situation? And what is that thing? Holding tightly onto Asta's back as they fell through the hole in the ceiling, the sight of dark elf Patry fighting Grim caught the young royal off guard. But compared to the pale-skinned black thing floating only several meters away from her, seeing Grim fighting was nothing. Boom. 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 Skirting around all the explosions going off around him, Grim noticed Asta and Mimosa's arrival. Grim. Asta shouted, seeing him fighting Patry. What the hell is going on? And what is that thing? He pointed at the flying Zagard, who was watching in amusement. Foo. Zagard laughed to himself upon seeing the grimoire in Asta's possession. To think I'd see the grimoire that was supposed to be mine here. What an amusing twist of fate. Swoosh. 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 Dodging the shards of light that were moving fast enough that the sound of air being cut sounded out, Grim didn't bother explaining since his hands were full. Yuno, on the other hand, was still struggling to deal with Zagard's storm of swords and was in desperate need of help. Asta. Grim's eyes lit up the moment he saw him. Clang. Using his sword to deflect an attack, the corners of his mouth turned upwards as he raced over to his squad mate with dark elf Patry chasing after him. Fwoosh. Blowing past the new arrivals, he placed his hand on Asta's shoulder and quickly said, "Deal with this for me," before shooting up towards Zagard, who had already left. What? Not giving him time to think, Patry arrived in front of Asta and created a giant sword of dark light and slashed down towards him. Zagard POV. Flying through the exit and up to the highest floor in the Shadow Palace, the devil found itself in a spacious room with a stone door ahead of him. Oh ho, so that's the doorway leading to the outside world, he said with an unusual amount of glee in his voice. Now would you kindly move aside, you're in the way. Standing in front of him and blocking the doorway to the outer world was the elf leader with the gravity-denying hair licked. Holding the demon dweller sword he had traded with Asta earlier on, the elven leader looked at Zagerd in his dazed state and said, I will not let you pass. Is that so? Zagerd chuckled, showcasing his black teeth. To think even in this state your hatred for me is strong enough that you still want to meddle with my plans. Fufufu. I guess that's a given though, considering that the grimoire I couldn't take from you I have taken from someone you consider family. Holding his new grimoire in his hand, Zagerd showed off a gleeful expression. To think that the unstable soul that gave birth to a demon would stand before me. I commend you, elf leader. For such an achievement, I think I should reward you. Grins. Spear of lightning. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Using his word magic, he manifested a three-pronged spear made of lightning and discharged it in Licht's direction. Facing it head-on and swinging his sword at it, Licht managed to completely stop the attack and absorb the magic into the demon dweller before unleashing the magic back at Zagerd in the form of a giant slash. Wall of earth. Springing up out of the ground, a thick wall of stone formed itself in front of the devil and took the brunt of the attack. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Fufufufu, not bad, elf leader. Zagerd laughed, seeing his earth wall crumble. Unfortunately, I'm a bad matchup for you. Iron spears. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Clang. 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 Defending against the iron spears, Licht didn't notice the black substance shoot out the ground and wrap around him until it was too late. Ah, that's more like it. Compared to that half-elf whose magic seemed to suppress my own and only allowed me to use half of my power, this is much better. Seeing Licht all tied up in his binding, Zagerd took this chance to wipe him out once and for all. Storm of swords. Summoning an innumerable amount of swords in the sky. Zagerd watched as they fell to the trapped Licht. Farewell, leader of the elves. With no way to escape the binding due to it being made of matter and not magic, Licht had no choice but to look up at the falling swords moments away from impaling him. You were most amusing. Zagerd finished. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Listening to the sound of the swords tearing through the air, Licht closed his eyes and accepted his fate. At least that's what would have happened. Crazy cutting. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. When did he get here? Appearing out of thin air, so unned by grey aura blades. The white-haired half-elf flashed in front of elf leader and used his magic to intercept the falling swords, ensuring that none of them touched Licht. TCH, you really don't know when to give up. Zagerd muttered in a displeased tone. What can I say? Grim laughed, seeing the annoyed look on his face. Giving up isn't one of my fortes. Clench. Angered at the appearance of the one capable of suppressing his mana with his presence, Zagerd started shouting word after word in an attempt to stop him. Iron spears. Ice shards. Vacuum wall. Explosion. Unfortunately for him, for every word he spoke, Grim had a spell to counter it. He blew away the iron spears with breath of wind, melted the ice shards with breath of blue flames, resisted the vacuum wall with breath of the beast, and extinguished the explosion with breath of water. Arg. Zagerd screamed in his head, infuriated by what he was seeing. No matter what method he used, nothing seemed to work against Grim. It was like he was the perfect counter to him. Not to mention that his mana was being suppressed, making his spells weaker than they should be. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. What is that magic? Watching Grim stand in front of him and deal with Zagerd's magic, Licht's expressionless face somehow managed to soften as he asked, why? What? Annoyed by the fact that he was being asked a question despite dealing with fatal magic being fired at him continuously, Grim couldn't help but feel slightly pissed. Don't get it twisted. He scowled, focusing his attention on the attacks coming at him. I still have a score to settle with you. You're not allowed to die until then. Remembering how his previous fight with Licht ended, Grimm truly couldn't wait to see the leader of the elves on his knees begging for his life only for it to fall on deaf ears as he pierced his heart with his jagged beast swords. Just the thought of it made him feel all tingly. Chapter 149, Doing the Most. How troublesome. Analyzing the way the two's abilities worked, Zaegerd felt incredibly annoyed at fighting them. Licht's sword made it so that any magic coming at him could be absorbed and then returned back to him. Grimm on the other hand was just as troublesome since the effects of his magic was only as half effective when used against him. But that wasn't to say that they didn't have a weakness. In fact, the two had the exact same issue. By analyzing them, he discovered that since magical attacks were useless against them, he should just focus on hitting them with physical attacks instead. To this end, he used his word magic to manifest physical objects and hurled them at the pair. Storm of swords. Iron spears. Earth spikes. Running towards Zaegerd with Licht by his side, the two white-haired elves gripped the hilt of their swords tightly as the sound of their footsteps echoed throughout the entire room. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Heh. Using the maneuverability granted to him by flowing dance, an ethereal wave of water manifested behind Grimm's figure as he elegantly weaved through every attack thrown at him. In the eyes of others, it almost looked like the attacks were actually avoiding him. And with hyper-focus, operating at full force, he sensed every little change in the environment, allowing him to easily figure out where the earth spikes would pop out from. Compared to fighting Zaegerd in lower floor of the Shadow Palace, Grimm was having a much easier time now. That being said, Zaegerd was forced to split his attention and watch out for Licht as well, so not all the pressure was on him like before. Speaking of Licht, now that Grimm had arrived, he also felt the burden on himself lighten up. Using nothing but his battle senses and innate fighting talent, he managed to dodge Zaegerd's reckless attacks and counter with white arc slashes from his sword. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Seeing the slashes flying towards him, Zaegerd flew upwards in a single motion and evaded getting split in two. Swoosh. Breath of water, 8th form, water basin. Piggybacking off Licht's attack, Grimm slashed his sword downwards and manifested a large amount of water above Zaegerd's figure. Was the only thing he was able to say before the water hit him. And with that amount falling at that speed, it was not an exaggeration to say that it felt like he was being hit by a train. Arg. His screams were muffled by the water pouring into his mouth, cancelling his ability to use his word magic. And to make matters even worse, since this was demon-slaying magic hitting him, having it enter his body through his mouth meant that the pain was a hell of a lot more excruciating compared to being hit by ordinary water magic. Crackle. Thunderclap and flash. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Once his body hit the ground with enough force that it actually managed to bounce, Grimm took advantage of the fact that his body was covered in water to reinforce hit legs with magic and used the Grimm-style, enhanced version of the spell to transform into a flash of lightning and flash past Zaegerd's bloated figure and decapitate him in the process. Whilst Grimm and the others were dealing with the situation inside the Shadow Palace, Finral was happily resting on the floor in some broken-down building. That was until Asta's bird Nero started aggressively pecking away at his forehead. Ow 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 ow. Nero, stop. He screamed, rolling around on the ground rubbing his forehead. Why would you do that? He yelled. And to his surprise, he actually got a response. Take me to the head of the demon. Zaegerd POV. Lightning and water, not exactly the best combination, at least for the person getting hit by it. Having his head cut off while the rest of his body dealt with the electrocution, the pain Zaegerd was experiencing was enough to drive even a devil insane. It was bad to the point that he even lost consciousness for a few seconds. Pain. Humiliation. Anger. Experiencing all of these new sensations in one go caused a build-up in Zaegerd's stress levels until it eventually accumulated into a feeling of pure rage. Angered to the point that the feeling of his head being separate from his body didn't register in his brain, Zaegerd opened his mouth. But instead of words, the only thing that came out was a high-pitched blood-curdling scream that made the room tremble and aggravated both his and Grimm's mana. Whoa. What the hell? Hearing Zagerd scream and feeling the ground beneath his feet shake. The amount of wild negative mana exploding out of the devil's body was strong enough that Licht was forced to back away while Grimm's mana activated itself and reduced the mana aimed at him by 50%. Rage. Pure unrefined wrath. And it was his fault. 500 years. For 500 years he had waited for this moment. And that boy ruined it. He'd been in this world for less than 20 minutes and his life had already been at risk multiple times. Flashback to Grimm catching him in an explosion. Flashback to Grimm cutting him in 4 slices. Flashback to Grimm's blue flame-covered fists punching him. Flashback to Grimm drowning him in water. Flashback to Grimm decapitating him. A/N, if Grimm knew that his weakness was his heart, this fight could potentially have ended earlier depending on his mood. Enough. His decapitated head whispered as it drew closer to the ground. Enough, 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 enough. He screamed at the top of his lungs, causing the tremors to become even more violent. Feeling his rage and resentment in that scream, something inside of Grimm began bubbling up to the surface as the corners of his mouth began to rise. Ha, ha, ha. Starting out as a small chuckle, his laughter quickly transformed into a sadistic and uncontrollable fit. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. This is it. The anger. Hatred. Humiliation. This is despair. A devil's despair. Unable to control himself any further, Grimm dropped his thunder sword and covered his face with his hands in a similar way Zagerd had done when he was telling Patry the truth of what happened 500 years ago. He's laughing, ha. He's actually laughing. Hearing the sound of Grimm's wild laughter, something inside of Zagerd broke. The wild and out-of-controllable mana that he was exuding mere moments before suddenly became calm. Deathly calm. In fact, his entire demeanor seemed to change. Recover. Speaking a single word, all the anger and hatred in his tone seemed to vanish as his body and head rejoined. Ignoring the harrowing pain coursing through his body from all the damage his body had taken from Grimm's magic, his grimoire floated over to his side and for the first time since getting it, it opened up. As if sensing the change in atmosphere, Grimm turned back to look at what should have been a decapitated head on the floor. Instead, all he got was the back of the devil. Facing away from him, the air around Zagerd appeared to have grown colder and darker. It was almost like he was draining the color from the world around him. Feeling that something wasn't right, Grimm subconsciously took a step back. Reaching his hand out and grabbing the now open grimoire, 2 words rang out from the devil's mouth. Hell language. Chapter 150, The Devils and the Details. Asta POV. After defeating Dark Elf Patry with the help of Noel's big brother, Asta managed to pull the elf out of the depths of his own despair and return him back to his normal state. Well, normal enough. Despite no longer being a dark elf, the scara in his left eye remained black and he still had access to his demon light magic. This magic. What is this? Feeling such heavy fluctuations in the devil's mana signature from above, Patry, Mimosa and Nozel's heads snapped upwards. With large beads of sweat rolling down their faces, the magic-sensitive quartet found themselves barely able to form a complete sentence. This magic power. What is that thing? Only Asta, who couldn't sense magic, remained completely calm. But from the looks on the faces of his friends, a heavy feeling formed in the pit of his stomach as he raised his head up. Grimm. Hage Village. Following Nero's directions, Finral inserted the magic stones into the stone statue that stood upon the demon's head. Sweat drop. Only the eyes are left. He muttered as he put the final 2 stones into the eye sockets. Click. Once the final stone was inserted, some kind of reaction seemed to take place as the statue started glowing. Humming sound. What the? Is this magic power? Shadow Palace highest level. Well. This doesn't look good. Speaking in the language of hell, a dark circular portal formed behind Zagerd's back. And out from that portal came a flood of weird purple CGI-looking stuff. Facing the weird CGI-looking purple stuff that writhed out of the portal, Grimm felt his hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. But instead of feeling fear, his heart started beating even harder. After tapping into his true potential with his elven form, the amount of viable opponents in this kingdom had quickly diminished. Even that ferocious lioness Mereoleona was no longer on his level. Besides Licht and maybe the Wizard King, no one else could compete with the current him. And after adapting to the devil's fighting methods, he felt like he had lost another playmate. But now, seeing this, it looked like he had trump card he hadn't been using this entire time. How could Grimm's heart not skip a beat? And without knowing why, he figured out that the purple stuff Zaegard had summoned was solidified magic from the underworld. Whoa, what the hell's that? A familiar voice rang out from nearby. That voice. Hearing the familiar voice, Grimm's head snapped to the side. Standing there was a bulky man in a plain white t-shirt and black trousers. Holding a katana in one hand and a lit cigarette in the other, the man made a confused face when he saw the solidified magic pouring out of the portal. What a weird day. Yami. Grimm exclaimed, seeing the leader of his squad standing only a few meters away from him. Wait a second. How'd he get in here? I didn't feel his mana or ki with Asta and the others. Licht. Down at Licht's side stood the captain of the Blue Rose squad, Charlotte Rosalie. Well, the elf version of her at least. Those marks of reincarnation didn't lie. Yo brat. Yami called, seeing Grimm. What is this stuff? He pointed at the solidified magic. And what's that weird black thing over there? He said, referring to the devil. Seeing the new arrivals, Zaegard's feet slowly began to leave the ground as he rose higher and higher into the sky until he could look down on everyone present. No longer in the mood to play around, he floated silently in the air and just stared at them in an unsettling manner. Creepy. I am different from you. He suddenly started speaking and spread his arms wide. In fact, I'm from a completely different dimension. Beating me is impossible. My word soul magic is unstoppable. So that's what it's called. A mere elf, human, crossbreed and half-conscious mortal can't beat me. So do what all inferior species do. Half-conscious? Who's half-conscious? Yami. No, the devil clearly referred to him when he mentioned a human. But then who? The Blue Rose captain. No, she's the perfect image of a mere elf. And I don't think he'd call Licht mere elf. He can't be talking about me since he called me a crossbreed again. That just leaves Licht. But that's impossible, right? I mean, yeah, he doesn't speak much, and when he does it's slow like he's on the verge of falling asleep. No, that's not right. I mean, he's talking a lot more now than he did when he fought me in the Eye of the Midnight Sun's HQ. Slowly connecting the dots together, Grimm's head slowly panned in Licht's direction. As if sensing him, Licht also moved so that his eyes locked with Grimm's. With Zaegard's monologue going on in the background, for the first time since the two had met, Grimm looked into Licht's eyes. And what he saw were dazed eyes that didn't have a shred of emotion in them. Not droopy or unfocused, but definitely not the eyes of a person who was completely here. Realizing what this all meant and recalling his fight with him, the only thing Grimm could say in this situation was, fuck. Dark Cloak Dimension / Rengoku. Briar Magic. Demon Dweller Sword. Attacking the solidified underworld magic, the quartet were slowly being pushed back by the overwhelming size of the spell. If things didn't change soon, they would be overrun by the purple monstrosity. Fufawaha. The devil clutched its face and let out a chillingly gleeful laugh. For the first time since fighting the half-breed, he was finally able to push him back properly. Who knew that all it took was a spell from his grimoire? So what if the effects of his magic was reduced when faced against Grimm? As long as he could overwhelm him, he'd win. Rengoku. Firing off blast after blast, Grimm managed to push back some of the solidified magic, but with the amount coming at him it was only a matter of time until he'd be defeated. Just as I thought. Zaegard mumbled, watching the entire thing from above. His magic is able to interfere with the other world. Good thing I got him now before he was able to grow. And while Grimm's action had drawn his attention, Zaegard was more caught off guard by Yami. Watching him continuously fire off dark magic spells, he was surprised to find another individual whose magic was capable of interfering with the other world. Unfortunately, Charlotte's briar magic was useless here as every attack she fired was swallowed by the spell. Impressive. You are all really impressive. But, you still cannot win. No matter how much you struggle, no matter how much effort you put in, my magic will devour you all. Rengoku. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Dark cloaked a video wild slash. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. So struggle humans, elves, struggle until you breathe your final breath. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Ugh. Forced to retreat backwards, Grim felt every bead of sweat fall from his face. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. This magic is really shitty and all, but god damn it I gotta admit that this is insanely fun. Swoosh. Bang. Fighting against a super strong opponent. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. With my back against the wall. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. And the odds stacked against me. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. What could be better?